the whole time. I can.
Somebody will be like, "Oh, we have one. Hello, one first viewer waiting."
Hello.
We never give them any heads up on Saturdays. We're just like, we're doing the thing.
They're like, oh, I got a notification on my phone. Better join the stream.
Better get in there. Let me share it on the Discord server and be like, guys, hi guys,
Welcome to Discord.
welcome.
Oh gosh, I still have the Murder Mittens Discord,
Me too.
and I'm just like, oh, haven't seen anything.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day, because I'm just like, I was starting to have fun, and I really wanted to battle that pigeon, even though I'm like level 1 with 8 hit points.
Yeah.
I'm like, fireball.
Yes, I know. I'm gonna ping 61 people. That's kind of the point.
Alright, Discord, I know what I'm doing.
Hello, guys. Hello, internet.
Hello, internet. Welcome.
We are reading a book that we think is actually gonna be good. Let me see if I can get the. Oh god. Everybody's gonna be like, Avery, the desk, and I'm gonna be like, I know. There's a lot of things on the desk. I'll move the scissors.
Just the scissors.
Because I'm gonna crochet when it's not my turn to do the things. Hello, people. Welcome.
Boy, how are you?
We're gonna be reading Dinotopia Lost City.
That's right.
Oh no, my Cockney accent sounds a little bit like Australian, but they're very similar.
Let's look up about Dinotopia Lost City. Let's see.
We just accidentally just summarized the whole thing, and we're like, whoopsies.
Well, not to spoil ourselves, I don't think this is technically the first book in the series. I also don't think it matters. But I couldn't get a straight answer on Lost City. Maybe somebody out there who's watching knows about Lost City. And oh, hi everybody. Hi everybody.
Oh.
Everybody's jumping in. Everybody's
Guys,
like,
everybody's here.
it's Dinosaur Day.
Dinosaur. Huh. I really like reading about dinosaurs, so if you have a dinosaur book out there you want us to read, send it to Avery.
Yes, we do love dinosaurs very much. Let's see. Is chat connect? Nobody's in. Chat. Chat is there. Oh, hi. Oh, chat.
Oh,
Hi, chat.
Interesting. When I'm looking at chat here, you see this? It's like chat is not a thing. And then when
Oh.
you open up my OBS, it's just like chat is chatting. Hi, guys.
Everyone.
Were we talking D&D? Yes, we were. We were talking about a D&D campaign that we were part of, and then it stopped, and we were like, no, our character development.
I like my character development. Oh no, Natty's dating life sucks.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Mine is non-existent if that helps you feel better, because
Eh.
I'm tight.
Thank you. I'm having allergies today.
At least you're having allergies while we're reading a fun book as opposed to suffering through Imagines.
Suffering. No, I did not see what you found in the library, Texas, but I'm excited. Excellent. I love D&D. I keep forgetting to post an update on the Discord about my campaign. Ellery has this really fun campaign that he's part of that's like, it could be a whole novel.
Ooh.
I'm going to scream. This guy I was texting with said we hang out, and I was like, yeah. So he texted me, hey, I'll text you in the morning about this time. That was last night. It is 1:14. I'm so sorry.
No.
Gross.
Maybe he has a good excuse. If not, drop him like a hot potato.
I once had a friend whose guy that she was talking to just did not show up to her birthday party, and we were all there, and I was like, and she's like, maybe there's an excuse, and I was like,
Drop him.
not telling people about your childhood would start a war. My druid to the rogue cleric a few sessions back in my campaign. Beautiful.
What do you mean the tragic backstory doesn't work? It always works. This is real life. Come on.
So Lost City is the fourth of the Dinotopia Digest novels written by Scott Siensen. I hope I said that right. digest novels were published starting on 1995, and our short chapter books almost aimed at preteens. They are not illustrated but have covers by James Gurney and are written with his input. They are as follows. Yeah, so this is one of these like kid series where it's like, there's a lot of them. They're doing things.
I wonder where there's the young adult Dinotopia where it's like this person viciously got bitten by a dinosaur and it's crazy.
Kids' books are insane. Just remember, Tyra wanted Model Land to be read by 15-year-olds.
Yep.
Are these? I'm trying to figure out. So let's see. Oh, are these? Oh, I see. Are they? Is this an anthology? So it really doesn't matter.
Anthology. Now you may ask, what does it mean? Why, it's a lot of stories that don't really link. Got that anthology, that anthology. Or because Paula Abdul has a song called Vibeology, so I hear anything with ology and I'm like,
I love Paula, but every time I hear Paula Abdul, I think about when we had to work on Staten Island Social Club. 17 and a half hours of Paula Abdul.
The longest day I've ever worked.
Not anything against Paula. I felt bad for her. Choreography over and over and over and over and over.
And then she did the one trick at the end that I don't know if I can talk about because I don't want to spoil anything. But everyone was just like, yay! Oh gosh, didn't and then one of the impractical jokers like pushed our friend in the face.
Yep. No, she told that story on live one time.
Oh, okay, cool. So
I had heard that story for the first time on live, and I was just like, "Oh my god, what happened?" Yeah, he hit her in the face.
Oh my gosh. Again, and Natasha's like the nicest person ever. So even if something accidentally happens to her, like someone accidentally like brushes again or like nudges her when they're walking by, we're just like, how dare you? Why would you do that to Natasha?
To be clear, it wasn't like he like punched her in the face. What happened was he smacked his hand into her face because it was like part of the bit and he like wanted a reaction. Not a good excuse to do it, but just to clarify in case anybody's like, I never punched any. It's like, that's not what I'm saying.
Sorry,
it's a different kind of problem.
I'm just imagining like a movie where Natasha's like, where it's just about Natasha and it's just slapstick comedy on top of everything, and Natasha's still like chipper and like, yay, and then like
Natasha's villain origin story.
Oh god, I think Natasha would be an amazing villain because she'd like lure, she would be like what they wanted Hans to be but better, where it was just like, oh Anna, if there was anyone out there who loved you and had like better development kind of thing.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yep.
Everyone in chat is like, what are you talking about? You know, Hans of the Southern what's his last name? Of the Southern Isles. Oh, and then spoilers, and once upon a time the singing is canon.
Yeah. So basically Dinotopia books are, I don't think they're truly anthology where like they have nothing to do with each other, but they're standalone. So it's just like we're reading the fourth one, but like just in case you're wondering, we're not like picking up in the middle of a saga. I don't think. Somebody out there is like, I can't believe you're starting with the fourth one.
The fourth one, how dare you?
This was the one I got sent in the mail and it looks fun.
There are Troodons.
Hi, Audriel. I looked away from chat while I was looking up Dinotopia and chatting. So I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, chat.
We must figure out about Natty C's dating life.
I'm trying to catch up on. Oh, so now this is it. So these two things are not connecting with each other. That's fun. I love when chat makes it harder to read chat.
not like people chat, just chat.
No, not you guys. You guys are great. You guys are special and shiny and amazing. We love you.
You're amazing. You're perfect. You're beautiful. You look like Lynn Evangelista. You're a model. Everything about you is perfect. Did you stun those tights? Oh, you're smiling. They eat you up every time you're on that dang stage. I mean, you can walk out there in a freaking diaper and they go, oh, Valentina, your smile is beautiful.
my D&D my D&D group keeps a list of memorable quotes from the table in written form, no reference to reference later. That's amazing.
Also, remember, Model Land is not a good example of a book at all, let alone a YA book. Yes.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. It should not be. It should not be referenced when trying to do anything.
Unless you're like how not to do things.
Yes, that's correct. Tyro, why?
ASMR, Tyro.
I think we're some of the only people in the world that read that whole thing. I still need to watch the hour summary of it. We're gonna, on our podcast that we've started up, we've just been like, we just need to give Model Land a whole episode because we keep like referencing it and we're like, we don't have time to get into the Model Land. You have no idea. Same thing with America's Next Top Model. I was going to do a bundle episode kind of where we're like, oh, little bits of, I thought like the Love is Blind drama was gonna be like just a page of like this happened and this happened, and I was like, oh, then we can talk about the little bit of this happened and this happened on this other show, and then we can talk about America's Next Top Model, and then I wrote 5 pages of notes on the Love is Blind, and I was like, oh, America's Next Top Model needs its own episode, if not episodes.
Exactly, because I only know a little bit of behind the scenes things, but I know in front of the scenes, so so if we're going off the top of my head, I could just be like this and this and this and this if I can remember.
I also binged through Love is Blind. There is some drama as far as like the making of the show, and it's quite a lot. So that's what today's the episode of the podcast that we were going to record later is going to be about, because I'm just like, Gabe, there's drama.
And I'm like, yes.
I was gonna tell
I
Gabe
live
the
off
story of the old-timey story of the craziness behind the making of the Wizard of Oz, but then this happened and I was like, okay, Wizard of Oz next week.
Okay.
Hi, pizza.
You'll never guess what the snow was made out of in Wizard of Oz, but
Oh my
hello.
god. I need to grab my glasses because I'm realizing I can barely read chat, and I'm just like, we have a book to read.
Oh,
Do you want to
gosh.
read them the back of the book
Sure.
while I'm grabbing my
Without my-
glasses?
This is how well I can read without my glasses. I need the book this close to my face.
Yeah, same.
In search of adventure, 13-year-old Andrew convinces his friends explore the city. This thing they expect to discover is a group of meeting John's exclamation point. Centuries, this lost tribe of dinosaurs lives secretly in the city. His friends are exclamation. Must talk the tribe into joining the otherwise Troodons check their secrets. Andrew, Ned, sense of exclamation point. The end. I'm just gonna clip that and just see how it goes. Oh, Avery has her yarn.
do.
Yay. I remember when it was just one strip of green, and now it's a whole blanket.
Well, it's gonna be a blanket one day. Everybody's like, that's gonna be a blanket. I'm like, see, that's the thing about blankets. They have to start somewhere.
Exactly. And I have my origami, and I'll make some dinosaurs.
Yes. And Gabe brought Kit Kats,
Oh yes, it's our
Which is very-
Tookie repellent.
which is very sweet of Gabe.
One day someone's gonna come up to us and be like, here's some whipped cream, and we'll be like, no, our one weakness.
I need new glasses so badly. I had to zoom in to like 175 on Word to work. Oh, I hate that. And then you never realize how much you need your glasses, or I don't, until like I forget them in the morning and I'm sitting there trying to work and I'm like, I'm working so slow. It's almost like I can't see. How far are we into stream? We have not started reading the book yet. We are just gearing in, so.
And I just read the synopsis on the back of the book very quietly because we're in our ASMR era.
Thank you, Ellery. I can't wait for you guys to be able to hear the podcast. We're pre-recording some episodes because Spencer's going to produce it for us, so we're giving him kind of like a loading dose of episodes, so he can like be. So if anything happens and we're like we can't record the podcast for 2 weeks, it'll still be able to go up once a week, and Spencer won't be like thrown off if we're like we can't. We have other things. So that's but yeah, it's gonna be pop culture curiosities is what we went with. It took me a second to remember because I was like, we kind of decided right before we filmed the first one what we were actually going to call it. It's basically me telling Gabe and potentially in the future other people to other people as well, guest people, stories about like weirdness behind the scenes on like movies and TV shows that we all know, and then like pop culture things.
One day we'll talk about some of the stuff we've been on.
One day we're just gonna have our NDAs are up episode where we're just like, so what's your weird story? And we're just gonna have like Natasha here with us, and we're all just gonna be like, oh yeah, that time that we worked for 18 hours, that was
The one time we were in the tent and it was cold and drizzly and it just never got better.
the time that the tent flooded,
Oh gosh.
and the other time the other tent flooded.
And then the time where it was 2 days in a row in 90-degree weather and they only had one cooling tent, but they said only use it if it's necessary, but then started giving everyone Gatorade when the fourth person passed out and that person had to be taken out in an ambulance.
Yep. Avery is in her ASMR villain era. I am. It's because
Villain
of
era.
Model Land.
We're gonna use we're gonna use our platform or we're gonna use ASMR to increase the platform so we can personally ask Tyra why. Okay, I know Oliver Twixt is eventually gonna have an interview with Tyra. Oh, and if you haven't already, look up Oliver Twixt, TWIXT, and he or they interview. They have over 100 interviews with contestants from America's Next Top Model, and apparently Tyra has seen some of the interviews and has called Oliver through Instagram and is just like, oh, I've been seeing some of the interviews you've been having, and Oliver's just like, I want to have some with you, and she's like, okay. And it's like, Oliver, when are we gonna get that interview?
Remember when I started this blanket on stream and
Oh
it was
my-
just the bottom stripe?
Oh my god.
It's getting there. It's now too wide to be a scarf, which is progress.
Yay, progress.
A lot of these are the stripes that I did while Gabe was reading that Tom Hiddleston Imagine.
Oh gosh. Oh, Tom Hiddleston. One day, if we befriend any of the celebrities we read about, we should be like, hey.
I joke
Just
about
so you
bringing the Imagine's book to any like panels by any of them and be like, can you sign this? One day maybe I'll get it signed by everybody who's in this book, but I also don't want to be the one to break it to them that they're in this book if they don't already know.
Oh gosh. And then Anna Todd's gonna be like, yes, I can, or that Anna Todd hires a really good PR person and is like, yes, this is good for my brand. or something.
Somehow, like, YouTube has not caught on to how crazy Imagines is. I think just because nobody read it. But one day they're going to catch on and we're going to be like, hey, remember? It'll be like 3 years from now and we'll be like, hey, so we kind of already did this. So remember these streams that we did?
It's been 84 years.
We'll be like,
It's cringe.
it is cringe.
Well, it starts out great with the Kim Kardashian saves the world with selfies, and I think it would be better if the Tom Hardy one was part of that future, like if they're in the same universe, like the post-apocalypticness.
Avery SMR would be a great name if she ever started a channel. So the fun thing is, half jokingly, half not, I started a channel that you can't find yet. I just started like an account, and it's Avery whispers about stuff connected to the main account, because the joke is Avery talks about stuff. Avery whispers about stuff.
That's clever.
But yeah, one day when I work up the nerve, I'm gonna be like, here is my soft spoken reading so that everybody can go to sleep.
It'll.
Hi, Tarfield Owl.
Hi, Tarfield Owl. I hope you can use some Dawn for that. Can I?
Oh no.
Sorry, I thought that would be funny. To me, it's funny, and I can laugh. Avery's laughing, so I'm gonna keep joking.
Oh, you can push the. Oh, I was gonna try to get. I mean, we don't need to see the book because there's no illustrations.
Yeah, it's just words.
It's just words. You can see the pretty cover of the book. I usually I show people that I read along usually, but I'm just like, the desk is really messy right now, and also,
Whoa.
see, I guess I could do. Oh,
Oh.
oh,
Oh.
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 We're gonna close this because hopefully we don't need cat therapy today.
Meow. Voila, Dinotopia, the lost city.
There we go. You can read along with us.
Yay.
Don't pay attention to the anything else. Question: have you seen Dinotopia miniseries? No, we were. I haven't. Gabe has.
I only saw a little bit of it, and isn't it? Is the miniseries just focusing on the fact that the T-Rex are kind of going berserk and nomming people? I'll find out the answer once I'm done reading chapter 1, which is only 6 pages.
Ooh, isn't that nice?
That is so nice.
I'm telling you, children's books are great. I love children's books for the you'll read a goosebump and the chapter is like 1.5 pages. That's the whole chapter, and I'm like, this is nice.
And this whole book is only a little over 100 or 140 43 pages, and that's 2 of the big chapters.
Yeah, right.
That we had to read. And
we literally read almost that much, and it was only a couple of chapters. And imagines it was a lot.
Okay.
So much.
Ooh, I think that's a Microceratus or Microceratops.
My fibromyalgia is fibromyalgia so hard. I'm sorry, Andrea. My mom has fibromyalgia. I know that it's very, very, very difficult for her some days, so that sucks. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I hope you feel better.
Yeah, that's the basic premise. Pizza says.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I just remember it being so violent because I was just like, oh, Dinotopia, they implied things, but in the miniseries, it's just like, oh yeah, you're seeing someone get nommed. Good luck.
Good luck.
It's not gory or anything, but it's just a little oh, that person got eaten. But yeah. Chapter 1. Andrew Lawton sat, I don't know if that's how you pronounce that, sat thinking in the driver's perch of a large wagon. Just in front of Andrew was a 15-foot tall dinosaur. The dinosaur hummed quietly to himself as he pulled the wagon forward with ease. His eyes remained fixed on a distant line of hills. Night was closing in around Andrew and the dinosaur. Stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. The earth under the wagon's wheels took on an amber hue in the fading light. Suddenly, Andrew sat up straight. "I've got one," he said excitedly. "There was this family I spoke with. They were traveling through the rainy basin, and their child was lost." "You told me that one already," Thumbtail said over his shoulder. A harness that looked a bit like an upside-down horseshoe was fitted over the Pachycephalosaurus's neck. Lines led back to the wagon. The dinosaur's rough skin was covered with the soft green stripes. Thumbtail's skull was a shiny pink dome surrounded by a circle of small spikes and horns. Andrew was slight for his 13 years. He had curly brown hair, doe eyes, and soft features. His loose-fitting lavender tunic was belted at the waist with a length of silver cloth. Baggy, deep blue pants hung down to his sandals. Andrew's brow furrowed. He tried to think of a tale he'd learned in the village today that he hadn't already told his friend on their journey home. "Did I mention the one about the man who ran into trouble because he was mistaken for someone else?" Andrew asked. Thumbtail nodded. "You did. That was rather amusing." "What about the little Panoplosaurus who lost his parents and bonded with the crotchety Daspletosaurus? Their species were supposed to be natural enemies. That's an old story. Now the 2 species get along fine," Andrew sighed. "Yes, I suppose it is an old story, but the Chinkankasaurus told it so well. Chingsaurus Kank-osaurus.
Huh.
And I feel like the first part of this name is something we don't say.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, so I just left the G out. So the chain linkosaurus.
The chain linkosaurus.
The chain linkosaurus told it so well. You should have heard him. I want to make up fine stories like that. You already do, Andrew, Thumbtail said. You think so? Yes, you have a good imagination. You should enter one of the festivals of tales. I'm sure you'd win. Andrew shook his head. I don't think so, he said. I'm not very good at winning competitions. Thumbtail was quiet for a moment. Andrew, what is it about storytelling that makes you happy? Andrew shrugged. I don't know. I just need to do it. Even if no one is around, even if I can't get anyone to listen, I need to tell my stories. Thumbtail grunted. Perhaps one day you will travel all over Dinotopia, delighting many with your tales. You could even tell the story of how Ned came to the island. Andrew smiled as he thought of his adopted older brother. Tall and handsome, Ned was easy with people and skilled in games. He was everything Andrew wished he could be. I remember when Ned first came to Dinotopia, Thumbtail continued. He learned our languages so quickly, and the notion of humans and saurians living together seemed perfectly reasonable to him. Not only other dolphinback who take so much time to feel at home on the island. Do you remember what he said about his rescue after the shipwreck? Andrew nodded. That he didn't really need dolphins' help to reach the island, but he didn't want to hurt their feelings. What a witty lad. The dinosaur hummed a song he had learned in the nearby city of Chipchurul. He tapped his heavy tail against the wagon in time with the song. Thumbtail did this all the time. It was how he earned his name. Andrew, said the dinosaur, you know there is going to be a storytelling event at this year's Dinosaur Olympics, don't you? I heard something about it. Have you entered? I might, Andrew said. He didn't want to admit how much the idea of entering the contest scared him. Thumbtail eyed Andrew over his shoulder. You've competed in the Olympics before. Sure, said Andrew, and I've always lost too. Those were the athletic competitions. This is storytelling. I know, but I'm not like Ned. He wins just about every competition he enters. I usually end up in last place, but that's okay. A person should know what he can do and what he can't. Thumbtail sighed and turned back to the road. Andrew laughed good-naturedly. I'll think about it, okay? You know I love storytelling. I just don't know if I'm ready to do it in a competition. Thumbtail started humming again. Andrew smiled and looked up at the sky. It was almost completely dark. With a start, Andrew realized how late it was. They were running hours behind. It was his own fault. Andrew worked at his father's inn in a small village called Grindstone. When he had a chance to visit the thriving city of Prosperin, he often got sidetracked. The people there were so interesting. What stories they had to tell. Andrew was already getting ideas for another tale of his own. He sighed. His father, who had once been an officer in the British Navy, didn't completely understand Andrew's fascination with storytelling, and it wouldn't make a good excuse for being late, especially when Andrew was bringing back supplies for the upcoming Dinosaur Olympics. Joseph Lawton would have a dozen people waiting at the inn by now. Did you fall asleep? Thumbtail asked. What? Andrew replied. No, I was just thinking about how late we're gonna be. Don't worry, Thumbtail said. I'm sure you'll come up with a reasonable excuse. If not, I'll smooth things over with your father. Andrew gave the dinosaur a smile. You're a good friend, he said. He looked around and took in the splendor of the countryside. Then something caught his eye. What was that ridge in the distance? In the twilight, it looked strange, almost unnatural. Could it be the lost city of Halcyon? Andrew knew that the ruins lay somewhere along this route, but he never noticed them before. Andrew looked again at his friend. He was about to mention the strange rise when he saw a patch of darkness in the road just ahead. Thumbtail was staring up at the stars, not watching the road. With a sudden feeling of dread, Andrew realized what the dark patch was. Andrew jumped to his feet. Thumbtail, stop! Cried, but it was too late. A T-Rex reared up and ate Thumbtail. No, I'm just kidding. But it was too late. Before Andrew could complete his warning, he watched his friend step right into a gaping hole in the road. Thumbtail cried out in surprise as his three-toed foot extended into the empty space. Down and down his foot sank. 3 feet, 4 feet, 6. Counting is hard. before connecting to solid earth. Off balance, Thumbtail lurched to the side. The dinosaur howled in pain as he fell to the ground, all his massive weight crashing down on his trapped limb. Andrew echoed his companion's scream as the harness between the dinosaur and the wagon pulled tight and the wagon began to capsize. Andrew was abruptly spilled onto the road, the wind knocked out of him. Gasping for breath, he saw a nightmarish shadow out of the corner of his eye. He looked up. The wagon was falling on him. End of chapter.
Oh no, what a short and nice chapter. Toonie says, hopefully this is the most amazing book we ever read. I mean, it's pretty hard to do worse than the other two we've read.
I'm stealing some Sour Punch
How
straws if that's
dare
okay.
you. No, just kidding. You'd have all the Sour Punch straws.
Yay.
Texas says, going to have to miss this one. We're going to the zoo. Have fun, Texas.
Have fun.
Also, husband bought a giant hamster ball for the ratties. Oh, we love that.
Oh.
Rats are so. So yeah. So. They hooked Bell. I'll find it in a second. Fine. Chapter 2. There was no time for Andrew to get to his feet. Quickly, he rolled away from the wagon until he heard the roaring weight strike the earth. A breeze rippled over him. The edge of the wagon had missed him by inches. Gasping for air, Andrew sat up. He crawled over to Thumbtail. The dinosaur's head lolled in pain. Oh! Andrew felt tears sting his eyes. He touched the side of the dinosaur's head and stroked the softness near his snout. I'm going to get help, Andrew said softly. Thumbtail nodded. His dark eyes gleamed with appreciation. Andrew, he said, gasping. I tried to warn you, Andrew said. I'm sorry. Do not be so hard on yourself. This is Dad! Ah! Thumbtail managed to say. Breathe deep. Seek peace. You are good lad. Is there anything I could do? Yes, watch where you're going. Andrew smiled. Rising unsteadily, he began to walk. The trip home would take half the night. He wanted to run the entire way, but he knew he had to pace himself. Not far into the journey, Andrew felt the first few drops of rain. He looked around for shelter, but saw none. Just as well, he thought Thumbtail needed his help. He'd lose time if he waited out the storm. A little rain wouldn't kill him. As if in answer, a clap of thunder sounded and the downpour began. Andrew trudged on through the freezing cold rain. After about 10 minutes, the storm let up. Above the horizon, Andrew saw flashes of lightning. Clouds had passed over the moon, and the way became difficult. During one of the lightning flashes, Andrew saw that he had wandered off the road. Using the lightning to see, he found his way back and then continued on. At a bend in the road, Andrew climbed a rise and saw what looked like a hooded and cloaked man in the distance. Sir! Andrew cried. A rumble of thunder drowned his words. The figure in the distance did not seem to notice him. Though it meant leaving the road, Andrew walked in the stranger's direction. The figure stood on a slight hillock. Beyond him lay the jagged spires of the unnatural rise Andrew had noticed much earlier. Was it the lost city? Andrew wondered. Perhaps the stranger would know. He caught himself. All that mattered right now was that Thumbtail was in pain. Perhaps this man would be able to help. Sir, Andrew said as he got closer. Sir, excuse me. The hooded figure stiffened, but did not turn. Andrew continued. My friend's been injured. He needs help. Is there anything you can do? The figure was close now, only a few feet away. Please, Andrew said. The stranger hung his head low and took a step from Andrew. Something made the boy uneasy, but he couldn't let the man leave. Wait, Andrew called, grasping the figure's shoulder. What Andrew felt beneath the rough cloth was odd. It was not the soft, yielding flesh of a man. Instead, it was hard and spiky, segmented. Lightning flashed overhead. The stranger turned. The harsh light framed the cloaked figure for a single moment. It was a dinosaur of some sort. The jaws were longer than Andrew's forearm and filled with sharp teeth. The snout was shark-like. The eyes were golden with cat-like slits. Then that alone would not have been enough to unnerve Andrew. What filled Andrew's heart with terror was what he saw when the dinosaur's cloak fell open. The dinosaur wore armor and carried weapons. This is so badass. A dinosaur with weapons and armor.
The teeth aren't enough. They need like flails and swords.
Andrew saw a sword in a scabbard in some kind of axe. Everyone on Dinotopia understood that weapons were enemies even to their owners. To see a dinosaur on human dressed this way on Dinotopia was unthinkable, yet here it was. There was something else too. In this dinosaur's blazing eyes, Andrew saw a savage anger. Was this a meat-eating dinosaur from the Rainy Basin? What was he doing here? How had he found an armor and weapons? More important, would he harm Andrew? The dinosaur raised his claw-like hand. He looked as if he were reaching for his sword. Andrew screamed. The dinosaur bellowed fiercely. Andrew spun and raced back toward the road. He heard sounds behind him. The dinosaur was surely following. Andrew ran and ran. He came to the road and followed its course, praying he would encounter other humans or friendlier dinosaurs. Finally, his foot stepped upon a sliding rock, and he fell down. Getting his teeth, Andrew turned and looked up. He expected to see the dinosaur towering over him, sword drawn. Instead, there was nothing. Andrew was alone. Scrambling to his feet, Andrew looked around and saw a figure in the far distance, the cloaked dinosaur. He had run in the other direction. Andrew could see him on the other side of the valley, racing toward what must surely be the lost city. Had the fierce-looking dinosaur been frightened of him? Why? The entire way home, Andrew puzzled over the odd encounter. He'd been looking for new and exciting stories, he thought to himself, and now he had found one.
No. Chapter 3.
Hi, Cameron. Cameron is also a resident dinosaur fanatic.
Yay.
Dinosaurs! Yes, dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
Sorry, I'm not chatting much. I'm buying additional Red Fair costume parts. That's fun.
Ooh, fancy.
Thumbtail.
Gotta save Thumbtail.
We gotta save our friend. He's a very good dinosaur.
They get back. He's been eaten. now. Sorry. It's a kid's book. That stuff doesn't happen in kids' book.
Meanwhile, I'm just logging that we read Animorphs 9 last night, and I'm just like,
Why?
K.A. Applegate, why?
What happened in this one?
So the bad guys were trying to do deforestation to take out the Animorphs because they think that they're living in the forest. And so they had to do like a counterattack to stop them from doing that. And like in the meanwhile, in the crosshairs, there was a skunk who was a mama skunk, so her babies were gonna die. So they had to go and rescue the babies. But then their friend, who's a hawk, ate one of the babies before they could tell him not to. But they saved the other 4.
Hi, we saved your skunk. One of our friends ate one of them.
But there's still 4 of them. They're very good boys and girls.
Oh gosh. But Timmy was my favorite.
Oh no.
Chapter 3. Andrew burst into the tap room of the Dragon Snout Inn. He was out of breath and covered in sweat. Ew. Though he felt close to collapsing only moments earlier, the sight of his home had filled him with renewed energy. The inn was dark. Less than a dozen people sat near the tap room's fire. They looked up as one. "Father!" Andrew called to a wild-haired, barrel-chested man. Joseph Lawton regarded his son with concern. He wore a Cheshire frock, brown leggings, and a black boots. His face was covered with tiny scars and a thick beard. Katya, Andrew's mother, sat beside him. She wore a violet dress with Leon, one of Andrew's friends, that Leon, one of Andrew's friends, had made for her. My bad. Her dark hair and pretty green eyes seemed to shine in the firelight. "It's Thumbtail. He's hurt." Andrew's father sprang to his feet. Ned suddenly appeared at his side. Andrew related the details of the accident. He didn't mention his bizarre encounter on the road. It hardly seemed important compared to getting help for his friend. Joseph turned to Ned and immediately rattled off a series of instructions. Shantungosaurus, who lived nearby, would have to be wakened and a cart large enough to hold Thumbtail found. Ned immediately sent one of the saurians gathered at the inn to find the Shantungosaurus. Then Ned began to make inquiries about the cart. Andrew watched Ned, amazed at the way his adopted brother stayed so calm during the crisis. Joseph gestured to his friends. They all jumped from their seats and followed him to the door. As Joseph passed his son, he reached down and mussed the lad's hair. Get into some dry clothes, Andrew. I don't want you sick. It'd worry your mother half to unaliving. But not you? Andrew asked. You're a Lawton, the man said. We're a tough breed. Just humor me, he smiled. Yes, father, Andrew said with a grin. In a few minutes, Andrew had changed clothes. He returned to the tap room to warm himself by the fire before joining the others. His hair was still damp. Suddenly, a loud sniffing sound came from the doorway. Do I smell a drowned water rat? Andrew's smile broadened as he turned to see Leanne come in, a pretty girl with raven's hair and emerald eyes like Andrew's mother. Leanne had a grin that betrayed a fun-loving, adventurous spirit. She wore a shiny crimson outfit with a large belt. Her black boots reached up to her knees. Andrew had teased her that she looked like a pirate whenever she wore this outfit. It only made her want to wear it as much as possible. For the past 2 years, Leanne had seemed very happy in Dinotopia, but every now and then a strange sadness would come into her eyes. It would never last long. Andrew guessed that she was missing her home and family in China. What else could it be? Hi, Leanne, Andrew said. Hi yourself, Leanne responded. You look upset. Are you all right? Worried about Thumbtail? Leanne studied Andrew's tense features for a moment. What? There's something else. I know you. With a sigh, Andrew relented and told Leanne about the hooded figure on the road. Why didn't you tell anyone about this? Leanne asked. Andrew shrugged. I don't know. I guess I was afraid no one would believe me. Why? Leanne asked, surprised. Well, you've got to admit, it does sound pretty far-fetched. A dinosaur in armor carrying weapons. Why not a man with wings or a tree that came alive and did a little jig? Excuse me. Most people wouldn't take something like that too seriously, especially coming from me, someone who's always telling stories. You're being too hard on yourself. If you said you really saw this, people would totally believe you. Do you believe me? Yes, Leanne said, but maybe you were right not to mention anything. Everyone's already worried over poor Thumbtail. Let's not panic them. Andrew swallowed hard. Leanne, what if there are more of those hooded saurians and they attack our caravan? He ran away, didn't he? Leanne said. It sounds as if you scared him as much as he scared you. I hope you're right, said Andrew, thinking about the savage ferocity in the dinosaur's eyes. And those weapons. I just wish we knew for sure. We'll have the Shantungosaurus with us. He's 50 feet long. I think we'll be safe. She saw that Andrew wasn't entirely convinced. She raised a single eyebrow. You're my family, and you know I care about you, but sometimes I think you're a little overdramatic. Sorry, just comes naturally, I guess. Leanne put her hand on her hips and gave Andrew a little grin. There's something I think you should see, she said. Come on. Leanne took Andrew's hand and led him upstairs to a small library. Inside a robed dinosaur, not a robbed dinosaur, a robed dinosaur, was studying a scroll on a reading machine. The Troodon, also known as a Dinotopian, stood on a treadmill connected to a podium. The scroll was loaded into the viewing window in the podium. By taking a step or two, the dinosaur could pull down the scroll and continue reading. Andrew drew back when he saw the dinosaur. For a brief moment, he thought he was looking at the hooded dinosaur he'd met on the road. The dinosaur reading the scroll had the same large eyes and tooth-filled snout. Without disturbing him, Andrew and Leanne went downstairs again. That's Malik the timekeeper from Waterfall City, Leanne said. He stopped off here to visit friends before going on to the Dinosaur Olympics. Oh? Said Andrew. He's a peace-loving Troodon as you'll ever meet. The dinosaur you saw on the road Did he look like Malik? Yes, said Andrew, except for what scared me, the armor and the weapons. Are you sure the Troodon you say wore armor and not just some shiny jewelry? The sword, could it have been a walking stick? Well, and what you took for an axe might have been some kind of tool for climbing, right? I suppose. So, Leon said, I'm gaslighting you. Just kidding. Are you sure you didn't overreact just a little? So I was right. Andrew rubbed his head. Well, when you put it that way, I guess I Gesundheit. I was pretty shook up. And with the lightning and all, it was hard to see. Andrew and Leon turned as Ned appeared in the doorway. The older boy's features were bold and strong. His dark vest had been handmade by Andrew's mother. The powder blue shirt and leggings he wore had been a gift from Andrew's father. There you are, Ned said brightly. We need you, Andrew. Really? Asked Andrew. The older boy nodded. We've got a long ride ahead of us. People are upset. They need you to entertain them with some stories. It would help take their minds off Thumbtail. Come on, we're just about to leave. Ned turned and hurried off. Leon smiled and put her hand on Andrew's back. Andrew said, Do you think I should tell Ned? If you want to, Leon said. I'm sure he won't say anything if that's what you want. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of silly about the whole thing now. They went outside and joined the caravan. Andrew rode in the cart that would be used to pull Thumbtail. More than a dozen other humans and saurians were with him. Andrew told many of the stories he had heard in Prosperin that day. He wove his tales with such enthusiasm that his companions managed to forget their troubles for a time. Finally, Andrew tried an experiment. He told the group about his encounter with the cloaked figure, but he made it clear that it was just another story. Andrew wanted to see how his neighbors would react. I came up to it, Andrew said. It turned, and in the lightning I could see its face. Good people, it looked like one of the meat-eaters from the rainy basin wearing armor and carrying a sword, but I could say anything. Before I could say anything, I let out a scream that just about scared me out of my skin. It's all good. I'm like, it's right there.
How did
It bounced. Careful.
hide it?
Yeah, everything's fine. Sorry, I have some gumminess stuck in my teeth, so I'm like. Before I could say anything, I let out a scream that just about scared me out of my skin. There was a collective gasp. You know, Andrew said, there's always the chance that I really did see the dinosaur. Oh, sure, and I saw a unicorn, said Glover and Othniel, nibbling on a vast garden salad he carried with him in a bowl. Glover looked very much like a scaly, oversized rabbit. He had a brown hide and a tan underbelly. Remember the day Andrew said he saw a unicorn? Really had us going on that one. What a clever and playful boy. I remember about the unicorn, said another story. Andrew talked one of us into wearing a horn just so Leon could see what one would look like. That was sweet. Raising an eyebrow, Joseph turned to face his friends. I rather like this new story so far. Mysterious and dark, true, but not all tales can be bright and fluffy. What say the rest of you? Several others agreed. A 10-year-old boy with straight black hair and brown saucer-like eyes said, I like the stories where you can fly. Tell one of those. A plump woman in a blue frock said, No, I prefer the ones where lightning struck him as a child, giving him his curly hair. Andrew's mother winked at him and blew him a gentle kiss. A gaunt, sour-looking gentleman leaned back. I'm sorry, young Andrew, I prefer your tale about the lad who had to chase his shadow from one end of the earth to the other. This story is not as thrilling. I guess you've got a point, Andrew said. Who could believe a story like that, right? The humans and saurians laughed. Troodons in armor, carrying weapons. Really? Andrew looked at Leanne. She smiled at him sympathetically. Ned caught this secretive exchange, but said nothing. Chapter 4. Everyone's gaslighting Andrew.
Ellery says, oh no, Andrew is Jake from Animorphs. The girl I like looks like my mom.
Oh no.
And then he said, unless I misheard, which is possible. And then Cameron, oh, I'm not being heard very loudly, sorry. Cameron says, I saw both the live action adaptations and the animated movie. Ever seen those new speculative evolution art of dinosauroids? I have not.
I have not.
And then Natty said, "Gabe, don't." I think she said, "Don't you dare," in reference to asking about Animorphs from last night. And then with
Oh,
like Gabe is shocked when you were like,
why? Why did he eat skunk baby?
fucking, something nature.
Oh gosh. Then turns back into a human and is just like, oh, my stomach feels kind of weird. Sorry, Mom, I'm not hungry. Why? I had skunk for dinner.
Well, see, the thing is, Tobias stayed in war for 2 fuck as a fuck.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a lot.
that's unfortunate.
Does Tobias turn back into a human ever? I have no idea, because I've never read them before. I'm just along for the ride. The sun was high by the time the rescue team managed to extract Thumptail from the sinkhole. The dinosaur roared with pain, as his leg was eased out of its trap. He was loaded onto a cart pulled by a much larger dinosaur. The Shantungosaurus was more than 50 feet long. It was heavy and squat with a short neck. Alternating splotches of lime and forest green covered its body. Andrew stayed with Thumptail while other members of the rescue party set and bandaged his leg to keep his mind off the pain. Andrew told Thumptail a story about the hare and the stars. So we have 3 little animals who are really good friends, Andrew said, a hare, an otter, and a jackal. They find out that the humans have a wise custom. One day out of every month, the people go around the city and share their food with any who are hungry. This is a nice story, Thumptail said. The dinosaur's pain was still great, but he was relieved to be off the road and out of the ditch. The 3 animals' friends decided that if the people can do it, they can too. They each hoard food, then go in search of the needy. These are good little animals. Yes, they are, Andrew said. Thumptail yawned. I'm sorry. How rude. No, it's good. Oh, I'm gonna yawn. Andrew said, stroking the side of the dinosaur's face. Rub my head, Thumptail said. Sure, Andrew said. The dinosaur cooed with relief. Andrew continued the story, explaining the otter found fish, the jackal went into town and scavenged through the garbage for meat. Meat eaters, Thumptail said. Blech. Andrew laughed. It's another culture, if you say. This is really the hare's story. He collects up a bunch of grass and carries it with him, but when he finds someone who is hungry, he realizes his mistake. Humans don't eat grass. He's sworn to provide a meal for a hungry person, yet he has nothing to give, nothing except himself. Humans, you see, love to eat the flesh of the hare.
Oh no.
Well, that's dark. Barbaric. True, but you're not going to have someone eat the little bunny, are you? Don't worry, don't worry. Let me tell the story, all right? Thumptail grunted cautiously. Thumptail and I are thinking the same thing. Oh, I just noticed the are they? Oh no, they're not. I thought for a second it was like a flip book type thing with the Dinotopia chapters, but never mind. It's just a cute little boy holding reaching out his hand to touch the cute little dinosaur. It's just a cute little picture of a boy and a dinosaur. Anyway, the hungry old man laughs at the idea that this animal would give up its life to help him, so few humans would do the same. That's not how things are on Dinotopia, Thumptail said proudly. I know, but there are a lot of places in the world that don't know our ways. Now, do you want the rest of the story or not? Thumptail yawned again. Uh-huh. The old man reminds the hare that is forbidden on this special day for men to kill animals. The hare tells the old man to build a fire. When it is good and hot, the hare leaps in. Oh no! Don't worry, he isn't hurt. For some reason, the hare doesn't burn. The little rabbit wonders how this is possible. It turns out that the old man is a wandering spirit. The spirit is so moved by the hare's willingness to sacrifice itself for others that it casts an image of the hare into the night stars. That way, the hare's courage and love, so much brighter than anything the spirit had seen before, will never be forgotten. That's it. Thumptail was having trouble keeping his eyes open. Did you make that one up? No, I just heard it somewhere. Now sleep. Had to hear the end of it. Then Thumbtail whispered, "There are no buddies in the stars. Make it a bear next time." With that, Thumbtail drifted off to sleep. Andrew smiled. He knew he had lessened his friend's pain a little. The story, as it had first been told to him, actually involved a hare and the moon. It was one of the first stories that led to the legend of the man in the moon. Andrew had changed it to the stars for effect. Someone behind Andrew cleared his throat, and Andrew started, sorry. He was like, ah. And he turned and saw Ned. "See, I told you we needed you," Ned said with a grin. "You did a good job calming everyone down, especially Thumbtail." Andrew smiled. "Thanks. Hey, have you thought any more about the storytelling competition since we talked about it last?" Andrew studied his shoes. "No," he said. The older boy smiled. "Let me tell you something. My daddy back in Louisiana taught me. Daddy always said, you got two choices in life. You can wait for lightning to strike you, or you can look for a storm. You see, Andrew, Leon and I are leaving for the Dinosaur Olympics tomorrow. We'd like you to come with us. Just think about it. That's all you have to promise me for now." Square? Square. It was Ned's shorthand for fair and square, or "Is that okay with you?" Andrew shrugged. "Okay, I'll think about it." The rescue party was finishing with Thumbtail's leg, and someone called to Ned. Thinking about what Ned had said, Andrew wandered off into another direction. He walked and walked through the grass and trees until he realized he'd left the entire rescue party behind. Though he had no particular destination in mind, Andrew soon found himself staring at the hillock where he had encountered the strange hooded creature. He suddenly felt drawn to it. Go back there, he thought? What good would that do? What would it prove? His feet ached from all the walking, so he sat at the side of the dirt road and took off his sandals. As he massaged his feet, he noticed that his footprints were clearly visible to the road. Looking more closely, he could see the tracks left him from the rescue party this morning, along with what seemed to be his footprints from the previous night. Was it possible that the hooded dinosaur had left tracks behind too? His discomfort already forgotten, Andrew eased his sandals on again and walked to the hillock. He was careful not to disturb any evidence. After a few moments, Andrew found his own tracks leading to the hillock, and then the tracks leading away. The tracks leading away were deeper. That didn't surprise him. He had run away in terror. Andrew walked a little further, gasping as he discovered the tracks left by the hooded figure. The dinosaur had 3 toes. That much was clear, but the second toe left a mark, more in keeping with a claw. A deep divot had been dug where each of the second toe prints should have been. Definitely a Troodon, like Malik, Andrew thought. Andrew followed Dinosaur's trail into the valley and across a wide field. As he climbed out of the valley, he noticed a rock formation in the distance. It was gray and white with streaks of yellow and pink. With a start, Andrew realized it was the unusual ride he noticed from the road the day before. The rise he had seen the day before. The longer Andrew stared at it, the more certain he was that he was looking at spires and towers. This was not a natural rock formation. It was Halcyon, the lost city. Andrew ran toward it, laughing with excitement. How many times had he been on the road for the grindstone to Prosperine and gone right past it without paying any attention? The lost city had been here all that time, and Andrew knew about Halcyon was that it had been a walled city built out of the side of the mountain. People said a natural disaster, and some sort had destroyed it. Now Andrew examined the walls of the city that seemed to grow from stone. Erosion and decay had cracked the surface. The city's spires and globes were chipped and sunken. They looked half-formed. As far as Andrew could tell, there wasn't any way into the city. All of the entrances had collapsed and filled with rubble. Andrew walked around the city's half-buried main gates for several minutes before noticing a gap in the stone wall 100 feet above. The gap was almost perfectly square and had been a window. It had to be a window, decided Andrew. With the right equipment, someone could scale the wall and enter what had been Halcyon. What a story that would make. A glint of light caught Andrew's attention. He turned and saw something lying in the dirt. It was near the base of the wall, almost directly beneath the window. Crouching, Andrew picked it up. The boy's jaw fell open. It was an armlet, a chunk of metal designed to wrap around an arm of a warrior. God, I need a tissue. Like, my sinus.
Oh no.
How are the dinosaurs today?
They're so great. Oh. Whoopsies.
That one's less great.
That
That
one got eaten by a hawk.
I need to reunite it with its friends in the basket.
Friendship. Dinosaur friendship.
Dinosaur friendship. Be a great name for a band. I can't tell you how much I love having just like a short little
I know,
book
right?
to read. You guys have no idea. We're already almost at chapter 5. Part of a suit of armor, perhaps. Armor? Warriors? He hadn't been seeing things after all, but there had been no warfare on Dinotopia for very long time. Centuries, millennia? Andrew wasn't sure. Such things had never interested him. Violence was not the stuff of his tales. He stared at the armlet. How had this relic remained unaffected by the elements for so long? It should have been rusted through. Instead, it was shiny and bright. Intricate patterns were carved into the armlet, designs unlike anything Andrew had ever seen. Was it some kind of writing? Perhaps it was a language that had been lost when Halcyon fell? Andrew looked up at the window. Someone had cut that opening recently. Andrew thought it was too perfectly square and unweathered to be as old as the rest of the walls. Whoever had made the opening had dropped this armlet. The thieves, perhaps, or strangers fond of cloaks and hoods. Andrew Lawton, a voice hollered. Where are you? Andrew looked up. One of his father's friends had been sent to find him. Rolling up his sleeve, Andrew slipped the armlet on. Then he rolled the sleeve down and ran back in the direction of the road. He never noticed the tiny flickers of light that came from the window above or the eyes that followed his every move. Dun dun dun. Here you go. Look at how much progress we're already making.
Whoa, page 28. Wow.
The ratio of how much we've read to the book itself is so good. What's up? Let's see. I think Tobias wishes he could be human again. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah. That got real dark real fast. I assumed the animals were giving food to other non-human animals. I did too. But it ended happily, so that was good. The bunny who mixes medicine on the moon is an East Asian folktale myth. If I remember it correctly, that's cool. I don't remember the specific details of the myth folktale, unfortunately, or I'd share more about it. Thank you for that information, Ellery. That one is Timmy. That one is Jimmy. The Timmy Power Hour.
Oh gosh, I remember that when I was younger. Weren't there like 3 of them?
It was a big crossover special. Hi, Chris. Good afternoon.
Oh, Jimmy. I wish Jimmy Neutron lasted more seasons, but
Yeah.
I guess Fairly Odd Parents had more longevity to it.
I think Jimmy Neutron was the better of the shows, though. But that might be a controversial take, but you know.
I mean, I like Jimmy because he was smart, but I mean, but Timmy's more popular, it seems.
Yes, 3. There was like an episode of Jimmy Neutron. There was an episode of Fairly Odd Parents, and then there was like a special in the middle. So it was a third episode where.
Oh yeah, I remember they were trying to make like a cool creature they could like fight, but then instead of saying typing in adoptable, Timmy typed in adaptable, and they're like, we must defeat this character.
Oh boy. Yeah, Natty C says, nah, Jimmy was better.
Okay, cool. Not too controversial. That night, Andrew went looking for Leanne. She ruined with a
Triceratops named Henna, a gold-skinned dinosaur with a small horned face. Henna let Andrew into her home. Leon's room was an addition around back. It had once served as a work area for Henna's late husband, so it was very large. Outside, Leon's room was a small plot of barren earth. After he'd first met Leon, Andrew had learned the importance of gardens to many Chinese people. He'd asked Leon why she hadn't made herself a garden. I am not worthy of a garden, Leon had said flatly. Andrew had never brought up the subject again. The door of Leon's room opened. Henna patted Andrew's shoulder and said she had work to do. She left the boy alone. Andrew went to the doorway. Before he could call Leon's name, he heard her moving about inside. Come in, she said. Leon was on the floor performing an exercise to loosen her muscles. She wore an outfit he'd never seen before. Black slacks and a matching tunic with traditional yin and yang symbols embroidered on the right breast and the left sleeve. Various symbols of peace and serenity from Dinotopia had also been sewn onto the outfit. Andrew looked around the rest of Leon's room. As far as he knew, only the 8 small statues that sat on the edge of on a ledge in the corner and a strange musical instrument had been salvaged from the shipwreck that had brought Leon to Dinotopia. A large, beautiful rug woven by Henna hung upon the far wall. I can come back, he said, worried that he was interrupting her. Don't be silly. Why did you come by? To play Go? Leon gestured toward a board with the small black and white tokens. It was a replica of a strategy game from her native country. She had taught the Dinotopians to play. The Saurians had made up their own version called Tooth and Nail. No, said Andrew. It's that hooded dinosaur I saw. I've got another story to tell. Andrew quickly... Oh, there's a bug.
Oh no!
And it flew on my nose.
Oh no! Ah! It's fine.
Why?
Everything's fine.
The universe is like, hey, we know you're not suffering with Model Land or Imagines anymore. Now we're gonna make a bug fly in your nose. Hopefully it's out.
What the hell, Daddy says. Jimmy Neutron had more development for characters other than the protagonists, unlike Fairly Odd Parents. Yes, they did. Whoop. I covered the movie ages ago on this channel, back when I was still sitting on the floor making videos.
Oh, I love the Jimmy Neutron movie, and he sent the video to aliens, and then
Yes.
the aliens came, and people were like, "You're dumb, Jimmy," and it's like, how is he supposed to know that they weren't good aliens?
And then Sir Patrick Stewart and Martin Short did the voices of the 2 main aliens, and they were lovely.
Oh, that makes things so much better.
You made a mistake.
No, said Andrew. It's that hooded dinosaur I saw. I've got another story to tell. Andrew quickly told her of his journey to the Lost City. Rolling up his sleeve, he took off the armlet and handed it to her. Don't you see, he said. The dinosaur I met on the road must have dropped this. Maybe he's in Halcyon. Excuse me. Maybe this came from someone else. Leon said, gaslighting him yet again.
Gaslighting yet again.
Staring at the armlet, and it stranged his eyes.
That bitch is here. Hello.
Oh, that's not that's not nice to say. No, that's literally
That's
their
the
name.
That's the name.
I'm that B. That I like the season 12 version of RuPaul's I'm that B word. Anyway, I want to try to get inside the Lost City. It shouldn't be too hard. You have your climbing gear for that event you entered in the Olympics. We'll have a great time. We? Asked Leon. Well, Leon looked up and handed the armlet back to Andrew. I was thinking of the 2 of us, said Andrew. Maybe Ned too. What about your parents? And Hannah? I think they'd spoil the fun if they tagged along. Leon frowned at him. You know what I mean. Andrew shrugged. I've got it all planned out. I'll come with you and Ned tomorrow to the Dinosaur Olympics. Andrew nodded. Wagons come along twice a week to take people across the island. We'll tell our parents we've gone to meet one of those to take us to the Olympics. We'll leave a couple of hours early and take a look at the Lost City. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back and meet the wagon. If we're having fun, we can catch the next wagon in a few days. No one will think twice about our being gone. No one will worry. Aren't you scared of running into that dinosaur with the sword? Asked Leon. Kinda, but I figure we'll be careful not to draw attention to ourselves. We'll just see what's going on and then get out again. Besides, as you said, he didn't do anything to me. I was just startled. Uh-huh. I was, she grinned. I believe you. So you'll do it, Andrew said. I don't know, Leon said. What makes you think I'd be interested? It sounds risky. Andrew looked at her sideways. You love taking risks. I do. Sure, Andrew said. Besides, you went to Skyback's camp. I know you learned lots of useful stuff there, and you're a really good climber. Leanne leaned in close. What do you think we'd find there? Something to tell stories about? You already tell wonderful stories, Andrew frowned. Most of the stories I heard from someone else or read. I want a story that's all mine, from something I discovered. I would love to tell a tale of adventure and danger, of secrets and mysteries. You know, scary things, Leanne grinned. Yes, your mother was telling me a story like that. She was, Andrew said. She was collecting your laundry and telling me how frightening it was. Leanne, all right, Leanne said, laughing. So will you go with me? Yes. Really? Leanne had given in far too easily. Wait a minute. You have your own reasons, don't you? A sudden fire came into Leanne's eyes. Andrew, there's something I want to show you, but you have to promise to keep an open mind. All right. Leanne went to her dresser, opened a drawer, and removed several dozen candles. With Andrew's help, she positioned the candles throughout the room and lit them. She knelt before her bed and drew out a long, plain wooden box. She reached into her sleeve and drew out a key. Remember that part about having an open mind? Asked Leanne. Andrew nodded.
Sorry.
It's all good. Go close the door. What I'm going to show you is very private. He went to the door and closed it. Now stay like that. Don't turn around, said Leanne. Okay, he replied, staring at a closed door. What? You're not going to turn into salt or anything, are you? Behind him, is that a reference to that story where the family's fleeing the city and the mom's like, oh, I forgot something, and turns into salt?
Yeah.
I'm
The
like,
biblical one.
oh, God. Thanks, Dinotopia. Something I didn't really want to be reminded of, but, you know. Behind him, he heard a lock click, and the lid lift the lid of the box come open. Excuse me? Asked Leanne. A story I know about a man named Lot. Leanne began moving with what little furniture she had. The bed went up against the wall. Her low stools were next, then the box. Don't know that story, said Leanne. I'll tell it to you sometime. It's about trust and patience. Leanne was silent. Andrew heard the rustling of cloth, then a whoosh as something cut through the air like a wing of the skybacks. What was she doing? Can I look now? Said Andrew. No, you have to promise me something first. What's that? When I say you can look, that's all you can do. No more talking, not until I'm done. Done with what? You'll see. I'll tell you when it's all right to talk. Burning up with curiosity, Andrew agreed. And you have to promise, really promise to keep an open mind. That's two somethings. Promise. Okay. Finally, for several long seconds. Or he waited for several long seconds. Finally, she said, now. Kidding. Chapter 6.
Got the setup, but
Congratulations, Avery. It's all good. As a man, I think it should be important that I should get the results because men give good results. I don't know.
I'm going
I'm
to
just
a
kidding.
wedding shower right now. Yay! That bitch is going to a wedding.
Avery, no, it's her handle.
That's her handle. I wouldn't call somebody that without permission.
I'm the fee. I'm the fee. I'm the fee. That's the way it is. Don't you be that rich, but you ain't. But you ain't that B word. It's unanimous.
LOL, what a read, Joss says. Hello, Joss. Okay, but the gender bending episode of Fairly Odd Parents is just That's what Joss said.
Oh gosh.
I don't remember enough of Fairly Odd Parents.
I remember Timmy in a dress, but I don't know if that was the episode that's being discussed or just a random disguise. I just remember when Timmy befriended his crush, and his crush took the picture of the crush and her best friend, and she cut it in half, and you just see the friend on like an escalator carrying shopping bags being like, the pain.
Oh no.
But yeah.
Ah, children's shows of our youth.
Oh, SpongeBob. I'm sure youth of today are gonna look at it and be like, "Oh, this is fine," and then they're like, "This is what I really watch," and we're just like, "What?"
Short chapters are giving me serotonin, guys. You have no idea what we've been through.
The joy of short chapters.
The joy of short chapters, the joy of 34 pages actually looking like a decent chunk of a book.
Oh my god, 34 pages on the other two books was nothing.
It literally looked like nothing.
Like, did we even read today?
Chapter 6. Andrew turned and gasped at the sight before him. Leon had a sword. A sword! Memories of his encounter on the road flooded back to him. He remembered his fear at the sight of the dinosaur's weapon. Had the creature lost its sword? Had Leon gone back and found it? Andrew knew Leon would never hurt him or anyone else in the island. He just hoped she wouldn't hurt herself. Liam stood with her back to Andrew, the sword in the two-handed grip. In a two-handed grip. The sword's surface gleamed in the candlelight. Liam stared up at the sky through an opening cut into a ceiling. Directly below the opening, at Leon's feet, was a small pool filled with shimmering water. Leon had explained that almost every Chinese dwelling had such an opening in the ceiling and a pool beneath it to catch rainwater. It was called the Well of Heaven. Suddenly, Leon burst into motion. "Hi!" she cried. Her sword flashed, and two candles were extinguished at once. Andrew had to bite his lip to keep from shouting in amazement. Leon had spun the sword so fast he'd barely seen it. Leon whispered her sword over her head in a fluid, circular motion and leapt into air. Spinning, she lashed out with the sword again. Her feet barely touched the ground, and she struck out half a dozen more candles. One snapped in half, sending its flaming head into the waters of the pool. It hissed as it struck. The room grew darker. "Hi!" Leon cried again as she flashed the sword over her head, slicing apart another candle hanging from the ceiling. She danced around the room, lunging and retreating, slicing the air one by one. Candles flickered and faded. For a moment, Leon was still. Then she rushed forward, spinning, turning, striking in all directions, her sword just a blur. Once, twice, 3 times, darkness fell upon the room. It was eerie and beautiful, only a few candles remaining. Finally, Leon sheathed her sword. She walked over to the 8 tiny statues and said a quick prayer. At last she said, "It's all right to talk, Andrew." Andrew let out a long breath. "That was amazing. What you just did, I mean, although it was a kind of scary at first. I've never actually seen someone with a sword, except that for that dinosaur on the road." Leon suddenly interrupted. "I wanted you to understand that just because that dinosaur carried a sword didn't mean he was evil or dangerous. I own a sword, and I don't go around attacking people." "Oh," Andrew said softly. "Did I insult you when I said how much the dinosaur's sword scared me?" Leon laughed. "No. Where'd you get a sword anyway?" Leon went to the corner of the room where the wood box waited, and she set the sword inside it. Then she closed the box and locked it. "I inherited it from my uncle." Andrew looked at the box with Leon's sword. "I was taught that weapons are enemies, even to their owners. That's what everyone on Dinotopia believes." Leon nodded. "I know, and I don't disagree with the idea. That's why I tell very few people that I have my uncle's sword, and that's why I kept it locked up. I don't want someone getting curious and hurting themselves or someone by accident." This feels like an analogy for responsible gun ownership. Like, I keep it locked up, and I don't plan to use it. I just have it. Or something.
Mm-hmm.
Where was I? "Why not just get rid of it then?" Leon sighed heavily. "Sorry," Andrew said. "I guess that wasn't very open-minded of me, huh? My uncle taught me that a warrior's sword carries a part of the warrior's spirit within it, so it's very special to me. I continue the exercise he taught me to honor his memory." Andrew nodded. He still felt uncomfortable with the idea of his friend owning a weapon, but he could understand the spiritual meaning it held for her, and she did keep it locked away. Your uncle must have meant a lot to you, Leon turned to face her friend. He trained me in secret to become a warrior. In secret? Why? Andrew asked. In my homeland, women don't become warriors. They cook and clean and look after children. Andrew shrugged. There's nothing wrong with those things. We all do that here. Yes, Leon agreed. She shook her head. But the irony is that I can be anything I want here. Anything except a warrior. Suddenly, Leon laughed. I know what my uncle would have said about my performance tonight. Inexcusable. Andrew frowned. But you were incredible. No, Leon said. A good warrior is supposed to blow out the candles with a breeze from her sword. I never should have touched the candles. I left the candles lit, and two I cut in half. It was probably because I was here. I distracted you. Besides, you're not a warrior. Warriors fight and die. They hurt people. They defend. They honor their masters. In Dinotopia, you're your own master. Leon shook her head. There's no way you can understand. I can't help but wonder if there are people or dinosaurs in the Lost City who might be more like me. Maybe they would understand. Andrew smiled. Well, there's only one way to find out. Chapter 7.
Whoa.
Hi, Rex. I was taking a shower. Anyway, my uncle going to pick me up, and he's going to take me to my grandparents, and it's going to take half an hour. Oh, well, I hope that's fun when you get there, at least. I'm a car trip person, so I'm just like, ooh, I'm like a dog. I'm like, who ride in the car?
What adventures are we going on today? I like driving. Sometimes I don't like getting to the destinations. It's not the case coming here. I like driving here, but there's
Yay.
sometimes driving where I'm just like, what a nice drive.
You probably like it more that we're not reading Modelander Imagines anymore.
We're not groaning every 5 seconds or being like, Tyra, why? She's 15. Because we had to say that a lot.
I mean, there was that kind of sketchy thing in the beginning where we're like, does this sound like a slur to you?
Yep.
But you know, we had all of those things in Imagines and Monoland and a bunch of other stuff we didn't want to talk about.
Gosh, luckily this is great. A lovely story.
Oh, I think you
2 pages.
were not.
It's only it's
Only
Yeah.
looks like it's a
2, 4, 6, 7.
Oh my god, a whole 7 pages.
7
horror.
pages.
What was that one? 50-something, 60-something pages you had to read?
Which one? The Kardashian, the Nick Bateman, or the Tom Hiddleston?
Yep, all of those.
Oh gosh, but then you had to read the Justin Bieber one, and that was hecka problematic.
Oh, I had blocked it out for a second.
Oh no, I reminded you of trauma.
It's okay. Hi, Star. Welcome. We're reading Dinotopia Lost City today. I do like how we can kind of just pick up in the middle. This is technically book 4, but like they're all their own like little stories, so we can find more Dinotopia books one day and read them, but it won't be confusing.
Yay. Morning had arrived, bringing with it a sweltering wave of heat. Andrew, Ned, and Leon had left hours earlier and were now trudging down the road to Prosperin. Having fun? Asked Ned. Loads, answered Andrew, the sweat pouring into his eyes. Actually, he was. The 3 travelers carried heavy supply packs, and the sun was hot, but these discomforts seemed insignificant. They were on their way to explore the Lost City.
So real quick, Star says, a not crazy book? We're like, gasp. I mean, it might be crazy in its own way, but it might not be super problematic, hopefully.
We don't have to censor ourselves.
Except for that one time in the beginning of the book. We're not sure about that one time.
The whatasaurus?
Anyway, how long is Dinotopia? Anyway, Rex says, just like 120-something pages. A very short, if not, a normal, if not short book. Very nice.
Hooray.
We're used to on this channel because we read children's books, and usually people understand that children's books aren't that long, which always annoyed me because I was a big reader as a kid, and I was just like, why do they think I can't read like the grown-ups? So then I like the really long books, but now I'm just like, this is nice. This isn't Imagines.
Out of nowhere, Justin Bieber appeared on the road.
No!
Just then, a T-Rex appeared on the road
Much better.
and ate Justin Bieber,
Oh.
but then got a stomachache and walked away. Justin Bieber was fine.
Threw him back up like the Titan god in the old Greek mythologies.
Yeah. Too much hairspray. On the long walk, Andrew had told Ned about the lost city and his plan to investigate it. Ned agreed to come along, provided Andrew was in charge. The older boy thought it was nice to have someone else giving the orders for a change. Andrew had been reluctant to accept the position as expedition leader, but Ned insisted. Andrew never saw the quick wink the older boy gave Leon. Leon smiled broadly and sang a song that Ned had taught her. And the haters gonna hate. It had been a favorite back in Louisiana. The Buffalo Gals, won't you come out tonight and dance by the light of the moon?
You've never heard that song? Buffalo Gals, won't you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight. Buffalo Gals, won't you come out tonight and dance by the... Yeah.
I've never heard that.
It's an old timey song. They sing it in why am I blanking? It's a Wonderful Life. There you go.
Or I'm just is it though? Sorry. I just remember hearing a recap of that movie and I'm like, but the mean boss never got any comeuppance. I can't wait for the movies that come out where like the bosses get like comeuppance, because usually it's like I'm happy now, everything's forgiven, but it's like, no, we must punish them.
This generation, recessions and minimum wage jobs that don't pay enough money for that. We're gonna be like, no, they're gonna get their what's coming to them.
Exactly. We need a anime redemption arc. They need to get better.
Natty hasn't heard that song either. I mostly know it from It's a Wonderful Life.
It's a small world after all.
It's a small world after all. Oh God.
It's a small world. Sorry, everybody. Leon danced back to the two boys and eased between them. She took Andrew's right arm and Ned's left and sang, "Buffalo Gals, won't you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight." Ned joined her. "Buffalo Gals, won't you come out tonight?" Then Andrew chimed in and danced by the light of the moon. Yeah, or I'm just imagining me going to Dinotopia and trying to teach people the songs I know, but I don't know the words. So it's just like da 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 da. I don't know the words.
They're just shocked by our modern music.
Oh, what are these lyrics? What, the haters going to hate? Shake it off? Shake what off? I'm so confused.
Teach the adults of Dinotopia WAP. That was not child appropriate, just the adults. Sorry.
I don't know why that's so funny.
I'm so Natty goes, Avery, I said the adults. I said just for the adults. Not child appropriate, just the adults.
No, I'm just imagining like the people in like tunics and or just like old people dressed up like they're going to Ren Fair, like doing that dance associated with that song.
Daddy says, "Wow, you made a Maddie comment. Look, it's fine for adults to listen to WAP. I would not listen. I would not show it to a child." For several reasons, but you know.
Oh, I remember someone, I think they have a Kids Bop version, but I remember someone talking about like what would be the Kids Bop version, and someone was like Wings and Pizza.
Oh yeah, apparently that's a parody, but I was like, man, the fact that I couldn't tell it was a parody says a lot about Kids Bop.
I'm just the poor writer for Kids Bop trying to now I'm gonna sit on my couch and eat some wings and pizza.
You know what my favorite Kids Bop fun fact is? You know Old Town Road?
Yes.
So, you know the line in Old Town Road that's like, "Cheated on my baby, you can go and ask it." You know that song, you know that line, "Cheated on my baby, you can go and ask her"?
Yes.
What do you think they changed it to? A wild guess.
Beatboxing, I don't know.
It's a trick question. They didn't change it. They let a 9-year-old say cheated on my baby. You can go and ask her.
Oh no. Ain't
Yeah.
nobody tell me nothing. I remember when that song was so popular, then Little Nas X was like, "Hey, I'm gay," and everyone's like, "It's a terrible song." Well, not everybody, but the people who are upset.
Well, it's like poor Chris from the Mr. Beast crew is just like, I use all pronouns and I'm on hormone replacement therapy, and everybody's like, Mr. Beast, how could you? And Mr. Beast is like, this is a McDonald's, sir. I don't care. It's weird that you care.
Or it's like that I'm doing this to my body and I'm loving the results because I am who I want to be.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm loving it.
Mind your own business.
Oh gosh, I remember the picture going around where it's of Bud Light and it's like LOL like crybabies or something, or it's like LOL crybabies, and people were like, ah. But then I remember reading somewhere how it's like that's not a real ad, that's not a real uh billboard, it's just like a picture, and I was just like, oh, still stands though.
Still stands though.
Anyway, Leanne looked down at the hand she had used to squeeze Andrew's cheek. "You're so sweaty," Leanne said, wiping her hand off on Andrew's shirt. "Yuck. Thank you," Andrew said, shaking his head and causing the sweat to fly at his companions. Leanne pulled away from him and nearly tripped Ned. Then she stopped, threw back her head, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Andrew and Ned covered their ears. "Why'd you do that?" Ned asked. Leanne shrugged. "Because I could. It's one of the reasons I love great open spaces. You can holler all you want and no one thinks you're crazy." "Right," Andrew said. "We don't think you're crazy." "Heck no," Ned said. "We know you're crazy," the boys said in unison. Leanne laughed, then fainted back and aimed kicks into the air. "Laugh while you can, boys. Ha!" Andrew looked over at Ned and smiled. The older boy returned the grin. The trio soaked their faces with water from the canteens they carried, then put damp towels on their heads for protection against the sun. Leanne pointed towards the rise in the distance and asked, "Is that it?" Andrew had seen Halcyon in his dreams the night before. In an excited whisper, he said, "That's it." Bum, ba, ba, ba. Bum, 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 ba-da-na, ba-na, bum, bum. After another half hour of walking and humming the Jurassic Park theme song, the three friends reached the Lost City and stood before the crumbling gates. The entrance was entirely blocked. Climbing the walls was the only way in. Andrew squinted up at the walls, looking for the window. The sun was in the worst possible position. It sat above and behind the mountain housing the Lost City, casting the area in shadow. Finally, Andrew pointed. "I can't see a thing," Ned said. Leanne stepped forward. "I see it. Both of you stand clear," Leanne muttered. She threw a stick of dynamite at the door. I'm just kidding. Leanne muttered something in Chinese as she readied a device similar to a crossbow. It was loaded with a special bolt that had a grappling hook at its head, and the tail of the bolt was a hole not unlike the eye of a needle. A strong cord was knotted there. It was linked to a spool that Leanne had set on the ground. Leanne took her time aiming for spot of darkness, a patch of nightmare black against the dark gray of the ruins. Ned suddenly spoke up. "Did I ever tell you how good I was at archery back in Louisiana?" he asked. Leanne shook her head. "If you can't get it in 3 tries, I want a shot." "Square?" "Sure." "Triangle?" said Leanne. "If that's all right with Andrew." The younger boy looked up in surprise. He'd been daydreaming about what they might find in the Lost City. "Fine." Leanne smiled, her eyes still glued to the window. "But I'm not going to miss." She fired. The bolt sailed through the air, the cord unspooling behind it. She held her breath as the bolt passed directly through the window, then slid back and clinked into place. She pulled on the cord, making sure it was taut.
What a girl boss.
"Yeah, you go, girl." "We're ready," she said. "Wow, 1 shot," Ned said, shaking his head in amazement. "I couldn't have done that. Course, you've got more experience with these things than I do. Didn't you win a championship in climbing?" She couldn't hide her smile. "2, actually." The rope was knotted at intervals of 1.5 feet. Leon explained to the boys the best way to climb it. Watch me, she said, putting on a pair of heavy gloves, and she started her ascent. Use your hands and feet. Leon effortlessly climbed the cord. In less than a minute, she was on the ledge. She tested the stonework, then climbed over, allowing one leg to dangle inside the lost city, the other outside. Can you see anything? Andrew called up. Leon peered into the darkness. Nothing. She examined the ledge itself. This is interesting. I just put my foot down and felt something. Some rocks must have fallen right about here. It might make getting down easier. I don't know. And there are marks in the stone ledge itself, deep grooves. They could have been made by claws. That must be how the dinosaur climbed up, Andrew said. Andrew, you're next, Leon called. Ned picked up one of the bags with their supplies and handed it to Andrew. The younger boy looped its strap over his shoulder and head. He began to shimmy off the cord. Andrew was halfway up when Ned accidentally stepped on the free end of the cord, pulling it taut. Andrew screamed with surprise as the cord slipped from his fingers. Regaining his grip, Andrew hugged the cord and spun in place for a moment. Ned hopped off the cord and looked up in dread. Are you all right? He cried. I'm okay, said Andrew, steeling his nerves. He took a deep breath and shimmied the rest of the way up the cord. Leon helped him onto the ledge. All right, he said, pulling the cord out behind. I go down first. You wait here to pull the cord back and throw it down to Ned. Leon tossed the rope inside the lost city. She got a firm grip, then quickly shimmied down. Then when Leon had reached the floor, Andrew hauled the rope back up, repositioned the grappling hook, and threw the line down to Ned. Yay-haw! Ned cried as he climbed the cord. The older boy kicked his legs out and made a show of climbing with only his hands. As he reached the ledge, Ned saw Andrew grinning. I just always wanted to say that, explained Ned. You should be more careful, Andrew warned. Ned chuckled. I know, I'm sorry. After Ned sat next to him on the ledge, Andrew repositioned the grappling hook and tossed the cord down to Leon. Taking a deep breath, he threw his legs over the side and started climbing down. As Leon had advised, Andrew used both his hands and feet. For a fleeting instant, he thought about showing off the way Ned had, but he wasn't sure he could climb down with just his hands. As he descended, Andrew noticed that the air was surprisingly thin and clear, not musty as he had expected. You're almost there, Leon coaxed. Suddenly, Andrew's feet struck the solid ground. He'd come down only about 15 or 20 feet. He looked around, but could see nothing. Your eyes will adjust, Leon said. I think this was some kind of storeroom. It's filled with tables and chairs and heavy boxes. Andrew yanked on the cord. Come on, Ned. Ned sat on the ledge, peering into the darkness. He's done crazier things than this back in Louisiana.
Hasn't everybody in Louisiana?
I was thinking like, no, he hasn't. He's been lying this whole time. He's done crazy. Or back in the days before his father had decided to send him abroad for his education. In fact, he kind of missed those wild days. With another joyous holler, Ned swung himself over the ledge without a thought to caution. Instantly, a sharp, terrible scraping sounded from above his head. The hook! It was coming free! Then the hook clanked firmly into place. Sighing heavily, Ned started to climb down the cord. Use your hands and feet, Leon called. Right, said Ned. I wasn't thinking. Ned had climbed down 2 more feet before he heard a scraping sound again. He didn't even have time to scream as the grappling hook sprang loose and he found himself tumbling down into the darkness.
Dun, dun.
Done. Chapter 8.
Woo!
That reminds me of the game called HQ. Hold on. Something.
We shall Google.
I have the app on my phone, but I haven't used it in a while. Just HQ. It's a trivia game. I think there's been a lot of controversy surrounding it. I think with money or something. But one of the guys who hosted the questions was like, question number 8, hope you're feeling great. So I'm like, chapter 8, hope you're feeling great.
Wow, and the font is so much bigger than Imagines was and Model Land was.
So much easier to read.
God.
Even though I still can't read very well.
You're reading great.
Oh, thanks.
I'm like, I told Spencer, I'm like, So I've never been like diagnosed with like dyslexia or whatever, but my whole life I've just been like, sometimes certain words my brain is just like has to look at it and then it like has to unscramble it and then I just keep going and I'm just like, wonder what that's all about, brain.
Oh no.
Holy ducking shoot, it's a dinosaur, Derprex says. And then before that, Derprex says, I put a spell on you, and now you're mine. Well, he said mind, but then he said mine. And he corrected.
Mine. Hello, Sanderson.
I put a spell on you.
No, I refuse.
Chapter 8. Andrew heard Ned... Sorry, I gotta move this a little bit. Sorry, that's a loud sound. Andrew heard Ned strike the floor. The oldest boy groaned. Ouch, that was pretty stupid, he said. Andrew's eyes were adjusting to the darkness just as Leon had said they would. He crouched down beside Ned. Are you all right? He asked. Leon positioned himself on Ned's other side. What's wrong? It's my leg, Ned said, almost apologetically. Sorry, I broke my leg, guys.
Oh no.
Leon examined Ned's leg. He gasped as she found the source of his pain. Your ankle twisted, Leon said. I don't think it's too bad, but it could be a sprain. We should find out for sure. Leon looked up at Andrew. I'm sorry about your adventure, Andrew. We have to get Ned out of here. I know, Andrew said. The last thing he was thinking about right now was fun. Ned's supply bag must have slipped off when he fell, said Leon. Do you see it anywhere? Andrew scanned the vast chamber. He could see shapes, but it was hard to make out the exact nature of each one. After running about, he finally saw where the bag had fallen. Leon already rounded up the cord and grappling hook. Andrew brought her bag, and together they looked through it. Liam found the crossbow device. It was snapped in two. She examined the grappling hook. Stones had fallen on it, flattening part of its claw-like grip. Both were useless. Looks like we're going to have to find another way out of here, Andrew said. Ned was very quiet as Andrew and Leon searched the area, looking for something Ned could use as a walking stick. Finally, he said, I'm really sorry about this. It's not your fault, Andrew replied. Ned shook his head. I shouldn't have been fooling around. Suddenly a high... Hang on, I need a tissue. My side.
No, not the sinus.
You guys, it looks like the upside... You know when, like, in Stranger Things when they're in the upside down and you like there's all the floaties in the air? It looks like that nowadays. Here in Georgia.
Oh gosh, I try not to go outside for long periods of time. And I'm usually looking at my phone when I'm outside, so I don't notice all the stuff lying around.
I looked out the window because our backyard is completely surrounded by trees, and it's very pretty when it all comes back into bloom this time of year. But I looked out the back, and it just looked, it looked like the upside down. There were all of the, like, floaties in the air, and I was like, ugh.
The Demogorgon's like, achoo, I can't deal with this right now.
Then he goes back.
Yes, the upside down.
Hi Tion, welcome. I'm new to your channel. Welcome. We are reading Dinotopia. I apologize for my sinuses. We are reading Dinotopia Lost City, to be exact. It is a fun little book. And it's definitely better than the other books we've read together.
Yes, very much so.
And so far not depressing, like the books that I've been reading on my own.
Animorphs is so sad.
Animorphs is so sad. California Diaries is so sad.
Oh. I don't know what's going on in California Diaries.
Well, book 12, one of the main plot lines is that one of the main characters' moms has cancer, and in book 12 she dies.
Oh.
It's so sad. I cried my way through the entire reading of that book. I was just like, I don't like it.
Why would they do that?
Let's see. Suddenly, a high chittering sound burst from the darkness. What's that? Andrew asked. The sound rose up from every corner of the room. Leon cocked her head to listen. Andrew, she said, whatever those things are, they're on every side of us. They seem small, so they're no threat? Andrew asked quickly. I'd like to think so, Leon said, but I can't. But I can name many predators that are also small. Okay, Andrew said. Start upending those tables. I'll do the same. We need to form a box around ourselves, some kind of defense. Andrew grabbed at the closest of the tables and turned it on its side. The corners of the room were immersed in total darkness. He could see nothing of the creatures making the noise. Leon dragged a table close. I can't stand not being able to help, Ned said. Just watch our backs, said Andrew. Right. Leon and Andrew pulled several tables together, forming a small fort. The creatures were coming closer. Their chittering was growing louder. Leon found 3 large sections of wood that they could use as shields. With Andrew's help, Leon wrapped the wooden shield and secured it to her arm. Andrew did the same, though he knew the shield would offer no protection at all from the creatures he had met on the road. Ned also fastened the shield to his arm. Suddenly, one of the creatures sprang from the darkness. Leon saw snapping jaws, tiny eyes, a body no larger than a length of her arm. She deflected it with her shield. Its weight made her rock back on her heels. Andrew, she warned. In an instant, they were under siege. The small creatures leapt at their little fort, banging against the tables. Andrew deflected any of the creatures that made it over the top. The tables moved again. Suddenly, out of the corner, Suddenly, one of the creatures flew right into Andrew's arms. The creature pawed up over Andrew's chest, its face over his, and started to lick him with a tiny, leathery tongue. What the? Andrew blurted out. The creature was patting Andrew's face with its tiny hands. Its tail beat a quick motion on his leg. It was trying to play. Leon, Andrew said, holding the creature the way he meant he might a puppy. I'm going to name this one Happy. What do you think? Squinting, Leon turned and saw what had terrified them so much. She relaxed and allowed the tiny creatures to flood into their encampment. Andrew petted Happy's head. The creature's skull bobbed up and down, its lizard-like face content. Ned played with a couple of the creatures. You think it's possible we overreacted? Leon asked. I think it's possible, Andrew replied. They're
Compsognathus.
There you go. Ned said, very young, meat eaters, but so are a lot of our friends on Dinotopia. Technically, so are we. Andrew rubbed Happy's belly. The creature cooed. I imagine it being like, like a little like. Andrew rubbed Happy's belly. The creature cooed. They sound like chickens. Oh.
Bark, bark.
In fact, this seems to be a colony of chicks. Suddenly, a great roar sounded from the far end of the room. Happy leapt from Andrew's arms. The half-dozen or so, how do you say it? Compsognathus that had entered the fort scattered. Their noises rose sharply, then fell to an eerie silence. Carefully, to keep herself hidden by the table, Leon peered around one corner and watched them go. She caught sight of a door at the far side of the room. There was a flickering golden-orange glow from the hall beyond. Someone had lit a torch and placed it in a brazier. The light silhouetted a figure in the doorway. Leon could see that it was not human. Sharp spikes protruding from the shoulders, and it stood on 2 spindly, strong legs. Leon blinked in confusion. Strangely, she was reminded of her father. The last time she had seen him, the man had been dressed as a warrior. He wore a helmet and a bizarre mask meant to frighten his enemies. Their family crest had been emblazoned on his clothing. With a start, Leon realized why the creature made her think of that final memory of her father. This creature was wearing armor. Chapter 9.
I didn't believe him, and I didn't believe Andrew and gaslit him this whole time, but he was telling the truth.
But where are the parents? This is a children's book. They don't have parents that keep tabs on them. We all know this.
Oh. What are they? They had a story and the parents don't know.
And then Rex also says, "Oh, great compies."
The adorable Procomsignathus.
Audriel says, "Oh, where are the parents?" And then Christopher B. Hi, Christopher B. The only Dinotopian novel I've read is Sin's first novel, number 1, Wind Chaser. Not this one. Disappointingly, I associate his name less with this and more with those awful Silent Hill comics. Oh, he did those?
Oh.
Interesting.
Silent Hill. Oh gosh, I remember the Silent Hill movies. The first one terrified me, but then I learned that people didn't like it. And I was just like, oh, I thought it was creepy. And then I watched the second one and it was super campy. But it had Kit Harington, so that's good.
Kit Harington is good. Camp is good. Hi, Patrick. Yes, and thank you, Patrick. Patrick was the one who sent the Dinotopia book.
Ah, thank you, Patrick.
Patrick is our book dealer.
Oh, don't let the internet know that. The armored figure came into the room and herded the Compsognathus out the way he'd come. The sounds from the Compsognathus and the creature leading them away quickly faded. The orange glow from the torch, however, remained in the hallway. Did you see it? Andrew whispered. Leon looked over. Andrew had been peering around the other side of the table. Ned was grumbling to himself. He tried to get to his feet on his own, but couldn't make it. I saw it, she said. We have to be careful, Andrew said. Leon nodded as all three removed their shields. If we stay here, the window is our only chance for escape. We can try stacking the tables high enough to reach the window, Andrew suggested, but it looks as if most of them are falling apart. And we'd still have to worry about climbing down to the ground, Leon said. If we tied one end of the cord to something, we could lower ourselves down. I don't know. I don't see anything in this room. I don't see anything in this room I trust with my life, said Andrew. What we need is to find some other equipment, added Ned. I agree, Leon said. We'll have to explore the city. Of course, there are the chicken herders to consider. You think the one we just saw was the one you met on the road? I don't know. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
I don't know, said Andrew. I think we should try to watch them, see what they're like. If worse comes to worse, we can ask them for help. Andrew and Leon searched the Gesundheit.
Sorry.
All good. Searched the room again and found a large stick that Ned could use as a crutch. Because he's a crutch to us. Why did he come here? He's injured.
Oh no.
I'm just kidding. The two got on either side of Ned and helped him up. He leaned on Leon and the stick, doing his best not to put full pressure on his injured ankle. They reached the doorway, Andrew taking the lead. He peered around the corner. A lit torch sat in a brazier near the doorway. At the far end of the corridor, another flickered in the shadows. The dinosaur must have lit the torches as he came this way, Andrew said. That gives us a trail to follow. A trail leading right back to our friend with the armor, Ned said. Leon nodded. He's right. We should take one of the torches and explore the areas that are unlit. Good idea, Andrew said. He picked up the nearer torch and led the way. The corridor was lined with hieroglyphics. Many of the drawings showed dinosaurs, like the one they'd just seen. In the drawings, they were huddled together or playing games, and odd symbols were scrawled around the images. Leon pointed at them. Do you think this is the written language? She asked. Probably, Andrew said. This is incredible. I wonder what stories these people have to tell. I don't know, said Ned. I just hope we can find a way out. Fragments of pots and dishes along with broken tools lined the edges of the walkway. None of the trio could figure out what the tools had been used for. I get the feeling the residents avoid this section of the city, Andrew suddenly and agreed. They came to a fork in the corridor and followed the unlit path. Soon they passed into another section of the ruins. The corridors were wider. Ornately carved stone columns came into view. A fantastic mural was painted on a nearby wall. The three went over to look at it. It's an octopus or squid or something, Leon said, referring to the huge creature at the center of the mural. And it seems to have its tentacles around men and dinosaurs. It looks like something from one of Andrew's stories, said Ned. You're right, Andrew said, looking at the image thoughtfully. With a last look at the mural, they started off again. Soon they came to a narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor were several steps up to a landing. The way back down on the opposite side was blocked by fallen stone. They went into a tiny room off to the side, then made a series of sharp rights, lefts, several more rights. We're in a maze, Ned said. Andrew shook his head. I don't think so. These rooms and halls were designed for a purpose. We just don't know what it is. The trio stumbled around until they finally found their way out of the labyrinth. They walked down a little flight of stairs that had been partially blocked and came out into a large courtyard. Oh, sorry. They walked down a little flight of stairs that courtyard. To one side were beautifully designed thrones that had been chipped from the stone walls. Ned sat down to rest on one of them for a few moments. I keep thinking about that painting, Andrew said. It reminds me of cautionary tales that I've heard. You know, like the one about the fire imps that warned little kids not to play too close to fire. The picture looked like a warning of some sort. This is something we're afraid of. You should be afraid too. Yet we're too far from the coast for sea creatures that size. I don't get it. Do you? Neither Leon nor Ned had any idea. The remains of beautifully decorated jugs and basins littered the floor. At their feet, Leon saw an ancient bronze hair curler, and beside it a chipped steel helmet. Andrew discovered bronze utensils, spiral arm rings, and several large broken stools meant to allow certain dinosaurs the luxury of sitting. Andrew scanned the courtyard. With so much stuff scattered around, we're bound to find what we need to get out of here. Andrew They found 2 pottery kilns, more broken jugs, and bits of weaponry, but nothing that would help them. Leon stopped before a bronze tripod carrying a cracked basin. That's a spindle whorl, Leon said, pointing to a large machine across the room. You use it to spin thread. I wonder what it's doing here. I think this entire area is a dumping ground, Andrew said. A waste heap. We haven't even gotten close to Halcyon's residence. Ned scooped up something near him. Look at this. Coins with human and saurian faces. This is an ancient place, isn't it? Leon said. Dinotopians barter. They don't use money anymore. Soon they passed through 5 winding interlocking corridors. Occasionally they found a door, but never one that was open. I wonder where we are, Andrew said. What do you think this part of Halcyon used to be? I don't know, said Leon. Hannah told me that this city existed before the Dinotopians turned away from the ways of the warrior. It must be true, said Ned. Look at all the pieces of weapons and armor lying around. Andrew nodded. So this area was probably the guards' quarters. It makes sense. A good guess, Leon said. As good as any. Ned cleared his throat. Do either of you hear that weird noise? Andrew nodded. He had been hearing odd sounds for some time now. They were muted through the heavy stone walls, thunderous roaring echoing from somewhere near, the clang of steel upon steel. They came to another door. This time they tried it. The door was locked. Sighing, Andrew dug into his pockets nervously, fingered the armlet he'd found. What's wrong? Leon said. Andrew shrugged. I wish I hadn't stayed so late in the city. If I had just picked up the goods for Father and the celebration, maybe none of this would have happened. We'd all be safe right now and Ned wouldn't be hurt. I'm not hurt that bad, said Ned. Besides, this is exciting, and if anyone's to blame for us being trapped here, it's me with the yee-haws. But the point is, blaming ourselves isn't going to do us any good. We've got to keep our eyes on the prize, as my daddy used to say. I couldn't agree more, Leon said. Andrew nodded, feeling better. Agreed. Ned said that his ankle felt better and he wanted to try to get along with just the walking stick. He was slow at first, but both Leon and Andrew were relieved to see him getting around more easily. Then the group turned another corner and froze. 2 heavily armored dinosaurs stood directly before them. The dinosaurs did not appear to see the 3 humans. They each held long staves with curved blades. Both appeared to be frozen in place. Andrew stared at the dinosaurs. They had long tails and bright orange eyes with cat-like slits. Their long snouts held more teeth than any other dinosaur, and their claws had an odd-looking hooks. They were Troodons, like Malik and the dinosaur Andrew had seen on the road! Exclamation point. Andrew took in the armor that each dinosaur wore. Ridged helmets were fitted over long reptilian skulls. Chainmail protected their necks, their chest plates, their cuirasses, cuirasses, were Asian in design, with dragon-like faces covering their shoulders and upper arms. Brightly colored sashes were wrapped around their waist. Steel spikes protruded from their hips. Plates were fitted over their knees. A copper dagger hung from the waist sash of one dinosaur. A long axe with a nasty-looking blade was held in reserve by the other. Andrew looked at the dinosaur's lower arms. The dinosaurs wearing a red sash had an amulet over each appendage. His opponent's sash was green, had only one, and it was a perfect match for the one on Andrew's hand.
Woo!
The two faced each other down. One of them finally moved. The other gave a mighty roar. In an instant, the blades of their long staves crashed together. Their movements were sharp and quick. The dinosaurs had to put their entire bodies into swinging and dropping their blades. Red Sash attacked with a right to left diagonal. Green Sash dropped back, shifting his weight onto his right leg, easing his weapon down onto his thigh. Then he advanced with his right leg and arm, his leg supporting the weight as he smashed the weapon of his opponent towards the dinosaur's face. Red Sash fell back, pirouetted, and spun the weapon for another attack, which was easily countered. Andrew whispered, "We better go back the way we came. Maybe later when it's dark." "No," said Leon. Ned looked at her in surprise. "What?" Leon took a step forward and said, "The two of you should go back. I have to try and talk to them. This is what I was hoping to find. I can't turn my back on it now." "It might not be safe," Andrew said. "I'm willing to risk it," Leon responded firmly. Andrew looked at it. "What about you? I think we should stay with her." Andrew nodded. "All right, but now doesn't look like the best time. Maybe we should talk to them later when they're not fighting." A sudden complete silence rose up around them. The three young humans turned to see the Troodon staring at them. For a moment, no one moved. "Any move?" They can see, they don't see if you don't move. It's been disproven. Then Andrew remembered the armlet he'd found. With a trembling hand, he held it out. The dinosaur who had been missing an armlet stalked forward. Reaching out with sharp claws, he took the beautiful metal and slipped it on, nodding. Both dinosaurs took a step back and gestured for the humans to follow them. They set their staffs against the wall and put their hands at their sides. "What do you think?" Andrew asked. "Do we go with them or try to run?" "I know I'm not up to playing hide and seek," said Ned. "This is what we came here for, an adventure." "All right," said Andrew. As the group moved forward, one of the dinosaurs fell in behind them while the other led the way. "See, Andrew," Ned whispered, "you said you wanted to come here to get a story, right?" "Right." "Well," said Ned as they followed the warrior Troodon, "I think we're about to get a real good one."
Ooh.
They all get nommed in the end. I'm just
Oh
kidding.
no.
We still have a little less than 100 pages to go. So, hey, we got into the action real quick, it seems.
Oh yeah, we have tingling up. Oh no.
Someone call Rapunzel because you're tangled.
Tangled. Okay. Yeah, I think we're close to halfway done. Like that's kind of
Yeah.
amazing.
Go team.
All right, let's see. Go team. Yay.
Shoes.
How dare you steal tissues? No, I'm
I'm
just kidding.
sorry.
I'm kidding. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Patrick did a stream this morning and read 3 Arthur books. Nice.
Oh, yay.
Ellery,
Arthur.
Ellery says, "I will also be dealing some books this Thursday when I get paid next. Just a heads up that said on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you hate me if I sent you a physical copy of My Immortal?" Oh my god. We would have to read My Immortal.
I remember you talking about that. What's that about again?
It's a fan fiction that everybody cannot tell if it's actually written genuinely or not because of how bad it is.
Oh no.
The Harry Potter self-insert fanfic.
Oh no.
I would read it. I would try to get Gabe to read it, but if Gabe didn't want to, I would be like, I'm
Oh.
taking this on by myself, and I would add it to Goodreads.
Oh gosh, I mean, if there are no more Dinotopia books, then sure.
As an apparent surveyor of Arthur, how does it compare to the show now? Patrick says the other day I was mailing something to my cousin, and the postal worker said, "Hey, that's not P.O. Box 1247. You switched it up on me." That's funny. Yes, I got some more books from Patrick today. Yeah. It's Patrick has sent so many great books, and we appreciate, and movies. We appreciate.
Thank you, Patrick.
Cannot for the life of me find the original Arthur books. The books my nieces the books I read were some I borrowed from my nieces and were TV tie-in. Can't find the OG books anywhere. For some reason, the adorable dino puppies from before are making me think of the albino penguins from the Mountains of Madness. I've never read Mountains of Madness.
What happens to the albino penguins? Or are they just cute?
For a second, I was like, wait, can we say that word? But I was like, about the penguins, I think we can't. Before this, the last I'd heard of Dinotopia was Diamond's Hegan reviewing some of the animated movie of it. I hadn't heard of it prior. I hadn't heard of it until Patrick sent me this book. And then I was like, ooh, this is apparently a thing. And then people were like, oh my god, Dinotopia, yes.
Dinotopia. I just remember when in the movie that one of the dinosaur companions got like bitten by a crocodile like creature, something sucus maybe, and was like, he was eating me. I hope you choke on it. And I thought that was funny.
They sell My Immortal physical copies on Amazon for like $7. Oh my god, I'm so intrigued. I'm so intrigued. Please read it, Star says. A really shitty self-insert fanfic of Harry Potter. I'd come every Saturday. I think we have to now.
Okay, yeah, yep.
Whether we can find a physical copy or not, I think we have to read My Immortal.
My Immortal.
At this point, it might be better than the book. Themselves. Wait, it's fanfic, so I don't think anyone can actually own the rights to it. Yeah, and we don't actually know who wrote My Immortal. That's the thing. Nobody's actually... People have claimed to have written it, but then been proven false. We might do a podcast episode on it at some point. The whole mystery of who wrote My Immortal.
I'm sure there's someone out there who's like, I wrote it, but I'm not telling anybody I wrote it. And I'm sure if they ever were to reveal they wrote it, it was like, oh, there was such an easy breadcrumb trail to follow. How do we not know this?
See, the thing is, like, when in the great debate of was this satire or was it not, the main thing when it comes to, like, believing that it was real is just that nobody's taking credit for it. You would think that if somebody did it as, like, a big practical joke, they'd be like, okay, I wrote it and it was a joke, you know? But the fact that nobody took credit for it makes me think that somebody wrote it when they were like 13, and then by the time it became so infamous, they were too embarrassed and then didn't want to say anything. Like,
they were reminded too much of their childhood, and they're like, oh, cringe.
Still baffled that John Carter was the killer in the ER Diagnosis Murder crossover fanfic. That is baffling. I'll buy it for you on Thursday along with the 3 other books. Oh, thank you, Ellery. That's so sweet of you.
Thank you, Ellery.
You do not have to order it, but that is very sweet of you. I appreciate you. Even now, with that literal Umbridge trying to ruin the world as hard as she can, I still can't call the source material worse. More harmful to society, perhaps. Oh yeah, no, My Immortal is definitely borderline unreadable at some points.
Ooh.
Look, she who shall not be named is a terrible person. I don't need her BS in my life. Yeah, no, that's fair. I know not everybody is into Harry Potter. This is Harry Potter insert fanfic that some person on the internet wrote, so she makes no money. In fact, I'm not sure who would make money off of that. No, they have to now. From South Park. What? But I would understand if people were like, "Nah, I'm good." But I think we have to for historical purposes. I was going to anyway as a joke. I figured I should ask before I ordered it. I think it would make a very funny stream series. Cuz it's real bad. It's so bad. But yeah, I understand that not everybody is into the whole Harry Potter stuff, and that's valid. So I would not be offended if people skipped a stream because they were like, I'm not really into thinking about who should all be named, even though she didn't have anything to do with this particular thing. It's the thing that she made. My mom recommended this 1 HP fanfic where Draco and Harry were dating. Oh, the fan star back in the day. The big ship was Harry and Draco. It felt
Oh
like.
gosh, no.
It was a lot. There was a lot of fanfic. Like, that was a huge thing. Draco and Hermione was also a huge thing.
Oh gosh, I remember a Harry Potter musical when Malfoy was like, "Oh, Hermione, I think I like you," and she's like, "Oh no."
Oh no.
But hey, you're the stepping stone to help me feel good about myself. And I was like, ha, that's funny.
That is funny.
What's also funny is Tom Felton learning that Malfoy is played by Lauren Potter, and he's like, she? And it's like, oh.
That's funny. All right, chapter 10. Until this moment, Andrew, Leon, and Ned had been in the dark ruins on the edge of Halcyon. Now they were walking into the light. The mountain into which Halcyon had been dug was chosen for a reason. It was extremely treacherous, making it the ideal location for a fortress. Large holes had been made in the top of mountains, allowing the people of Halcyon a view of the sky. As the three were led through the city, they saw several other Troodons engaged in matches like the one they had interrupted. Here, near the city center, the buildings were well maintained. The architecture was a blend of many styles, with Roman round archways leading to a vast chambers with Gothic rib-vaulted ceilings. Statues of dinosaurs were everywhere. They passed a garden where the hedges had been cut into the shapes of warrior dinosaurs and a few of the other species. Shining fountains had white, glistening dinosaur statues spouting water. Totem poles with features of Troodons reduced to blocky representations were everywhere. Atop each was a huge lizard perched on 4 paws, looking down inquisitively. Andrew was fascinated. This was like walking through a fairy tale world. They were taken through a set of double doors. They saw a large bowl-shaped arena stretched out before them. Warriors competed below, while hundreds of Troodons watched. In the stands, a number of Troodons had painted their bodies with white and black stripes. Their helms spouted long horns topped off with fluffy pink feathers. The dinosaurs made odd, jerky motions as they circulated through the crowds. They were clowns, Andrew realized. Other dinosaurs raced through the field below. They were short and squat, unlike Troodons, or so Andrew thought at first. Then he realized that they were simply Troodons wearing bulky costumes of other dinosaurs from the island. The onlookers laughed at them, especially when they came too close to the dueling warriors, and were jokingly driven off. The roaring laughter was strange but beautiful. Andrew, Leon, and Ned were led around the outer rim of the arena. The Troodons in the audience did not seem to notice them. Andrew saw a Troodon, female, or so he guessed from her soft robes and flowery headdress. I think gender is just a construct. I don't know.
Yeah, there could be insert gender here, individual with soft robes and a flower headdress. You don't know their life. Excuse me, madam. Excuse me. How dare you call me madam?
I don't mean to be that person, but also just like,
just
I
kidding.
could tell it was a woman by the clothes that she was wearing, and it was like, well, she had a large cap of scented wax on her head, which gave off an intoxicating perfume as the heat made it melt. Ugh. Other Troodons wore gigantic, plumed headdresses of all styles and colors. They wore turquoise necklaces with spiral patterns, beads, and shiny metal chest plates, formed from the squares that reached out from a single point and grew ever larger. It was all so strange, but so fantastic. Is this how you solve disagreements? Andrew asked. Trial by combat? Or is there some other reason for those games? The Troodon leading him said something in response, but Andrew couldn't understand him. Before Andrew could see any more, he and the others were led through a door at the back of the Colosseum and down a shadowy corridor. The roads of the crowd and the crashing of steel upon steel quickly faded. They came to a torchlit room with a huge statue at the rear. The Troodons left them. This is really amazing, Andrew said. Leon, what do you think they were doing in the arena? Testing themselves, she said distantly. There was no anger. That's what was so strange. They're fierce, but not angry. It all seemed like steps to a dance, like a ceremony. I wonder why they hide themselves away here, said Ned. They might not be hiding at all, Andrew. They might not realize what's outside these walls. The doors suddenly burst open. A pageant of brightly dressed Troodons entered the room. Some took positions near the door, others carried torches. Now we should get some answers, Andrew said. Let's hope, Ned replied. 3 of the Troodons wore golden armor trimmed in crimson. They seemed to be the ones in charge. The doors opened one last time, admitting a small gray Bagaceratops? Bagaceratops? Is that a thing?
I guess so.
Bagaceratops that idled toward the humans. The dinosaurs had a horned face. His hide was so thick and granite-like that it looked like a statue of a pig waddling to life. His tail was heavy and thick as a club. He said, I am Grizzardle. I speak both the common Dinotopian languages and the more evolved and refined language of the unrivaled. The unrivaled, Andrew asked. The Troodons. It is their name for themselves. The small dinosaur cleared his throat. It is my duty to welcome newcomers. Not that there have been newcomers, not so long as I can recall. The last one, I think, was me. And that was 40 years ago. Forgive me, I'm very excited. I'm practically at a loss for words. I was beginning to think my talents would never come in handy. Andrew started to relax. So no one's upset that we're here? Good gracious, no, cried Bagaceratops. This is your time, that's all. And there's a time for everything and everything in its time. That one... Oh, sorry. I thought you were like rolling your eyes for something.
No, sorry. I'm stretching.
Okay, I just couldn't... I saw it in the corner of my eye. I'm like, what happened?
Sorry, no, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. You did nothing wrong.
The Bagaceratops is so pretentious. Just kidding.
That's one of the many codes the Unrivaled live by. You'll get used to their way of doing things soon enough, and I'm sure they'll get used to yours too. They're quite a fine tribe, I must say. So it's okay if we wanted to leave, right? Asked Andrew. Of course, said Grizzardle. Though I can't imagine why you'd want to. Who would once one had experienced the most civilized, most highly evolved society in Dinotopia. Andrew tried to hide his grin. He looked over at Leon with raised eyebrows. She smiled back. I would like some time with the Saurians, she said. The younger boy looked at Ned. It's all right with me, Ned said. Andrew turned back to Grizzardle and bowed. Okay. You've got some house guests for a while. Delightful, said the Bagaceratops. Simply delightful. He turned to the Troodons and said something to them in their language. All the Troodons in their chamber began talking at once, nodding their heads and banging their shields in approval. In the midst of all the noise and activity, Ned stepped forward and slapped Andrew on the back. "Great job, Andrew," he said. The sound of the blow seemed to echo in the suddenly silent chamber. The Troodons stared at Ned and Andrew in horror. The humans watched as their horror turned slowly to anger. Throughout the chamber, the Troodons, sorry, I've been saying it wrong. The Troodons began muttering to each other. In their eyes, Andrew saw the fierceness he'd first seen in their eyes of the hooded Troodon that rainy night. Excuse me, Andrew said. What's going on? Grizzardle seemed panicked. What? Ned cried. What did I do? This is bad, very bad, said Grizzardle as he listened to the frantic exchanges of the Troodons. Please, said Andrew, tell us what's wrong. Grizzardle shook his head and lowered his gaze. Your friend just committed a criminal offense. Ned's jaw dropped. Now wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. We've seen you run around with swords fighting each other with deadly weapons. Appearances can be deceiving, Grizzardle warned, and I'm in trouble because I gave Andrew a friendly slap on the back. They don't see such contact as friendly, the Bagaceratops said. And no, you're not in trouble. Well, good, Ned said. Actually, it's all three of you who are in trouble.
What? Oh,
That's you.
wow.
Let's see what happened in chat while I was looking away.
Yeah, don't be friendly with people. Just swing swords at them. That makes sense.
There was a Rex says about My Immortal. Oh, I'll be here since it's a part of fanfiction history. It is a very big part of fanfiction history. Before I stopped writing fanfiction, I was writing 911 spin-off fanfiction. I mostly write my own originals. Star says, meh, I rarely write fanfiction. I quit writing fanfiction because I realized I had better ideas of my own. Christopher B, I mostly ever wrote fanfic that concerned Pokemon and matches or children's card games, and even then I seldom wrote them. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all, Star says. Patrick says, LOL, I'll get messages periodically asking why did you just stop? Being an internet content creator and going away, people are like, what?
Why did you leave?
How could you abandon us? And I'll say, I'll tell you what happens next. I wrote my own stories. I write my own stories now. Yeah, I'd rather write my own stories, but I'm writing. I think fanfic is a fun way to just kind of like do writing exercises, right? Because you've got the confines of whatever world you're working in. And then you can write your own things on your own. That's what I like to do. I'm writing a rewrite of Sierra Burgess is a Loser. Oh, wow. That show needs a rewrite, so good luck with that. Eventually, I'll finish a whole piece of chronically ill Spider-Man, though. Nice, Audriel. I like that. I'd like to see that. Okay, so I got impatient and just ordered the books now. It should arrive on the 25th. Thank you, Ellery. That's very, very kind. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Ellery.
Ellery. The knight of the bot table, true and true.
Yay.
All right.
But are they the Lancelot one who seemingly betrays the person, but not really, but kind of, but yeah? Oh gosh, there's a sequel series to Seven Deadly Sins called the Four Knights of the Apocalypse, and that anime is kind of based in Arthurian legends. So I'm just like, round table, Arthur? Because there's a character named Arthur in the Seven Deadly Sins and is in Four Knights of the Apocalypse, but I don't want to spoil anything.
Gotcha. I was like, I knew I was further down that line than I thought I was. That row.
Avery's been making a blanket backwards this whole time.
No, I just picked it up the backwards. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered, but you know, figured out how my secret. Oh no! Set in the 1990s. Yay! 1990s throwback.
Oh, I miss the 90s, even though I was 6 when they ended.
Simpler times.
I know. Oh gosh, my birthday's coming up and I'm just like, I don't want to get older. I never wanted to get older.
What day is it again?
May 2nd.
May 2nd. Yay! Oh, that's the 3-year anniversary of the channel.
Yay! It's also the anniversary for the Battle of Hogwarts.
No.
And I'm like, yay! Gingers. Because
Wait, it's the 22nd now. I'm doing math in my head. So next Saturday will be the 31st, and your birthday is on Monday?
29th, Tuesday. My birthday.
Okay. Wait. The 29th.
Is next Saturday, and then the 30th is the Sunday, and then Monday's the
Oh,
first.
okay,
Tuesday's
okay,
the
okay.
second.
So next week we could have like a celebration for your birthday and be like, also it's the channel's birthday, but that's not as important.
I'll just have like instead of having 50 pieces of Sour Punch candies, I'll have 51.
Nice.
But yeah, so anyway,
Gabe, we have the same birthday. It's Ellery's birthday too. We have next week has to be a big celebration.
happy
And next week we're gonna start reading So You Want to Be a Wizard. So excited. Next
Happy-
week is gonna slap.
Yay! Happy almost birthday, Ellery. Birthday twins.
Yay!
There was someone I went to high school and then college with that were birthday twins, but she's a year older than I am.
Aw.
And I'm like, oh, birthday twin.
Yay!
But they're not as excited about it as I am. So I'm just like, oh, okay.
I'm very excited.
I also share a birthday with Dwayne the John Roxon, David Beckham, and Christine Baranski.
Ooh.
So I'm like, oh my gosh. So when everyone's making happy birthday wishes to Dwayne Johnson, I'll be off to the side being like, that could be for me too. Just take out his name and put in mine. But yeah.
Amazing.
Anyway. Chapter 11. The Troodon Council fell into a heated debate over what to do with the humans. Grizzardle kept Andrew, Ned, and Leon informed as best he could while answering the questions. The rituals of the art, what you unenlightened might call the rules of personal combat, serve a high purpose, Grizzardle explained. The greatest crime in the unrivaled society is to strike someone. It is simply unthinkable. Now, come on, Ned interrupted. Those two were fighting with the staffs and the hooked blades, and all the warriors in the arena with their swords and shields. That was all friendly. As a matter of fact, said the Bagaceratops, it was. Only a master of the art is allowed a weapon with a cutting edge. Both are participants in a flourish. A what? Said Leon. A flourish, said the gray dinosaur. I believe you uncivilized types call it a duel. Now I'm willing to impart this rare and exalted knowledge on the condition that I am not interrupted every few sentences. Ned and the others fell silent. Thank you, Grizzardle said. The whole point of becoming a master is to gain supreme control, enough to never land a blow anywhere except against the sword or shield of your partner. Then how does anyone win? Asked Leon. Grizzardle sighed. The moment it becomes clear that a warrior's defenses can be breached, the match is ended by mutual consent. Leon shook her head, thinking of her homeland and her family's warrior ways. But what if the unrivaled had to go up against a real enemy? What if they had to defend the lives of others? Would they do what's necessary? Harming another is never what's necessary, said Grizzardle. It can always be avoided. For those who don't believe that, those who are willing to strike another, Ned frowned at this, there is severe punishment. The Bagaceratops gestured for the trio to wait as he listened to the unrivaled debate. He butted in on their conversation, added something in an imploring tone. They responded and he sighed and turned away. What are they saying? Asked Andrew. They are weighing their options, said the gray dinosaur. Andrew tried to control his anger and fear building up inside him. Doesn't it matter that I'm not hurt? That I'm not upset with Ned? It was a friendly gesture between us. I know, said Grizzardle. I lived among the realms without for many years before retiring to Halcyon. Ned came forward. And now that I know that it's against your laws, I promise I'll never do it again. Ah, said the gray dinosaur wearily. Unfortunately, ignorance of the law cannot be an excuse. Fine, said Ned. Then we'll just leave. That is always your choice, Grizzardle says. No, said Leon firmly. I don't want to leave. I want to learn from the unrivaled, as you call them. Here I may be able to train as a warrior. In my homeland, I wanted to be a warrior, but couldn't. Grizzardle cocked his head. Why not? Because I'm a female, Leon said. And that's it. The gray dinosaur sighed. The realms without seem to operate without rhyme or reason. You don't mean the rest of Dinotopia too, do you? Asked Andrew. We are content here, was all Grizzardle said in answer. We have all we need: food, warmth, companionship, music, and our devotion to the art. Art. Boom, shakak, shakak, art. Did somebody mention art? Little Drag Race reference there for everyone out there. Leon struggled to understand, but what good is being a warrior if you don't have an enemy to fight? Ignorance is as good as enemy as any, said Grizzardle. Intolerance, injustice. But how do you fight these things? Asked Leon. No one even knows your culture exists. Why do you hide away? Who's hiding? Asked Grizzardle. There's a difference between hiding and choosing not to venture forth. What about this punishment you were talking about? Andrew asked. There's nothing forcing us to go along with your decision. Actually, as long as you stay here, there's no avoiding it, said Grizzardle. The only punishment severe enough for the crime of violence is the Great Silence. What's that? Asked Andrew. If someone breaks our most revered law, that no being shall strike or harm another, he is shunned for a period of 1 year. No one prevents him from taking food or finding a comfortable place to live, but by the same token, no one is allowed to communicate with him or in any way acknowledge his existence. I'm just sitting here thinking like, oh, that sounds lovely. Okay, cool.
Sweet.
Politely like tap someone on the shoulder. Oh no, the Great Silence for a year? That sounds terrible. Anyway.
Great silence.
An introvert's dream.
An introvert's dream.
Oh, said Andrew, realizing that this was indeed a sentence they can do nothing about. This punishment has been enforced only a few times in Unrivaled history. There have never been repeat offenders. Why don't the Troodons who've done something wrong just leave? Asked Andrew. Leave? Said Grizzardle. Unthinkable. No punishment is severe enough to make someone want to leave. Ours is the most evolved society this island has ever seen. The thought of a citizen voluntarily leaving is simply ridiculous. Andrew couldn't help but feel like this was a cult. Kidding. But couldn't help but think of the Troodon he'd met on the road, the one whose armband he'd found in return. Why had he left the city if it was so perfect? Suddenly, the golden-robed Troodons stood before Andrew and his friends. They began to speak. Andrew was surprised to find that he could actually understand a word or two. Was it possible that the Troodons' language was similar to their own? Grizzardle translated. Our uninvited guests are complete innocents, with no knowledge whatsoever of the ways of the truly civilized society. We understand this and forgive their trespass this one time. Our judgment, the Great Silence, will be waived, provided they are willing to leave their innocence behind and become civilized. Civilized? Andrew asked. Stay with us, Grizzardle explained. Learn from us. Let us teach you what is important in life. See what it is like to engage in our competitions. We've been in a lot of competitions, said Ned. He went on to describe the events he had been in the Dinosaur Olympics. Grizzardle was intrigued. He went back to the Troodons, who spoke among themselves for a few moments. Then the little gray dinosaur came forward. We thank you, said Grizzardle. We were wondering how to decide to which houses we would assign you. What are you talking about? Asked Andrew. You want to split us up? Oh, yes, said Grizzardle. Each of you will be taken to a different house, of course. There you will be taught proper conduct. You will learn what is important in life. Why separately? Asked Andrew. If you stay together at this critical time, you will cling to each other and to your own old beliefs. Ned swallowed hard. He hoped that he hadn't just gotten them into worse trouble. You said we solved this problem for you? Yes, said Grizzardle. We will put you in a contest with some of our warriors. Don't worry, you won't be hurt. We'll be very gentle. So, what will these contests determine? Asked Leon. We will gauge your abilities, Grizzardle said. Then we will be able to tell which house you will each be suited. But we don't have to go along with this, Andrew said. No, of course not. We would never think of inflicting our will on others. But you must make a choice. If you refuse our generous terms, this will be the last time any citizen of Halcyon will speak to you or acknowledge your existence. Ever.
Oh.
Andrew turned to his friends. We'd better talk about this. The three quickly agreed that even if they found what they needed to reach the window and climb out, they might not be able to find their way back to the window. The city was such a maze, and even if they could find another way out, it would still be a shame not to learn as much as possible about the Unrivaled. Andrew looked to his friends one last time. Ned and Leon nodded. All right, Andrew said, teach us. oh, this is crazy. They had like a day
Oh.
for the Olympics, and now their parents will be like, "Where's my baby?" Well, Andrew's parents, those are Ned's adoptive parents, and Leon stays with Henna. So.
Yeah, we don't know. A lot of them seem to not have a whole family unit, sadly.
They come back. Thumbtail's like, "Oh my god, we were so worried."
Thumbtail.
Thumbtail's like, "No one's been asking about where you've been."
Ignorance of the law is not an excuse seems a little negligent. Okay, time to gently smack someone. Those were both Ellery's messages. And Ellery also said, seriously, I would just like gently love tap someone on the arm once every 12 months. It would be bliss. Well, discommunicated, Rex says. And then before that he said, so basically death. Not death, but yes, discommunicated. Hi, Paulo. Dropping in to say hi.
Hi, Paulo.
Can't stay, but sorry, just realized that I said half of that without being really heard by the microphone. Dropping in to say hi, can't stay, but leaving stream on. Hope all of you are well. Thank you, Paulo.
Thank you, Paulo.
Yay, I bought you the book you're reading on my birthday. That's amazing. That is amazing. We couldn't have planned that any better. My ex was 2 days and 1 year, or 1 year minus 2 days apart from my birthday, and our first real in-person meeting was for our birthday, so we held a whole 3-day thing.
Aw.
We were going to try and get married around that date, weekday, depending, and celebrate our anniversary as being the middle. That's when we got engaged. We were going to get engagement rings with our birthstones. Yeah, the gentle love tap every 12 months, like a renewed membership.
We're not talking to you for 1 year. Oh no. Huh. But they won't stop you from taking food or living your life, so.
You know. I guess they told them they had choices. Oh, do you need it? Do you need another drink? You finished your drink?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
1 minute later.
Signs of dehydration. Did you ever receive that USB drive with the Wicked books? No, I did not. I have not received that. I did have to break out the books that I did get from postal jail.
Postal jail.
Yeah, there's like a weird, I think there's a weird miscommunication with the post office that Patrick had sent from and my post office, because they're like, they've paid postage, but there's still postage due. So I was like, so they'd been holding it. So I was just like, oh no. The poor books. But all is well, I got it.
Yay. They're just sitting there crying in the corner because they're like, we just want to be read. Get us out of here.
Chapter 12. Before long, 2 Troodon escorts led Andrew, Ned, and Leon to the testing grounds. I am reminded of the way of the warrior, Leon said to her friends. In China and Japan especially, it is called the Bushido. It is the strict code by which a samurai serves his master. But these warriors seem to serve no one but themselves. They are Ronin, masterless warriors, yet they seem content. It is strange. The 3 humans were taken to a wide chamber that held 2 identical obstacle courses. The rules, and Grizzardle explained, were simple. The first combatant to pass through the gates at the end of the room would win. You have a choice, said the Bagaceratops. You can run this course or the maze below. Choose now. Ned rolled up his sleeves. The course consisted of logs raised about 4 feet off the ground, spaced irregular intervals with poles and many other obstructions placed in the runner's way. I'll run this course, Ned said. Andrew nodded and said he would too. Leon chose the maze. I would have also chosen the maze, I think. I don't have any good coordination, so I feel like I would fall off of the obstacle course.
You fall off the obstacle course into the maze.
Of course, I have terrible directional skills, so I don't know if I'd be any better at the maze, but at least I wouldn't fall, probably. Very well. Good luck, said the little gray dinosaur. Then he went off with Leon and a handful of Troodons. Andrew turned to Ned. How's the leg? He asked. Are you sure you're ready for this? I feel just fine, said Ned. Doesn't hurt at all. I think All the walking helped. Andrew and Ned took a moment to look over the closest of the two identical obstacle courses. Have you noticed the way the Troodons move? Asked Ned. Their backs don't bend. It's as if they have steel rods in them, so that means they can't crouch. They can't move their shoulders one way, hips another. We may be able to take advantage of that. Maybe that area about halfway through. Andrew saw what Ned meant. That section of the course contained several odd skeletal constructs that looked like buildings with one support beam, with only support beams, no walls or ceilings. These guys are pretty sure of themselves, said Ned, but I'm gonna show 'em how it's done. Ned's opponent turned out to be the warrior Andrew had met on the road, the owner of the armlet Andrew had found. The Troodon stepped forward and introduced himself. Ari, the Troodon said, patting his own chest as he came out. Arnie. Arnie.
How about me?
There was a neutral. I'm now picturing him as a pirate.
I'm imagining a Johnny Depp dinosaur.
Yes. That would be lovely. There was a neutral area between two courses, so there would be no contact between those being tested. Andrew watched as Ari took his place at the beginning of his course, and Ned did the same on the other course. Ari pointed to another Troodon carrying a horn. He mentioned that when the horn was sounded, they were expected to run. Ned nodded tensely. A few seconds later, the signal was given. Ned ran toward the logs. He glanced over to the other course and was startled to see Ari already ahead of him. The Troodon leapt up onto the 4-foot-high logs with perfect grace. He jumped from one to another very quickly, running into problems only when he had to turn at a sharp angle. Ned was determined not to fail. Instead of trying to climb the logs, he either leapt over them or slid beneath them. Soon he had recovered the lead. When they had reached the wide open log cabins, Ari climbed the logs. Ned went through them. Realizing that the human's flexibility was providing serious competition, Ari made it to the top of the log cabin and down again in 2 quick leaps. When Ari landed, he was a good deal ahead of his human opponent. After that, there was really no contest. Although Ned was a natural athlete, the course was wearing him down. The Troodon didn't have this problem. Ari's stamina was astounding. He reached the end of the course 30 seconds before Ned did. Breathing heavily, Ned leaned back on one of the logs and folded his arm over his chest. He was startled that he could have lost. He never lost a thing like this. What could have happened here? Come on, Ned, called Andrew. Finish the race. It is finished, said Ned. With a disappointed sigh, he walked the rest of the course and passed through the gate. Ari held out his claw to Ned. The older boy did not take it. He could not believe he had lost. Sportsmanship, Ned.
Some people.
Soon it was Andrew's turn. He stood at the beginning of the course and looked over to find that Ari would also be his opponent. This is crazy, Andrew thought. The Troodons built this course. They're faster and stronger. Look at the way they can jump twice their height if they need to. Who knows how many times Ari's run this course? If Ned couldn't beat him, how could I compete? One of the judges signaled for the competition to begin. Andrew gritted his teeth and ran straight ahead, then suddenly saw a way that he might win after all. Meanwhile, Leon was down several winding passages to a dark set of tunnels far below the city. She could hear the sound of rushing water somewhere. Oh, that does sound terrifying. Like darkness. You're just like, hope there's nothing that can kill you in here. Nearby, Grizzardle explained that the waterway ran beneath the city, supplying power as well as fish. Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
Sorry. The allergies.
Why allergies? Why?
Did you ever get the Zootopia book? Yes, I did. I posted about the Zootopia book, I think. I thought I did. I'm sorry if I did not. I swear I thought I did. Yeah, the lady at my post office was like, so because these are books, you can't send them as large envelopes, you have to send them as media mail. And I was like, but it's in a large envelope. And she's like, yeah, but it has to be media mail or like the rate is going to be different. And I was just like, okay. They're like, so this needs $2 in postage. And I was like, huh,
Huh.
okay. But it's all good. I got it. It's safe. It has a home on the shelf with the other books.
Hooray.
Um Oh, can you hear the birds in the background?
Tweet, 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 tweet.
These microphones are better than the old microphones, so all of a sudden you can just hear the birds that have been there for months.
Huh. So this is why sound likes to yell at background because the
Yep.
mics are so sensitive.
Oh, these are definitely not even as good as like the mics that they would be using, but yeah, that's why. Leon's task was to enter the maze before her and find her way through to the other side. Nadra, her opponent, would enter the maze from another point and attempt to beat her to the finish. At certain points, the two mazes intersected. Leon might turn a corner and find Nadra waiting for her, or she could choose to wait and ambush the Troodon, taking the chance that the warrior had already passed that way and was completing the maze. What happens if we do meet up? Leon asked. You or she may throw one of these, said Grizzardle. He nodded in the direction of the Troodon warrior. The dinosaur stepped forward and handed Leon 3 large red cloth rings. Grizzardle continued, if she manages to throw one of these over your head, like a lasso, said Leon. What? Something Ned described to me once. All the lassos that they use in Louisiana.
So many cows there.
Ah, well, if it passes over your head or around your arm and stays there, you must stop and count to 100 before continuing. The same goes for her if you toss the ring. What's to prevent me from removing the cloth and saying she missed? Asked Leon. I don't understand. I'm saying someone could cheat. Grizzardle tried to understand this. Finally, he gave up and said, you humans are very peculiar. Leon grinned. Apparently, cheating was something so unfamiliar to the unrivaled that they didn't even understand it. She was beginning to really like them. One of the Troodons handed her a torch. She said, I don't know if I want this. Grizzardle said, you'll be blind in the tunnels without the torch. Will Nadra have a torch? Leon asked. She won't need one. Her vision will adjust. Then she'll be able to see me from a distance, but I won't be able to see her. Perhaps, perhaps not. The torch will put you on a more equal footing with her. Now take off your shoes. Leon hesitated. It's part of the rules, Grizzardle said. If you don't comply, you will forfeit. That's how we will know which house best suits you. Then how will we know which house best suits you? Shaking her head, Leon removed her shoes. She took her place, waited until the signal was given, then started forward through the maze. In a room far above Leon, Andrew had just started the obstacle course. He made it over the first few logs easily enough, but paused at 5-foot-high wooden dinosaur. He was supposed to vault over this obstacle, and he wanted Ari to believe that he couldn't do it. The Troodon was running through the course very easily. Ari had not only jumped over several flat wooden dinosaurs, he was on a second set of logs, making a show of leaping from log to log, confident that his opponent was no match for him. The Troodon was caught up in the beauty of his own performance. Andrew couldn't have been more pleased. He made his move. Ari had just landed on another amazing leap when one of the judges cried out. Ari looked over to see the human boy passing the last obstacle and racing to the finish line. Stunned, Ari realized what had happened. The human had taken the rules of the contest as at their precise word. Whoever passes the finish line first wins. There was nothing in the rules that actually stated that the one had to go through the obstacles to get there. Andrew was ignoring the obstacles and running along the neutral area dividing the courses. Brilliant, Ari thought, as he jumped to the ground and raced after the human. As brilliant as his own overconfident display had been foolish. Leon peered ahead cautiously. A part of her dearly wanted to prove herself to the unrivaled, a warrior society here on Dinotopia. How unlikely and how wonderful. It appeared that her dream of becoming a true warrior might actually come to pass. She moved forward, and the tunnel branched into the right to the right and the left. Think, she told herself. This is a test of skill, not luck. There is a way to know which path to take. She studied the walls. There were no markings to show her the way. The ceiling was also barren. Damp gray stone was all walls all surround her. Suddenly, Leon realized that the floor was not smooth. Why had they asked her to run this maze in her bare feet? Leon looked down and smiled. She knew the answer. Leon felt along the floor, and with the soles of her feet, the floor was cut into a series of ridges that led along the tunnel she was on that veered off to the left-hand passage. Leon decided that this path had been placed here to confuse her and slow her down. She was willing to gamble that she wasn't in a maze at all. No matter what route she took, she would end up at the finish line. Leon took the right-hand tunnel, racing forward until the corridor split three ways. She continued along the most center route, connecting to 5 more tunnels, and again chose the tunnel in the middle. Leon wagered that she was traveling the most direct route to the finish line. The thunderous roars of the water crashing against the walls were deafening. As she ran, Leon thought of her torch. She wondered how she could turn it to her advantage. Grizzardle had said that Nadra's eyes would adjust to the darkness. Maybe the light from the torch would be bright enough to temporarily blind Nardra. Then Leon could throw one of the circles around her opponent's neck. Leon plunged forward, turned a corner, and saw a sharp movement. Surprised, she shoved the torch out before her. A loud cry sounded above the crashing of the waters. A tail slapped against the wall. Limbs flailed, scales and armor and orange glowing eyes flashed. Nadra was here. The Troodon grabbed at her face and turned from Leon. The young human was horrified. She had accidentally burned the Troodon. Or had she accidentally burned the Troodon? She knew that if she wanted to win, she had to throw the red cloth ring now while Nadra was disoriented. But what if the dinosaur was hurt? Lowering the torch, Leon said, "Are you all right? Let's forget the competition. I'll help you get to the front, and we'll go through the line together." Nadra turned suddenly. With a cry of laughter and triumph, the Troodon whipped out her free claw and tossed one of the cloth circles. It fell neatly around Leon's head. Leon clenched her fists in frustration. She'd been fooled by one of the oldest tricks in the book. Angry with herself, Leon started to count. Nadra took Leon's torch, cried out a strange phrase, then raced down the corridor. Her light quickly vanished. Meanwhile, Andrew was in sight of the finish line. He could hear Ari behind him, quickly closing the gap. With the last burst of speed, Andrew raced past the finish. Andrew raced past the finish seconds before Ari. Nearly a dozen Troodons looked on in stunned silence. Gasping for breath, Andrew felt someone touch his shoulder. Turning, he saw it was Ari. The Troodon reached out and gave Andrew's arm a firm squeeze. Then he drew back and bowed and began to clap. One of the Troodons sounded a horn twice. Another handed Andrew a sash. Then the rest of the Troodons in the chambers began clapping. "I can't believe it," Andrew said as Ned came over. "I won. I've never won anything." Ned nodded slowly. "Looks like your luck is changing," he said. Then Ari threw back his head and sang a song of praise to the victor. His fellow warriors joined in. "For he's a jolly good Troodon, for he's a..."
That nobody can deny.
Yay! In the tunnels below, Leon emerged at her own finish line to find Grizzardle's 2 escorts waiting. The victor had long since collected her prize and been ushered away. Grizzardle cocked his head at Leon. You lost," he said. Leon shrugged. "And how does this make you feel?" "I'm not thrilled, but it was a fair contest," she said. Then Leon repeated the phrase Nadra had said to her and asked its meaning. Let me try that again. "Strategy is everything," said the dinosaur. Leon laughed. "I'll remember that next time." "Come, Leon," said Grizzardle. "I think I know where you'll be happy." Chapter 3.
Oh my gosh, we only have like 40 pages left.
I know, can you believe it?
How are they gonna get through? I can't believe it. I'm so emotionally invested in this.
The postal worker told me to use the machine because we're closed. Just use large envelope. It's the same as media. Yeah, see, that's clearly where the issue is because my post office said it's not the same as media. So I was like, clearly there's a miscommunication to somebody because poor Patrick dealt with the post office and paid postage. And then they were still like, no, we're going to hold this in postage jail. And I was just like, you may have to break out a few more. It's okay. We'll figure it out.
Chapter 13. The following days. Oh my gosh. Hey, they just never showed up to the Olympics. Where are they? The following days were filled with both difficulties and wonders. Directly after the competition, Andrew said goodbye to his friends for the time being. He felt energized by his victory. If this could happen, anything was possible. Within an hour, he found himself at the home of Lord Botolf. Botolf. Botolf.
And then I was going to be like, the poet dinosaur?
Oh gosh, yes, there's a lot of random mushrooms growing in his house, but I don't know what they're used for. And he keeps talking about landscapes and bright colors.
You're fine, Patrick. It's not your fault. It's clearly the post office is miscommunicating because it's just like one thinks one thing and one thinks another thing. And it's like, oh no, that's not correct.
You're wrong. The Troodon knight who would supervise his training. Andrew's achievements and his shrewd use of strategy had brought him to Botolf's notice. Andrew saw little of the house as he was ushered in a side entrance and down a flight of winding stairs at the bottom of a dark chamber with very few furnishings. Grizzardle was already there along with Ari. The Troodon came forward and embraced Andrew. Then he stepped back and bowed. Andrew bowed in return. A torch burned in a brazier on the wall behind Andrew, giving off a flickering ember light. Andrew stood before the Troodon, fascinated by the way the fire seemed to dance in the warrior's eyes. Ari was bold, like Ned, Andrew thought. Andrew admired that quality and wondered if his victory meant he possessed a little of it himself. Grizzardo cleared his throat to get Andrew's attention. To begin with, he said, this house is where you will stay while you are with us. The Unrivaled would greatly appreciate if you do not venture out on your own yet. Ari will take you wherever you need to go. Okay, said Andrew. However, they would also prefer you to spend the remainder of this day within this room. Your meals and whatever else you need will be brought to you. Do you like fish? Sounds wonderful. Good, says Grizzardo. There is much for you to learn. Ari will be your companion, if that's all right with you. Sure, Andrew said, grinning at the Troodon. The two of you must learn to communicate when no one else is around. It is the same with Leon and Ned and their companions. There's only one of me and three of you. Andrew nodded. Now, I considered this problem long ago, said Grizzardo, so I came up with 6 basic commands that you must learn. Ari, if you would. Nodding, Ari went to the table at the far end of the room and retrieved 6 scrolls. Hand gestures were drawn on the scrolls, their meanings written beneath them. You see, said the little gray dinosaur, I've had plenty of time to devise a program for my students. In truth, these scrolls have been collecting dust for years. Study them well. Andrew looked at the scrolls. The gestures were very basic. One finger to the mouth stood for silence. Bringing 2 fingers near your eye and then sharply pulling them away meant avert gaze. A slight flourish of one claw meant bow.
You said one finger in mouth at first, and I was like,
Sorry,
oh
sorry,
god, it's Tookie.
Oh no, that's the
It's what it was not Theophilus. It was
Bravo.
Bravo. Yeah, there you go.
I just I wish someone would recreate would create the scene where Bravo's just like, hey bros, so there's this girl I like from Model Land, and like she might have been joking, but you know, I kind of like her, and she said that she wanted to write stuff on my chest, but it's not enough, and I was wondering, bros, if you could help me, if I could like
sure,
write some
bro.
words on your chest, bros.
You're like, sure, bro, we got you, bro.
Thanks, bros. That would be an interesting. That could be like a proof of concept. Like, look how broy this is.
They also said that they tried to write literally everything she said, as if, first of all, how did he remember all of that? But then they couldn't fit it, so like they had to do like a take two. So like they were figuring this out for like a good second.
Bro, I don't think we can fit this all on our chest. What do we do? Oh, bro, we can put some on our backs too. Oh, cool. Or I don't remember if they put them on their backs. I just, hey, they're like, here, let's have another friend do this. Okay, yeah. Hey, bro, want to be a part of this, bro? Yeah, bro. Cool, bro. Thanks, bro.
They finally just decided on a shorter sentence, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I like to think they tried the back real estate first.
Okay, this isn't really working out, bro. Okay, now it's working. Okay, hey, bros, I just want to say you're the best bros a bro could ask for. No problem, bro. Hey, bros, close your eyes. Okay, bro. See that? I don't see anything, bro. That's my life without you, bros. Bro. And I'm just, that makes the book better if that's the dynamic.
Yes, I would love that.
Sorry, but yeah, finger to mouth, the two fingers and pull away. Slight first of the club, bow, don't smile. Two fingers set at the side of the head and aim straight ahead meant stare boldly.
Okay.
Two fingers, one walking before the other means time to leave. Two fingers moving back and forth quickly meant touch nothing. I'm off to see your friends, said Grizzardle. I'll return later to quiz you. Wait a minute, Andrew said. You don't have to come back later. I understand the signals now. Really? Asked Grizzardle. The Compsognathus still don't get it. Andrew quickly went through the gestures and their meanings without looking at the study guides. Humph, said the Bagaceratops approvingly. Clever, but will you still remember them in an hour? You've been away from humans for a very long time, haven't you? Andrew said. 40 years, said the dinosaur. Andrew smiled. Why don't we also try to come up with some gestures for when I need to ask or do something? Grizzardle nodded. I suppose I could have some more paper brought. And another thing, Andrew continued. It seems as if the Troodons' language might be an older form of what we're speaking. You notice that? Andrew said. Are your friends as bright as you are? I'd say so, Andrew said. Cut back to Ned and Leon being like, I don't understand.
Oh.
But just kidding, that's not what happened. I have so many questions about the Unrivaled. I'm sure you do, said Grizzardle. Everything will be made clear to you in time. Andrew nodded. There was no need to press any harder. That day, Andrew and Arya worked hard to understand each other and devise their own form of silent communication. Grizzardle returned after nightfall and was surprised at how well Andrew was learning the Unrivaled's language. Andrew explained that as long as the Troodon spoke slowly and clearly, he could understand many familiar words. Lord Botolph, Andrew's host, was informed of Andrew's progress. Word was sent to Botolph, wished to wait until Andrew was more comfortable with the Troodon language before arranging a meeting. On the whole, the Troodon knight was very pleased with his new arrival's progress. The next day, Andrew was allowed to go into the city with Ari. As they walked, Ari explained to him why the Troodons did not want Andrew and his friends to explore the city unsupervised. The Troodons, the most agile and intelligent of the Saurons. It's true, they have one of the largest brain-to-head ratios of the dinosaurs.
Ooh.
Fun fact, they're also the main kind of antagonist to Jurassic Park the game, which came out in 2011, and since then there hasn't really been any decent dinosaur games to speak of.
Oh.
I know Dino Crisis was a thing, but they haven't remade it yet, and there are some dinosaur games coming out, but we'll see how that works. Anyway, sorry about that. Ari explained to him why the Troodons, the Troodons most agile looked on humans as Andrew might a small child. He could picture a curious child touching something he wasn't supposed to, like a weapon, and getting hurt. The Unrivaled were afraid of the same kind of thing happening when there are visitors. Andrew was certain that once the Unrivaled got to know him and his friends, everything would be different. The Unrivaled's daily life consisted of endless rituals and ceremonies honoring one great house or another. In many ways, these events were very similar to the celebrations the Dinotopians love so much, except that the Unrivaled bound their ceremonies with stricter rules of conduct. For example, Andrew learned that one could easily offend a singer at an official ceremony by not singing along. Talking during an endowment of honor was thought to bring bad luck upon that warrior and his descendants, and disturbing a young warrior in training could cause him to hurt himself or another. But overall, the city was splendid and the people were friendly. After 2 more days, Andrew was told that Lord Batalf wanted to meet him. That evening, Ari ushered him upstairs and took him through a large, beautifully carved wooden door. The knight's chamber itself was decorated with images of wolves. Statues, pedestals, columns, walls, floors, and ceilings all were painted or engraved with faded pictures of the creature. As Andrew studied the lavish decorations, he heard the door open behind him. Andrew turned to finally meet Lord Batalf. He gasped at what he saw. Oh, I've read ahead. I know what's going on. Not really, but anyway.
I'm shocked. How could you?
But the words are right there.
Just FYI, one of the books I got you is the second Young Wizards book, and the other is like a core memory from my childhood, but I am not going to spoil the surprise or what the book is. Yes, you should read wait. I only ever got to the 4th. Should I continue? Yes, you should. Young Wizards is one of my favorite series. So it's the sequel to So You Want to Be a Wizard, I assume? It gets a little convoluted, but TBH, I think that's because it becomes a bit of a gray area between fantasy and sci-fi later on in the series. That makes sense. My hands have ink on them still from me doing calligraphy on Thursday. Aw, that's nice. That's charming. I gotta put this. Put it down. Put it down.
Everything's going wrong.
Yes, Yes, birds, I hear you. I hear you very clearly. All right. This is such a weird feeling. The Saturday reads usually don't end with just one stream.
What are we gonna do?
Oh my goodness, what a long chapter.
You have a long chapter?
I mean, it's long. No, long for this book. I mean, when I say long, I mean 14 pages. God help us all. The horrors. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, Heart of Darkness.
Lord Batalf was immense. Obesity was not usually an issue with the Surians, but Batalf was undeniably portly. Don't fat shame Lord Batalf. The huge Troodon came through the door and settled himself on the stone throne, with wolves' heads carved into the armrests. He tapped with one of them with his claws around Lord Batalf's large girth was tied a forest green sash. Andrew lifted his eyes and met Batalf's gaze. Immediately, the knight bounded down from the throne and landed before Andrew with a thud. So you're the new boy, is that right? Batalf roared. Yes, Andrew said quickly, eyes wide with surprise. And how do you feel about the great honor that's been thrust upon you? Andrew thought for a moment. Undeserving, he said. Batalf laughed. Undeserving is being made a page to a laughing stock. Is that what you mean? Andrew was confused. Lord Batalf? Batalf looked at Ari. You did tell him that the House of Batalf is considered a joke, didn't you? Now that Lucius has gained more status than I have. Ari stared straight ahead. I do not consider this house to be any less honorable or important. Lord, said Batalf. He turned and wearily sat down on his throne again. Andrew understood Batalf's house had once been considered powerful, but somehow the power had been lessened. I meant no offense, Andrew said. Really, Batolf sighed and looked at Andrew again. You'll find it is not so bad here. My needs are few compared to those of my fellows. The Troodon patted his enormous belly. As you can see by the size of my gut, my days of glorious contests are long behind me. Ari looked sharply at Batolf. You're a grand master, he cried. Armies are yours to control. Imaginary armies, replied Batolf, sighing. I'm sorry, said Andrew. I really don't understand. Ari and Batolf explained the basic society of the warrior Troodons. In Halcyon, a warrior gained status through skill, strength, and intelligence. The better the warrior became at these things, the more rewarded with possessions and rank. When a warrior reached a certain age, the level of achievement he became a grandmaster. The Grandmasters waged entire battles with armies of thousands, all in their heads. They sat across from each other and described what occurred. They're playing D&D. Hang on.
So Batolf is terrible at D&D? Is that what he's saying?
I guess so.
Rude. We love D&D. Or he rolled a nat 1 at a critical moment and so it's like, oh no.
That's funny. My fingers are stained teal. I have not read The Giver and its sequels. I remember when it was really big, though.
The Giver, but I didn't.
It reminded Andrew of a contest he'd once seen. Two chess experts sat across from each other and began to play without a chessboard or pieces. They could picture the board with the moves of its pieces entirely in their minds. Ari and Batolf went on to explain that the unrivaled respect, skills, and strategy above all else saved comparison for their fellow creatures and harmony with their surroundings. Batolf laughed. Do you know that for the first time in a century, the rules of the obstacle course are being changed, and it's all because of you? Me? Asked Andrew, amazed. That's right, said Ari. So far, 3 of our warriors have used your direct route through the obstacle course to win. So the rules are being made more detailed to keep this from happening. But it won't help, said Batolf. In other competitions also, our warriors are winning by doing what's now called pulling an Andrew. Andrew broke out laughing. He couldn't believe it. He was famous here. I thought so many Troodons were staring at me because I'm human, said Andrew. There is that too, said Batolf, but in one daring act you accomplished a great deal. You brought about change. That rarely happens here. Bravo. Andrew and Bravo just comes around the corner like, hey bros, what's up?
I took a break from dating Tookie to say, hey, what's up, guys?
Because I couldn't date Tookie and be here at the same time. That would be silly.
Hey, she's a lot. I just came down here to get some whipped cream.
Yeah, right. He's like, ooh, are those Kit Kats? Tookie never lets me have Kit Kats.
Please tell me you have chocolates.
All I get is protein bars.
Oh, God. Testosterone.
Andrew smiled. So this must be how it is for Ned all the time. He thought, I could get used to this. It turned out that Batolf had only got one major rival, the Troodon Knight and Grandmaster Lucius. Batolf's recent losses to Lucius had left him saddened. Trying to cheer up Lord Batolf, Andrew said, it really is an honor to be here. I meant that when I said it earlier. Bah! Batolf said, waving his hand dismissively. I'm fat and lazy and old. Aw, Batolf.
Aw.
Be nicer to yourself.
Poor Batolf.
You don't look old to me, Andrew said, and what would you know about it? Suddenly Batolf leaned forward and said, always speak your mind in my presence, boy. Don't take that liberty when others are around. Andrew bowed. Batolf leaned back and sighed. I suppose you have more questions. Your people are so peaceful at heart, said Andrew. They love and respect life. True. Then how did you ever become warriors? Botolph shrugged. You sound uneasy when you use the word warrior. To us, it is the ultimate honor. I didn't mean to offend, Andrew said. Is warrior like a bad word in his community? It's like, oh, we don't say that where I come from.
Did you say the W word? Oh no, they said the W word.
Oh my god. You don't, said Botolph. At one time, it was a need for warriors to be on the island. That time passed. Others laid down their weapons. We found a new home and remained true to our beliefs. How long have you been here? Botolph was silent. Does it matter? We are here. We believe what we believe. Yes, but the Troodon knight looked sharply at Andrew. I can't help but notice the way you keep looking at my sword. Does the sight of a weapon upset you? Not as much as it did when I first got here, Andrew said. Botolph drew his sword and held it out carefully, and for Andrew to see. The boy was stunned at the artistry and had gone into the sword's creation. Tiny images and symbols were etched into the surface of the blade. The sword was old, with many nicks and grooves, but perfectly polished and preserved. This is a sword, Botolph said. It has cutting edge. Unless I'm mistaken, you believe a warrior uses it to hurt his opponent. You take his life, even, correct? Andrew nodded. What could he say? I'm well aware of the Dinotopian credo. Weapons are enemies, even to their owners. It may surprise you to know that I agree with it. The boy was not only surprised that Botolph agreed with the saying, but also that the knight had heard of it. The unrivaled knew a lot about the outside world. Of course, the saying Botolph had quoted was ancient. Basic truths were seldom forgotten. The Troodons could have heard the saying long ago before they had come to Halcyon. If you agree with our beliefs, why do you carry a weapon? Andrew asked. My father was a soldier in the British Navy. He says no weapon is ever made unless someone intends to use it. We do use our weapons, Botolph said, as symbols, as reminders that we must always be on guard. Look. Lord Botolph gestured. Ari picked up a rolled blanket. He laid it at Andrew's feet and unrolled it. Inside was a collection of farm tools, kitchen gear, and other instruments. There, Lord Botolph. I'm just picturing like a very old-timey poetic dinosaur. Lord Botolph said, pointing to a scythe. A blade as long as your arm, with an edge as sharp as any sword in the city. We use those for cutting grass, Andrew said. Of course, you wouldn't dream of using one against another living being. Certainly not, said Andrew. Botolph pointed again, and there's a cleaver. Beside it, another long blade. Andrew nodded. For cutting vegetables. Quite so, Botolph said, but if they were not handled carefully, well, accidents happen. But they are to be avoided, yes? Uh-huh. Botolph pointed at two other items. The hammer and chisel are meant for the artisan, the sculptor, the builder, but they could be used to hurt someone as easily as the sword. But they're tools, Andrew said. Indeed, said Botolph, you use them to create. You build things, and you do not destroy. It is the same with us. Our swords are tools, and it is with them we create our art. It is the expansion of our spirits. I feel like you could make a really interesting parallel to the use of words. Like, words are tools. If you could use them to build people up or not, or hurt them.
Exhibit A, all of the internet.
All of the internet, yes. It is an interesting thing to come up in a kid's book. It's just like, it's how you use the thing. Are you using the thing with intention to hurt people, or are you using the thing with intention to, improve society?
Take that, internet.
I guess that could be said for a lot of different things in life. Andrew nodded. I think I understand, he said, but you still never convinced me to pick up a sword. I wouldn't want to, said Botolph. A warrior must freely choose the sword, and that choice means a hard life of discipline and training. Andrew shook his head. Can't you just use sticks? A blow with a stick could rob someone of his life as easily as a sword. True, but a stick won't cut a person. Botolph nodded. All right, let's say we replace all our swords with sticks. Warriors know they don't have to be careful, so they begin to get lazy. More and more frequently, warriors get struck with sticks. Over time, they become used to it. Soon, warriors are hitting each other with sticks on purpose, then with fists, then claws. Eventually, you end up with blades again, but blades used in a deadly way. By using swords, our ancestors did, we begin at that final stage. A warrior has no choice but to be careful. Accidents would have tragic consequences and are not allowed. More than that, Botolph continued, the presence of such weapons reminds us to be respectful not only of the sword, but also of the common blade. The scythe, the hammer, the chisel, our swords teach us to take responsibility for every aspect of our lives. In that regard, the citizens of Halcyon, the citizens of the realms without, are the same. Andrew nodded. It was different and strange, but it made sense. Then a thought occurred to him. But you're placing an awful lot of responsibility on each warrior. How are you sure each is ready? A good question, Botolph said. Only those who have trained for most of their lives are allowed to freely handle a sword. Such weapons are never drawn in anger. They are never used to settle a dispute. Such act would be barbaric. And we, my young friend, are civilized. Later that day, Andrew and Ari were sent to the river running beneath the city. Lord Botolph had a craving for a rare fish, and they had been sent to catch one. They were told to keep at it, even if it meant standing waist deep in the water with nets all day. Where do those waters lead? Andrew asked. To a well deep underground, Ari said. He seemed distracted. I need another tissue. Sorry. I like the little red dinosaur.
Oh, the red one?
They're all so cute.
Yay. It seems fitting for a dinosaur theme book.
Yes. And I've kept the top-down camera on so people can see you folding them.
Yay. Oh gosh, they're looking at my hands being...
Same, Ellery. I own The Giver, but I've never actually read it.
It's an interesting book. Oh, I remember there was a character named Gabriel, but
Ooh.
but he's kind of a plot device, and I'm just like, oh, of course Gabriel has to go through this.
Ugh.
Why?
How dare they?
The one character in media that I'm named after, and it's just like, oh, they're this, that, and the other, and I'm just like, why? But I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, so I'm not.
Trying to think, was there an Avery in any media that I know of? I think there was an Avery on Ghost Whisperer for a little while. And that was fun.
Ghost was, is that the one with oh gosh,
Jennifer Love Hewitt?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a very silly, like, soap opera with dead people. And I loved it as a kid.
Oh, Jennifer Love Hewitt. Has she been in anything?
I'm sure she has. It's up there with, like, Once Upon a Time with, like, those shows that's, like, they're ridiculous, but I will always put it on when I find it because I'm just like, the comfort.
The evil queen's taking someone else's heart. This is a great show.
Oh, yeah. Melinda never says what they ask her to say. They never do. Like, the ghosts are always like, tell her that I love her. And when you know, it's like, the dead guy is like, tell my wife that I love her. And then every time she sees the sunshine or the wind blow through the trees, that it's me. And Melinda just goes, he says he loves you very much. And everybody's like, Melinda! They did that on purpose because they didn't want the, like, repetition of, like, them saying something and her saying something, because that would be, like, a lot of the show. So, like, I get it from a showrunner standpoint, but also it's frustrating because it's like, Melinda, you had the one job, Melinda.
They could have always just had it to where they're like, tell them, and then cut to her looking at an empty space and then turning to the person being like, they say this. But,
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Or it could be, like, it phases from, like, them saying it to her saying it. I don't know.
Oh, that would be cool.
The audience wasn't annoyed. She didn't say it. Yeah, the audience, we were all annoyed. We were like, Melinda. Andrew gave him a funny look. Why don't I believe you? I don't know, Ari said. Perhaps you still haven't mastered our language. Andrew thought for a moment. It's a way out, isn't it? He asked. Ari hesitated. Yes, it is, he said, but a very dangerous one. The Kraken lives in the waters beyond. That's literally what it says.
Oh, the Kraken.
The Kraken? Andrew asked. Suddenly, he remembered the painting he'd seen days earlier. You mean the creature with the tentacles? Andrew saw a fish swimming near. He waded a little deeper into the waters and cast his net. I've got one. Ari looked over, then shook his head. Wrong fish, sighing. Andrew let the fish go. The Kraken is a destroyer of many lands, Ari said. That is what I was taught. It is rumored that the Kraken dragged the city of Poseidos, like Poseidon, I get it, into the murky depths. Poseidos? That's just a myth to some, but the Kraken is no myth. How do you know? Andrew asked. Have you seen it? Ari gave a short laugh. To look upon the Kraken is to see your own demise, he said. That is what I was taught. Those who try to leave Halcyon by the waters will meet the Kraken. If they anger him, he will show his displeasure by finishing the job he started when he attacked this city the first time. The Troodons do not believe that an earthquake devastated the lost city, Andrew realized. They honestly think it was this beast. The 13-year-old decided to let that subject go for a moment. So what's going on between Lucius and Lord Botolph? What started this rivalry between them? Ari cast his net. Lucius is the youngest of our kind ever to achieve the title of Grandmaster. He is ruthless and has never faced defeat. While his skill cannot be argued with his beliefs are, Ari struggled to control his emotions. He is without honor. Why? Asked Andrew. Once a year, the Festival of Riches is held. Many competitions take place. The overall winner is the festival is awarded the highest honor in our society, the title of Sage. The first thing the new Sage does is give away all his worldly possessions. Really? Asked Andrew. You mean Botolph would lose his house? Not lose it. He would give it away. Gladly. He would have the honor and pleasure of starting his life over again from the very beginning. All new challenges and adventures. But where would he live? Asked Andrew. Someone would take him in. Someone who needs help or advice. Someone else. Then another. Our people would listen to his every word and act upon it. What about Lucius? Lord Botolph fears that if Lucius takes the prize, he will unbalance all the old traditions. He'll keep his wealth. He will rule our city from his throne and do away with the festival so that no one can ever take his power. He said as much. Worse, he has support from many of the important houses. They're just a bunch of socialist dinosaurs. That's pretty great. They're like, redistribute the wealth.
But now capitalism has decided
But
to
then the
reign.
capitalist dinosaur is coming in. My body was like, ugh, capitalism.
But everything changed when the capitalism attacked. Only the sage, master of all four houses, could stop them.
That does sound pretty scary, Andrew said. Ari nodded. Lord Botolph says that the power belongs in the hands of those who wield it wisely. A lifetime of service to the art usually ensures the necessary wisdom, but in this case, so maybe Lord Botolph should fight this Lucius, said Andrew. Ari tapped the side of his head. Here is where the battle will take place. It's all about confidence and belief. Lord Botolph has lost his confidence. He wonders if the battle is even worth fighting, as he sees no chance to win. Andrew shook his head. He would need time to think about this. Then he asked Ari a question that had been on his mind for some time. Ari, I know it was you outside the city that night in the storm. You're the one I returned the armlet to. Why did you leave? Ari seemed stricken. I wasn't sure you recognized me. I hope you won't tell the others. They wouldn't understand. I need another tissue. Hang on. We're almost done with it.
Wow, we're getting close to the end, and I'm like, oh no, the climax is building. How is the story going to resolve itself?
It's kind of like how you feel watching the next to last episode of Game of Thrones, and then you're like, oh, it's not.
Oh no.
Yes, I'm still salty about it.
Maddie pops in. Well, I think it's a great ending.
Maddie is entitled to her opinions,
Even
which I strongly disagree with.
Even if they're wrong. Or am I?
No, Andrew said with a smile, I won't tell. I think you're curious. You want to know what's out there. Out there where they all live. Sorry. I already know, Ari said smugly. Oh, yeah? Andrew asked. What's out there then? The Troodon leaned over and poked Andrew's side. Soft. Hey, Andrew cried. Stop that. The Troodon poked his arm again. Pinklings. Ari. Soft pinklings. Soft pinklings. Andrew was losing his balance. Tickles. Soft pinklings. Hey, Andrew cried as he fell into the water, and Ari playfully cast his net over the boy. The next day, Andrew was again summoned before Lord Botolph. A troupe of traditional dancers were performing for all the houses, and there would soon arrive at the house of Botolph. As Andrew waited, he asked the Troodon knight, Do you know what I do in the world outside? No, I don't, Lord Botolph said. I'm a keeper of stories, said Andrew. True stories, like the one I know about the Kraken. Botolph roared. The Kraken is not a subject to be taken lightly. Certainly not, Andrew said. But what you don't know is that the beast is missing a tentacle, and I know how it happened. I heard it from the lips of someone who was there. Ridiculous, Botolph scoffed. No one sees the Kraken and lives. Then how did your artist know what it looks like? How do you even know it exists? Botolph considered this. Slowly he said, You know one who survived an attack of the Kraken? I've met him. So it's a human? I didn't say that. I said it's a him. That's all I said. Botolph studied the boy with a deep interest. Tell me the story of yours, if you wish, Andrew said. Is it a tale of danger? It is. Is it brief? The Troodon asked, clearly hoping that it was not. No, Lord, it may consume many nights in the telling. Botolph settled into his throne and said, Then you better get started. Chapter 15.
Oh, I get a short chapter.
Sorry.
Oh, no. Why?
You can read more of it if you want. I don't care.
Okay, I'll read 16 or 15 and 16. Wait, I have to check to see if 17 is long. 17's okay. Yeah, I'll read chapter 16 or 15 and 16.
Cool. I mean, if you only wanted to read the one, I don't care. I'm opening the whatever, but just do what you want. Do what feels right to you.
You're giving me too many choices.
Sorry.
I'm not used to that.
Not sponsored by Kit Kat, but
Oh.
Gabe brought Kit Kat, so.
Because this is our Tookie repellent.
Yes.
Leon wondered why the Unrivaled had never renamed Halcyon. If the task were given to her, she knew what she would call it. Valhalla, the warrior's paradise. She had been here for close to a week. Though she missed Henna, Andrew, and Ned, she was thrilled to be with the Unrivaled. During her first few days, she learned how to communicate with them and how to behave in their public spaces. Her companion was Nadra, a sword master and a warrior, and a female.
Woo!
Yay! The future is female. The future. Anyway, Leon had been sent to the house of Lucius, the Lion Herald, a Grand Master warrior, Knights of the Sixth Order. The very idea the lions came from the outside world. The very idea of the lions came from the outside world. It had been carried by a human guest more than 2 centuries earlier. As soon as she arrived, Leon had learned about the important festival coming up. It would settle once and for all the dispute over who was the greater warrior, her own Lord Lucius, or Flob Bottom Botolph, as Lucius had nicknamed him. So mean.
Oh, don't be mean.
Flop Bottom.
Oh.
Rude. In a way, Leon felt sorry for old Boltolf, but what did he need with yet another victory? That warrior's glory days were long past. Lucius was young and strong. In many ways, he reminded Leon of her brothers and father in China, warriors all. Lucius had sat with Leon, imparting his beliefs. As a warrior, you should be strong and brave, he'd said, single-minded. Do not look backwards or to the side when facing an enemy. Go straight forward to crush him.
Oh.
Leon was thinking of her own situation. She desperately wanted to become a warrior, but felt that the chances were slim. What if you're up against impossible odds? She asked. Don't let yourself be overcome by any task, Lucius counseled. even one of, or even one that seems impossible. True warriors live to live by the belief that if they are cornered by their enemies, they will stand alone and fight. Remember, never surrender. Taking Lucius's words as encouragement, Leanne had Louise. Leanne had performed several demonstrations of her skill and training as a warrior. Lucius would not allow her to pick up a sword, and she'd used a broom handle. The Troodon knight had applauded when she finished, but he was not impressed enough to grant her a sword. I don't understand, Leanne said later to her friend Nadra. They were in an open courtyard with a clear view of the deep blue sky above. What am I doing wrong? It's not a matter of right and wrong, said Nadra. Your techniques are easily countered, and your attack reveals that you have something to prove. You are not at peace with yourself. You cannot hope to fight an enemy successfully when you are at war with yourself. Leon Brown, show me your way then. Very well, Nadra said, drawing her sword and beginning a series of movements. When she'd finished, she said, you see, I'll explain it to you exactly the way I was taught. Some believe that when you're pushed, you should pull back. When pulled, push forward. Instead, try this. When pushed, pivot and go around. When pulled, enter when circling. You see, it makes you one with whoever's attacking you. You go right into the attack. Leon copied Nadra's movements. My teacher explained that you want your movements to be just like the universe, always circling and swirling. You bring your enemy into the spinning circle where you challenge and defeat his sense of balance. Next, Nadra took a fan from her belt and opened it. This is made from paper, she said. If you toss a stone at it, what happens? The stone would rip it apart. Leon said immediately. The stone is heavier. It has power. Nadra spun the fan until it was a blur of motion. Watch. Toss the stone at the fan. Leon did. She watched as Nadra moved swiftly and allowing the stone to be swept in the motions of the fan. It's captured when tossed out. Or it's captured, then tossed out, Leon observed. You created a funnel. Nadra nodded. Exactly. Now look at the fan. Unharmed. And where is the stone? Leon looked to one side, lying on the ground. Nadra closed the fan and tucked it back into her belt. The enemy is defeated by its own aggression. A weapon made of something as weak as paper turned out to be more effective than one made of stone. Leon shook her head in wonder. I've never seen a form of fighting quite like yours. You've never come here before, said Nadra. Now you must understand. With this technique, one defends not only herself, but also her attacker. My teacher said that true victory is not in defeating an enemy, it is making your enemy seek peace. Without enlightenment, these techniques won't do you any good. Did Lord Lucius teach you this? Leon asked. Nadra turned away. Lord Lucius is concerned only with winning. She looked up at the cloudless sky. Have you ever wondered what it's like to fly? I rode a skybax once. Nadra's eyes lit up. Really?
I'm so sorry. That was a very loud sound. I clanked this against the microphone by accident.
Oh no. Leanne told her what it was like. Nadra listened intently, then looked at the sky once more. She seemed to be considering something. Finally, the warrior led Leanne to one of the highest towers in Halcyon. They climbed a circular stone staircase and emerged on the roof. There, a large sheet covered several odd-looking items. What's all this? Asked Leanne. The only way I know of flying, said Nadra. She pulled back the sheet and revealed a wondrous collection of brightly colored kites. Leanne saw two kites shaped like butterflies. One had rich shades of blue, lavender, and gold. The other was black and orange with crimson highlights. Something that looked like clouds with tiny suns buried in them radiated from the bodies of both butterflies. Stunning patterns like stained glass completed the wings. Other kites were ornately painted with images of warrior Troodons. One was designed to look like a glittering array of gold and silver swords. Leanne saw fish swimming in a deep blue ocean on one kite, blue and red birds sailing across the sky on another. You made all these? Asked Leanne. Why? Asked Nadra unsteadily. Don't you like them? Leanne laughed. I think they're amazing. Nadra sighed in relief. I fly them only at night. You don't share these with others? Leanne asked. Oh, I want to, said Nadra. One of the events in the festival is a celebration of design. Some entries will be sculptures, others paintings. This would be my contribution. What made you change your mind? Asked Leanne. Lord Lucius, said Nadra. He says that being gentle is the same as being weak. That expressing oneself will with anything other than a sword is wrong. Ridiculous. Nadra lowered her head. What can I do? I'm pledged to his service. So you have to carry on in secret? Yes, Leon frowned. Tell me something. How do you fly one of these? Nadra's eyes grew bright. Ooh,
You're good.
I pulled a cord. I'm sorry. Did I break something?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what. Oh, I think this just moved. This cord, but you're good.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
Nadra explained that judging the direction and strength of the wind was very important. Today, for example, the winds were all around them, pushing upward. Below, it would be very difficult to fly, said Nadra. In the city, the winds are trapped. They sail this way and that, trying to escape. Leanne lifted up one of the butterflies. She could already feel the wind filling the kite, trying to take hold. You have to have a firm grasp on the pole line before letting go, said Nadra. This cord? Asked Leanne. Nadra nodded, and Leanne wrapped the cord around her arm. Then what? Push as hard as you can in the direction of the wind and let go. Suddenly, Leanne turned and did just that. Wait! Cried Nadra, but it was too late. The kite rose swiftly into the air. Leanne pulled, the line taut. The wind allowed the butterfly to gently glide across the sky. You shouldn't have done that, Nadra said helplessly. Then, from the streets below came a cheering. Nadra looked over the edge of the roof to see a small crowd staring up at her kite. I doubt that Lucius will be able to object now, Leanne said. With a look of fierce determination, Nadra launched the kite of swords and flew it beside the butterfly. The cheers of the crowd grew louder. More Troodons flooded into the street, pointing up at the kites. Warriors came out and raised their sword in tribute. Nadra had no idea what the consequences of this act might be. All she knew was that for this brief, soaring moment, she felt happy. Whoa! And I'm reading the next chapter because Avery had to deal with the other chapter that was long, so I'm...
Okay, you don't
See how 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is only 6 pages, so yeah, I'll
Okay.
give it back.
All right.
Here you go.
Hang on. Let me
Oh.
grab a tissue.
Okay. Got to grab a tissue. Alright, it's time to grab a tissue to make sure the allergies are right, babe, before starting to read again.
I was like, how did I lose scissors? That's not good. I
Oh
found them.
no. Thank goodness you found them.
One time sorry, I started laughing as I was blowing my nose.
Oh no.
One time my ADHD was such that I put down scissors on the foot of my bed and then was getting into bed and was like, oh, those are scissors.
Oh.
Chaos.
Or that just reminds you of in Frozen when Olaf is walking and he just walked through an icicle and he's like, oh look, I've been impaled.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ellery says, socialist dinos who play D&D. I love this society. Jay says, hi. Hi, Jay. And then Ellery also
Hi.
says, oh no, I see where this is going. And he said that around the time that, it flashed over to Leon being like, hanging out with Lucius is super cool in his side of society. It was like, oh no, the friends are going to fight.
Oh no.
That's what I was thinking anyway. Chapter 16. Ned was staying with the metalsmith Silverclaw when the sword arrived. Wait, let me try that again. When word arrived of Leon and Nadra's kite display, Lord Lucius took all the credit for Nadra's stunning work. He promised that it was only a glimpse of the grand offering Nadra would make at the Festival of Riches. Meanwhile, Leon was immediately moved by to the house of Botolph. She wasn't sure if it was a punishment or not, but she was happy to see Andrew again. The next day, Ned paid a visit with his Troodon host, Silverclaw. The metalsmith had come to the house of Botolph to mend armor on Ned, and Ned came along to see Andrew and Leon. Overjoyed to see each other again, the three sat in Andrew's quarters beneath the house and exchanged stories. Ned filled them in on what happened to him since they'd been separated. At first, Ned had thought he'd been sent to the metalsmith as a punishment for losing the obstacle course event, but he quickly became fascinated by Silverclaw's amazing ability to work metal. Why is he called Silverclaw? Asked Andrew. I suppose it's because he always wears a metal glove in one hand, Ned said. A gauntlet, he calls it. Oh god, not like Thanos. Different.
Oh god.
It's
he has
silver.
oh, he has 5 gems in them, and there's a spot for another, but
Oh,
I
God.
I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Ned soon discovered that serving the metalsmith was a highly sought-after position. The Troodons considered making an armor and weaponry both an art and a science. I think the Unraveled wanted me to learn patience, said Ned. I wasn't a very good loser when Ari beat me through the obstacle course. A part of me was stunned that I could ever lose, but it turned out for the best. I wouldn't want to be with a warrior now. Silverclaw is a friend. Ned explained that Silverclaw was a master of craft, the greatest armorer in Halcyon. He had 5 apprentices, some of whom quickly became jealous of Ned. The apprentices had to work hard to earn their food, a place to live, and an occasional glimpse to the Silverclaw's craft. As an honored human visitor, Ned alone was allowed to watch over the metalsmith's shoulder to see Silverclaw's sketches and designs for new armors. Ned learned the 2 primary techniques for making chain mail, using pliers to join links, or the more standard rivets. He also learned Silverclaw's favorite technique for making his customers happy. Silverclaw had told Ned, always tell the customer that a job will take 4 times as long as you actually think it will. That way, even if you end up taking twice as long as expected, the customer will think you're doing him a favor. That sounds a little sneaky, Ned had said. Not at all, Silverclaw had insisted. Sometimes when warriors earn status, they become demanding and forget the value of patience. No one is above learning a good lesson. At night, Ned and Silverclaw would speak for long hours. The metalsmith loved hearing stories about Ned's childhood in Louisiana and the shipwreck that had brought him to Dinotopia. He was also fascinated by details about Dinotopian society outside the Lost City. When Ned had become aware of the other apprentices' resentment for him, he went to Silverclaw and asked for some chores. Before long, Ned was working harder than the apprentices. At one point, they came to him as a group and asked him to slow down, but Ned had found that he couldn't stop. Being Silverclaw's prime helper and friend was too important to him. Ned pushed himself harder and harder until one day he collapsed from exhaustion. The apprentices later explained to Ned that they weren't being lazy, they were pacing themselves. Creating armor and weapons was a grueling process. Hang on, I need a tissue. I wonder if it's certain trees in bloom that are messing with my sinuses, or if it's mold being high, or if it's both. It could be both.
They're both working together.
I see Loki on the Marvel periodic table, and that made me happy.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but he's in villains, and I'm like, how dare they?
This is this is 2012 event, or it's 2012 Loki. Before he got the character development.
Back when he was mind controlled by Thanos.
Exactly.
He was like, shit, and then he came out of his mind control, and he was like, shit. Oh no. All right. Let's see. Ned had promised to heed their advice and slow down. Silverclaw had come to visit Ned and he rested. As he rested, the metalsmith asked why Ned pushed himself beyond his limits. I wanted to make you happy, Ned told him. I wanted to impress you. Ned explained that all his life things had come easily to him, but here there was no guarantee that he would succeed. For once he wanted to work hard for something. Silverclaw had sighed heavily. The Troodon held up his left claw, the one always covered by a metal glove. Do you see this? Your claw? I wear this gauntlet because of an accident I had when I was much younger. I was like you, so anxious to please. I was given my first major task to complete on my own, designing the armor for a fast-rising young warrior named Botolf. I got the job because I said I could get it done more quickly and better than any of my teachers. Other pupils. Then one night tragedy struck. I was resting, or I wasn't resting, I was pushing myself to the limits of my endurance and beyond. Ned had watched nervously as the Troodons began to remove his silver glove. This happened, Silverclaw said. The glove came off. Ned gasped, expecting to see something deformed and twisted. Instead, the claw was perfectly normal. I don't understand, Ned said. I tripped and almost plunged my claw into a vat of molten metal. Fortunately, my teacher was in the room watching me. I had no idea. He rescued me. So why do you wear the gauntlet? To remind me of what my foolishness and my pride nearly cost me. My teacher volunteered to help with the armor and in secret on the condition that I wear this gauntlet for the rest of my life. Since then, I have looked at it often and realized that there are no shortcuts in life, none without dire cost. Any job worth doing is worth doing well, and whatever time and effort it takes, so be it, Silverclaw had said. Ned set back, his story at an end. That's when Andrew spoke up. You know, that's kind of what's happening with Lord Lucius. Lucius wants shortcuts, just as Silverclaw did. The thing is, it won't be Lucius who will suffer if he wins the festival. It'll be all the unrivaled. I think we should see if there's some way we can help Lord Botolph. Leon sprang from her chair. Andrew, that's unfair. You want to condemn Lord Lucius, but you haven't talked to him. You don't know what he really believes. Andrew said, but according to Lord Botolph, Lucius has publicly stated no, said Leon. I've spoken with Lord Lucius. I know how easily he could be misunderstood. He believes what my uncle and my father believe, that a warrior without an enemy, without a cause, is no warrior at all. She went to the stairs. Leon, wait, Andrew called. No, she said, storming up the stairs. I'm going to see if Lord Lucius will take me back, and if he will, I intend to try to help him win the festival. With that, she left, slamming the door behind her. Andrew and Ned stared at each other in silence. Finally, Ned said, do you think maybe we're wrong about Lucius? I don't know, said Andrew. I just hope he doesn't disappoint Leon. I really hope he doesn't. Chapter 17.
Ugh. Leon is being blinded by Lucius.
Called it. Yep.
I
saw where that was going, unfortunately.
No. Chapter 17. The day of the festival had arrived. The warriors of the unrivaled and their families gathered in a coliseum where the various competitions would be staged. Leon had been welcomed back by Lucius. Andrew and Ned had tried to visit her, but she refused to see them. Nadra had told them, when the festival is over, she'll see you. Now she is working very hard to prepare and doesn't wish to be disturbed. I'm sorry. Breathe deep. Seek peace. Andrew and Ned had gone to Lord Botolph and asked to enter the festival. The Troodon Knight had refused to allow them to compete, but he could see uses for them, especially Andrew. So Botolph had Andrew and Ned trained to work as pages. They would assist the knights. Soon, the two friends had learned the names and functions of the various pieces of a suit of armor. They understood that a pollen was a knee protector. Pollen? P-O-L-E-Y-N. Pollen?
Polly? I don't know.
Pauline. Not pollen. Pauline. Was a knee protector, and that a greave covered the lower legs. They were taught that a chainmail frock, called an arming doublet, always went on first. The arming doublet contained wax points for attaching the other pieces of armor. The significance of breastplates and the knight's various colored sashes quickly became second nature to them. It turned out that the biggest, brightest colors denoted the highest ranks, the dullest the lowest. On festival day, Lord Botolph arrived at the Colosseum wearing Silverclaw's latest suit of armor and a brand new sword. His rival, Lord Lucius, wore the armor and sword of his ancestor. Botolph took Andrew to one side. The portly Troodon knight seemed happier than he had been in days. Tonight, you're going to tell me how the Kraken story ends, said Botolph firmly. Of course I will, Andrew said, right after the celebration of your victory. Botolph waved his claw as if to dismiss such talk, but the possibility of winning clearly delighted him. The knight was called away and Ari approached Andrew. I don't know what you did, said Ari, but I can't remember a time when Lord Botolph seemed so free of worries. Andrew shrugged. My stories took his mind off things, that's all. Gave him something else to think about. A horn was sounded. The first rounds of competition would soon begin. A trio of Troodons wearing golden armor entered the arena, and a hush fell upon the crowd. The warrior in the middle stepped forward and said, by practicing our art every day, we gain strength. By learning from our mistakes, we gain wisdom. By crossing swords with an opponent, we gain power. The Troodon on the left joined his friend and said, to the fine warriors who will compete this day, I say this. Fix your minds on your four oaths and put selfishness behind you. Win or lose, you cannot fail. The last of the golden armored Troodons came forward and said, these are the four oaths. Follow the way of the warrior. Be useful to our cause. Be respectful to others. Exist for the good of all. Without another word, the three Troodons turned and left the arena. Another horn sounded, and 6 pairs of warriors, swords drawn, took up positions on the battlefield. Ari was one of the warriors. His sash was forest green, the color of Lord Botolph's house. 2 other warriors with green sashes were among the fighters too. They were facing warriors with pale yellow sashes. Andrew and Ned watched the unrivaled finest warriors engage in one flourish or personal competition at a time. The warriors moved with blinding speed. Their weapons crashed together. Fierce battle cries sounded. The moment of a warrior's defense faltered and the opponent had a clear opening. The flourish was brought to a halt and the winner declared. 2 of Lord Botolph's 3 warriors won their competitions. 3 warriors with red sashes also won. They were from the house of Lord Lucius. Ari's flourish was the last to be staged. As Ari faced his opponent, one of Lord Botolph's other warriors had remembered to do what the Andrew said. Ari nodded and gave a slight laugh. He looked straight into the eyes of his opponent. The other warrior seemed nervous. What did he say to do? Asked the other warrior. That would be telling, Ari said. The signal came and their flourish began. Ari faced his opponent bravely and very quickly triumphed. At the outskirts of the arena, Grizzardle ambled over to Andrew and Ned. Lord Botolph's warriors have done well, as have Lord Lucius's warriors. The warriors with the red sashes? Asked Andrew. Indeed, the Bagaceratops chuckled. Everyone's talking about you. They want to know how the Andrew is going to help Lord
Andrew.
Yeah, the Andrew. He's going to help Lord Botolph win. I'm just standing here, said Andrew. I'm not doing anything. From the looks of things, said Grizzardle. That might be enough. Andrew nodded. He and Lord Botolph had talked about the importance of strategy in any conflict. Just knowing that Andrew was helping Lord Botolph gave the older knight and his warriors an edge. The young storyteller also had a few other surprises in mind, which would come into play later in the film. There were several more rounds of flourishes after Ari's. In some, one warrior faced 2 opponents. In others, as many as 6 warriors from one house faced an equal number of opponents from a rival house. Not all the events in the festival centered around battle. Many involved reading poetry or displaying artwork. The clowns appeared to amuse the audience. Games were played, including a chess match with living pieces. The warriors representing pieces replaced their colored sashes with either white or black sash. The strategies in charge of each side were previous winners of the festival. Nadra won the celebration of design by flying a kite that looked like a dragon. Several other houses had attempted to create kites too, but their kites were poor imitations of Nadra's creative masterpieces. The day wore on. Soon the warriors facing Lord Botolph's men stopped worrying about Andrew. Many competitions had been won and lost, and so far nothing unusual had occurred. The warriors from the other houses decided that Andrew and Ned were simply serving as pages, nothing more. Of course, that was exactly what Andrew wanted them to think. As midday approached, a massive feast was laid out on the field. Andrew and Ned marveled at the array of fruits, vegetables, and fish. All were specifically prepared with recipes handed down from generation to generation. Ari and Grizzardle ate with Lord Botolph and his 2 pages. Has anyone seen Leanne? Andrew asked. Grizzardle said, I know that she's been entered in the Shadow Dance, but I haven't seen her. The Shadow Dance was a competition for beginning warriors. It was scheduled to begin just after lunch. I'm worried about her, Ned said. Andrew nodded. Me too. Before long, the feast came to an end. The tables were cleared away and the young warriors participating in the Shadow Dance appeared. Andrew was startled to see Leanne had been given a sword. A large marble slab had been placed at the center of the arena. Leanne stood at one end of the marble slab, positioned so that her shadow was directly behind her. Another fledgling warrior stood 6 feet behind her. Judges stood at either side of Leanne, far enough away to avoid the reach of the sword. The warrior standing before Leanne turned her back to the young woman. The warrior's shadow stretched out behind her. When Leanne looked down, it was as if she was facing an opponent made of shadows. Beginning warriors of the Shadow Dance were too inexperienced to actually cross swords with one another. They could not be trusted to pull back in time. If one accidentally harmed another, even in the least way, he or she would be subjected to the Great Silence. An introvert's dream.
An introvert's dream.
The dream of the introverts. The Shadow Dance. Or when I see Shadow Dance, my first thought is the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm just like, enter the Shadow Realm.
My first thought is Safety Dance. You know that song, Safety Dance? We can dance.
Oh, yes.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking of, sorry.
All good. Leanne raised her weapon, preparing to battle her opponent's shadow, when Nadra came forward. I must speak with my friend, Leanne said. The judges indicated that this was acceptable. Leanne stepped off the marble slab to talk to Nadra. What's wrong? Asked Leanne. It's Lord Lucius, said Nadra. He directs you to lose this contest. What? Nadra looked pained. I'm sorry. It's the message he told me to pass on. It's the message he told me to pass on to you. I don't believe you. The Troodon was stunned. I'm your friend. I wouldn't lie to you. You want me to fail? My wishes don't matter. I'm sworn to Lord Lucius's service. I delivered the floating dragon and won the competition in his name. Then you've got another reason. Leanne. No, Leanne said. She went back to her place on the marble slab. Nadra turned and left. From the far side of the arena, Andrew watched as the signal was given and combat began.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Oh gosh. What's gonna happen?
Oh god.
I mean, we're only like 20, we have only 20 pages left in the book, and I feel like they're gonna get reunited with people.
Hi Milo. How are you?
Hi, Milo. Leanne's opponent spun her sword over her head and brought her blade down in a sharp, quick movement. Several feet behind the Troodon, well out of harm's way, Leanne met the Shadow's attack. All she could do was counter the unpredictable movements of her opponent. To win the competition, Leanne would have to meet 100 shadow blows without meet 100 shadow blows without once faltering.
Eesh. Yikes.
Then she would trade places with her opponent and do it all over again. To those in the audience, it looked as if Leanne and the Troodon warrior were moving as one. It was a strange but beautiful dance. Leanne used the techniques Nadra had taught her. She focused entirely on the shadow and her own breathing. There was no outside world as she wove elegant patterns through the air with her sword. This was the moment she had dreamed of all her life, to be accepted as a warrior. Nadra's terrible demand that she do less than her best was insulting, but Leanne did not even think of it now. She would not be distracted. Suddenly, the competition was called to a halt by the judges. Leanne couldn't believe it. She had won the first part of the competition. She glanced around and saw Lord Lucius staring at her. He nodded in her direction. She bowed in return. Leanne and her opponent switched places and readied themselves. This time, Leanne would be the attacker. The signal was given. Leanne leapt into a series of moves with her sword. She began with the traditional forms of Troodon's swordplay. Then, once Leanne was certain that her opponent had been lured into a false sense of security, she changed her style. One moment she was thrusting predictably with her sword, the next she was moving in ways that her uncle had taught her, ways that no Troodon except Nadra had seen before. Suddenly, Leanne heard an oath behind her. In the next moment, the competition was over. Turning, Leanne watched her opponent lay her sword at Leanne's feet. She had won! The audience exploded with cheers. Leanne raised her sword, basking in the victory. She saw Andrew and Ned. Although they were on Lord Botolph's side, they were cheering Leanne along with everyone else. Leanne felt bad about the way she had spoken to them before and vowed to make it up to them later. After her win, a Troodon led Leanne to a darkened corridor. Lord Lucius was waiting for her there. The Troodon knight gestured impatiently, and the warrior who had brought Leanne turned and left. Once they were alone, Lucius says, "How dare you gain victory?" Well, because he hissed, But I was fighting for your glory, Leanne said, confused. Then it is Nadra's fault, Lucius said. She didn't give you the message. Leanne went pale. Then it's true you really sent that message? Of course. Why would you question such a thing? Because Nadra had shown her disloyalty. I thought she wanted to help Botolph win. Her disloyalty? Didn't you see her floating dragon? Leanne said, yes, but so you would have honored my wishes, Lucius said. You thought Nadja was betraying me? I should have talked to you myself. Perhaps there is hope for you yet. I don't understand, Leanne said, stunned by this turn of events. Why would you want me to fail? Because you're Botolphs, Lucius said. Leanne's jaw dropped. No, I'm in your spirit. You are weak like him. Everyone knows that I took you back in just to shame him, to show that his beliefs are foolish, that his strengths are illusions. But Lord Lucius, Leanne said, I've always been taught that doing anything less than your best is wrong. How could you expect me to do such a thing? It's without honor. Honor? Lucius spat. Puh. You asked to be thought of as a warrior. Yes, said Leanne, I did. In battles, warriors are often asked to sacrifice themselves for the greater glory of their masters. Your honor means nothing. You pledged to serve me, to raise me up to new heights. Finally, Leanne understood. Quietly, she said, it's true. Everything they've been saying about you is true. That I will win today? Asked Lucius. That I will keep what I win and use my power to rule? Of course it's true. Now come with me. I must find a way to turn your victory to my advantage. Leanne stood perfectly still as the Troodon knight turned and walked away. When he realized that Leanne wasn't with him, he stopped. Without looking back, he said, You're not following me. No, not anymore, Leanne replied. Lucius went on without another word. Ooh, this is getting interesting. I'm emotionally invested in this.
Ooh.
There's 2 chapters left.
Woo.
Oh gosh, and mine is only... Oh, it's 4. Okay, I thought it was 2, and I was like, oh. Oh, no. Okay, yours is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh my god.
13, another 14-page
It's fine.
chapter.
It's fine.
I'm sorry.
It's not that... Like, that was what we considered a normal, if not short chapter in Imagine, so...
True, and this is a fun read. Who knew children's books can be so interesting?
That's why I love to cover children's and family content on the internet. On the interwebs. Milo says, I'm doing a massive depression-sized load of laundry today, and by load of laundry, I mean more like four loads of laundry. Basically everything I own. Oh, I'm sorry.
I wish you luck with that.
I have to, like... I haven't had the time, and when I've had the brief time, I haven't had the mental energy to clean my room, and I'm just, like, looking around being like, oh, it's gonna be so much harder now. Oh, dear. Chapter 18. There were only 2 events left. First, there was to be a competition between the most highly ranked warriors of the remaining houses. Then, finally, a mental battle would be held between 2 remaining knights. Andrew stood near the mouth of the darkened corridor leading to the arena. He smiled at Ned. Their special tactics would finally come into play in these last events. The competitions had been thinned from 11 houses to 4. Botolph and Lucius were tied in the number of wins. Soon, 3 warriors from each of the 4 remaining houses would take the arena to participate in the flourish, which, when this competition was over, only 2 houses would remain. Okay, Ned called. They're ready. Andrew raised his hand and signaled to the golden-armored officials that their warriors were ready to take the field. The warriors of the other 3 houses had already done so. A horn sounded to indicate the warriors' entrance. Andrew smiled, thinking about the warriors, about what would come next. He watched as the solemn warriors of the other 3 houses entered the arena. Songs were sung of their glory. Now 9 warriors were all in their places. Only Botolph's warriors were missing. Now, said Andrew. Ned looked back into the tunnel and motioned for a group of Troodons to come forward. Andrew and Ned leaned against the wall of the corridors to allow the companions room to pass. The audiences exploded in laughter as 5 of Silverclaw's apprentices leapt into daylight, followed by Lord Botolph's warriors. Leanne, who stood with Nadra, giggled at the sight. The Saurians were dressed in bright, silly costumes that Silverclaw's apprentices had worked on for many days. One grim-faced Troodon was dressed as a half-peeled banana. Others wore costumes of bunnies and cherries. Another was dressed as a panda bear. though the Dinotopians had only heard tales of such creatures. The last apprentice was dressed as a raging, uncoordinated Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm just picturing the Rex from Meet the Robinsons. I have a
With
massive
big
legion
head, little arms.
and
Oh, sorry.
tiny little arms. Yes, I love that scene.
Matt.
No, you're good. I love that scene. The apprentice sang a ridiculous warriors song while marching just ahead of Botov's trio of warriors. I feel like that song is something like, ah!
Ah.
All three of the combatants wore armor that made them look like buck-toothed wolves. Lucius saw Botov, who was dressed as large spiral timepiece, and cried, "What is the meaning of this?" Botov shrugged. These competitions are meant to celebrate as a celebration of life. Win or lose, we wish to have fun. Ridiculous. Taking the miracle of life for granted is ridiculous. Not enjoying every precious moment we have is ridiculous, Botov laughed. Now, if you'll excuse me, these fine warriors have a competition to enter. Andrew smiled as he looked over at Ned. The older boy had managed to convince Silverclaw and his apprentices to create these costumes and strange sets of armor totally in secret. The other 9 warriors in the arena were stunned by the sight of their opponents. "I can't fight that," cried one of Lucius's warriors. "How am I supposed to keep a straight face?" Lucius stormed over. "You'll do what you have to do," he thundered. The surprises didn't end there. Another of Lucius's swords shouted, They don't have swords. Their scabbards are empty." All 3 of Botov's warriors, Ari included, reached down and grabbed at the empty air where their hilts would be. "Of course we have our swords," said Ari. "Can't you see them?" Lucius was beside himself. He ran over to the golden armored judges and attempted to have Botov's warriors banned from the competition. Ooh. I like the dinosaurs. They're all coming along very well.
Oh, yay. Oh, gosh. I feel like soon it's just your room's going to be filled with all these dinosaurs.
We'll have to make something with them.
Or make like Christmas ornaments or something, and we can have a reel with the do 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 do
Do do do do. Yes, we'll do something.
Oh, Triton. One of the inhuman.
Which one is Triton? How did I forget Triton?
I have no idea. I'm just imagining King Triton, and I'm like, oh, Ariel's dad is part of the MCU. Cool.
Everybody's gonna be like, fake fans.
Hey, I've seen all the Marvel movies.
OMG, the number of dinos multiply. You could put them on a string and make garlands to go around the ceiling. Yes!
Ooh,
that would be fun. That would be really fun.
Dinosaur garland.
Back, I had to leave suddenly to go to my grandparents' place, and now I'm there. Hello, Rex. We are almost done with the book. I quote the "I have big head and little arms" scene all the time, mostly when I try on hats that don't fit me. Oh, Milo, that's funny.
Oh, I need to say that when I'm getting wardrobe fittings and the hats are too small. Because I have a big head.
Banana costume.
What?
I'm just reading chat. Chat's like, banana costume.
Banana. Someone in a minion costume comes out, but it's copyright, so it's just a yellow creature with 1 or 2 eyes and overall.
Milo says about her laundry, "I'm lucky that my mom is really nice and understands that depression and autism are both working against me and helps." Yeah, it's hard when you've got, like, the mental illness and the neurodivergency just, like, teaming up, and you're just like, guys, give me a break, please. Not me falling asleep because their voices are soothing. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
It's rest if you do happen to fall asleep.
I'm in love with these microphones. They just sound so nice and clear. I'm just like, Spencer even listened in on one of the streams and he's like, oh, they sound good. I'm like, I know, right? These were stupidly cheap microphones for how good they sound. Happens to me all the time, Natty. I probably fall asleep half of the streams I come to. Well, I did at first initially think that the reading streams would be used for people to just go to sleep, and now I'm just like, well, maybe I'll just make an ASMR channel on the side if people want sleep content. Yeah. I almost fell asleep last night reading Animorphs just because it took us so long to get through that particular Animorphs book.
After all the crying from the baby skunk getting eaten. I'm just kidding. More tragic than the symbol monster.
Oh, God. All right, one of the judges sighed, well, there is nothing in the rules that stops the warriors from wearing funny costumes and armor. Another judge leaned forward and said, and swords aren't specifically mentioned either. I knew they'd pull an Andrew, said another of the judges cheerfully. Lucius stalked over to Boltolf. You're disgracing our traditions, he said. I'm keeping an open mind, said Boltolf. Grandmasters fight with phantom armies. Why can't our warriors fight with phantom swords? It has never been done before. Boltolf leaned in and whispered, and no winner for the festival has ever kept the riches for himself either. Lucius drew back and stared at Boltolf. Then the Troodon walked off with his head raised, looking as if he'd won some kind of victory. Fine. Let your warriors pretend to do battle. I'd like to see them find opponents willing to put up with such nonsense. As if in response to the soldiers of the other two houses removed their swords and handed them to their pages, they took up positions as if they were holding swords even though their hands were empty. Lucius looked on with disdain. Finally, he gave the order for his men to part with their swords. I don't believe it, Ned said as he watched from the sidelines. They're going to go along with it. I told you your idea was a good one, said Andrew. The judges moved closer to the warriors. Judging this is going to be challenging, one of them said. When everyone was set, the leader of the judges ordered the warriors to begin. For a few moments, all the warriors were thrown off by having to fight with imaginary swords. A real sword had weight. It was like an extension of their arms, but Boltolf's and Lucius's warriors quickly adjusted. The 6 warriors from the other 2 houses fell. An instant before the warriors from the final 2 houses could engage, the competition was brought to a halt. Only 2 houses remain, called one of the judges, the House of Boltolf and the House of Lucius. Will the Grandmasters please come forward for a final competition? Lord Boltolf sighed, then turned to Andrew. Andrew, your imagination and your belief in the impossible has made all the difference to me, and I thank you. You've got me all wrong, said Andrew. I don't believe in the impossible. You don't? No. I think anything's possible. There's a difference. Anything's possible, said Boltolf. Andrew smiled, especially here on Dinotopia. Boltolf nodded. I'll remember that. With those words, the Troodon knight went off to face his rival. 2 large stone chairs were hauled into the center of the arena. Lord Lucius was already waiting in one of them. Boltolf sat down across from Lucius and leaned forward. The older knight asked, do you ever admit to anyone that you started as one of my warriors? Never, said Lucius. Boltolf smiled grimly. That's what I thought. In the final competition, Lucius and Boltolf would each command an imaginary army. Each had equal number of warriors. The judges would award victory for each battle based on the strength of the tactics used. The judges all formed the all former grandmasters described in great detail the location of the imaginary war. The fight would take place in a dangerous mountain terrain. With that, the competition began. At the outset, it appeared that Lucius had the advantage. He described his army surging forward boldly and was awarded one skirmish after another. Boltolf attempted to set traps and ambushes, but Lucius always seemed to be one step ahead of him. Then, when fully half of Boltolf's forces had been wiped out, the older Troodon knight made a brilliant maneuver. He led both armies into a trap for which there would be no escape for either side. Lucius attempted to withdraw his forces, but it was too late. All the warriors from both armies fell a great distance into a churning river that took them out to sea. There would be no return for any of them. Only Lucius and Boltolf were left. Now we stand at either end of a bridge, Boltolf said. It's an important bridge. Both your people and mine need it to survive. Our people are gone, said Lucius bitterly. No, The warriors are gone. Their families, their wives, their children are still with us. So are the artisans, the fishermen, and many more. They need this bridge. Very well. The one who wins this battle gains control over the bridge, Lord Botolph said. The fate of all the people will be in that one's hands. Botolph paused and looked steadily at Lucius. I await your decision. With a start, Lucius realized the trap he'd been led into. He stared at his opponent in barely restrained fury. They remained like this for several long minutes. Several hundred yards away, Andrew turned to Ari. What's going on? He whispered. I don't get it. Why did everything just stop? Ari explained, it's a matter of personal honor. The next move is Lucius's, but there's really no move he can make. There are only two choices. Lucius can either step forward or step back. But both have already been determined by Botolph. The step forward is to admit that he has no control over his actions. He'd just be doing something that Botolph has already set up for him. Right, said Ned, standing with them, and to step back is admitting that he's afraid, and that's the same as being beaten. Andrew nodded, so he doesn't move, and it's a tie, unless Lord Lucius can think of a way out of the trap before the judges lose patience, Ari said. Andrew looked at the judges. They were already looking at one another impatiently. Suddenly, Lord Lucius began to laugh. It was an eerie sound. I picture him having like a very low, like, kind of evil chuckle. The crowd gasped. Lucius went on, the creature is enraged by the sacrifice of so many fine warriors. It knows that the world is out of balance and that their balance must be restored. Its black tentacles rise up out of the water. The Kraken, single eye, fixes on my opponent, Botolph, the one responsible for the sacrifice of all the warriors. It tries to reach him, but it cannot. Botolph is on shore just before the bridge, safe from its grasp. So instead, it vents its anger on the bridge, attacking it, threatening to destroy it. All this time, it sings a song of vengeance, of rage. The beast's cries sound like thunder. Lucius smiled sweetly at Botolph. Your move, he said. From the sidelines, Andrew watched as Lord Botolph sat in silent contemplation. He took a quick glance in Andrew's direction, then looked away again. Next to Andrew, Ned said, He's got Botolph. I don't believe it. It's true, said Ari. If Lord Botolph fights the Kraken, he will not survive. No one ever has. Andrew thought of the story he'd been telling Lord Botolph. There was a way, if only Lord Botolph could see the ending of the tale, and Andrew had been saving it for tonight. Lord Botolph stared around the ground, concentrating his options. Lord Lucius sat back confident and relaxed. Judges? Silence, said the first of the golden-armored Troodons. He will have at least as much time as we granted you. Suddenly, Lord Botolph straightened up and said, I step onto the bridge. To your doom and defeat, muttered Lucius smugly. The first judge bellowed, Lucius, you will not be warned again. Lord Botolph was unfazed. The bridge sways beneath me. I travel along the bridge until I am midway across it. I see one of the Kraken's tentacles reach for me, and I draw my sword. The tentacle wraps itself around me, and I am plucked into the air. The creature's head leaves the waters. I see its terrible maw. Lucius settled back in his throne. He glances to the judges and opens his hands imploringly. Clearly, his opponent faced defeat. Why go on with this? They shook their heads. Lord Botolph said, There are tales in the realms without of humans who allowed themselves to be swallowed up by whales and found ways to escape their bellies, but the Kraken has row after row of sharp teeth. I know that once I am between its jaws, I am done. One of the judges said, Lord Botolph, we implore you to stop and admit defeat. Lucius nodded. But the elder Troodon continued, I listen to the Kraken's wails. They are not cries of anger. The song it sings is not one of vengeance. Lord Lucius bolted forward in his throne. I object to this. The judges told him to be silent. In all the tales of the Kraken, one of them said, many ideas have come forth about its song. Yours was only one way of looking at it. The song is one of loneliness and frustration, said Botolph. The Kraken is not evil. It was not responsible for the destruction of Halcyon so long ago. All the Kraken wants is companionship, someone else to sing its song. And just before I am dragged into its maw, I begin to sing. Lord Lucius sprang to his feet. You can't be serious, Andrew smiled. Lord Botolph had figured it out. Andrew and his stories had made a difference, after all. The judges told Lucius to sit down and be quiet. They said they weren't going to warn him again, and they just warned him like 3 more times.
Villain.
Botolph finished his tale. The kraken falls silent and listens to my song. It looks at me, then gently sets me back on the bridge. The creature silently disappears beneath the waves. Lucius waited. When he was certain that Botolph was done, he said, But you have forgotten your opponent. I charge forward and claim my victory. No, said one of the judges. To attack now is without honor. To do anything except pledge yourself to the warrior who saved the bridge is wrong. I will not, cried Lucius. Another judge shrugged. You must. The bridge was needed to ensure the mutual survival of both people. He saved everyone. But all are warriors. There will be no more argument, the first judge said. Accept your defeat graciously, Lucius. Warrior turned and stormed away from the competition. The crowd cheered. Lucius came over to his warriors and stopped before Leon and Nadra. Come on, Lucius hissed. No one moved. What's wrong with you? Lucius asked. Nadra answered. Your warriors were swept out to sea. You have none in this land. Lucius stared at her for a moment. Then he turned away and headed out of the arena. His step was a little less sure. Leon and Nadra joined Andrew, Ned, and Ari. Together they greeted the winner of the festival, Lord Botolph. Lord Botolph, there's something I've got to ask, Andrew said, as the knight embraced him. Anything for you, the Troodon replied. I think it's time for us to return to our homes, said Andrew. He looked at his friends, Ned and Leon, nodded. Our families will be missing us. Do you know of a way out? Lord Botolph nodded sadly. I do know of a way through, though I hesitate to tell you. I will miss you very much. But if that is what you wish, I shall help keep you. I shall help you. The way I know is sacred. I will show it to you myself. I want to go with them, said Nadra. I want to learn to fly a skybox, if I can. Ari stepped forward, and I wish to see the island and all its wonders. Behind them, Silverclaw and his apprentices came forward. The metalsmith said, The realms without never appealed to me before, but Ned has made me curious. I want to go too. Botolph said, There are traditions and to consider. The sword must always return to its sheath. Andrew smiled. Where I'm from, they say no egg rolls far from the nest. Lord Botolph raised an eyebrow. Very wise, he said. Andrew tilted his head sideways and thought for a moment. Uh-oh, Ned said, looking at Andrew suspiciously. I know what that means. We're in for a... I heard a story once, said Andrew, about an elephant and its tether. I've heard of elephants, said Botolph. Andrew noticed that cheers of the crowd had died away. He suddenly had a much larger audience than he'd expected. He looked at Leon and Ned, who smiled encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, Andrew said, When elephants are young, they're often placed on tethers by humans to keep them from wandering off. They become used to having the tether. Then when they are older, the tethers are removed, but the elephants stay where they are. They've become so used to being tied down that their tether isn't needed anymore. You mean they could just walk off? Asked Lord Botolph. They could, but they never do. They still feel bound. If you'll forgive me, I think the unrivaled are like that. Bound by traditions. Sometimes traditions are good, but sometimes they can limit our chances to grow and to explore. Dinotopia is waiting for you to explore. The others who live on the island would welcome you, though it might be best for all if we leave our swords behind, suggested Ari with a smile. Lord Botolph thought about this. He looked out over the residents of the lost city. How many of you are curious about the realms without? He bellowed. At first, no one raised a hand. Then someone did, then someone else, and soon dozens had joined in. Lord Botolph nodded. Andrew, I'll admit it. You've made me curious too. Maybe in a year, when my duties as sage are complete, I'll come looking for you. Or I could come back to visit, Andrew said happily. You would be welcome, said Lord Botolph. All of you would be most welcome. All right, last chapter.
Oh, this is nice. I like this.
I like this too. It's
so
wholesome.
Weird. It's so weird having such a wholesome story after we've had to deal with toxicity and Gaslighting and
See.
creamy and whipped
I
cream.
think that was a reference in chat. Wait, I missed something in chat. They're amazing microphones. Thank you.
OMG, the number of dinosaurs. Oh, yeah, you said that earlier, but yeah. All the dinosaurs. How many do I have? One. I have 21, almost 22.
We did that with cranes for a play that I was in. Nice.
Ooh.
The play was called 1,000 Cranes. It was about Sadako Sasaki, a girl who died. Oh, I know this story.
Oh,
The
yeah.
girl who passed away from leukemia, the bombing of Nagasaki. In real life, she tried to make 1,000 cranes and make a wish to survive. Oh, I know
Oh.
this story. It's so sad. Natasha made me. I have 1,000 cranes. It's in a big mobile. It's 1,000 miniature hand folded cranes that Natasha made for me one year when I was going through a really, really bad year of just sickness. I got mono, and then I was just my immune system was just completely trash. So I got the flu. I got like sick like 5 times that one year. I got like the flu multiple
Ooh.
times. I had I had mono. I had all this stuff, and so she gave me the cranes, and she was like, "It's gonna be okay."
Oh.
It was very sweet.
Oh gosh, my sister got mono, and it was just a spiral of craziness.
Yeah, because it just trashes your immune system, and then it takes forever for your body to like get out of that hole of like, it's okay.
Everything's fine, immune system, and your immune system is like gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Exactly like that.
National hero. There's a monument to her. Yes. As far as as for what I understand, people still make 1,000 crane mobiles and such, and bring them to people in hospitals and things like that.
Oh.
Back from the shower. Welcome back. It was the most boring thing I've ever been to. Oh, the wedding reception. Oh,
Ooh.
my mission was complete though. Congratulations. I pissed off the homophobic people with my suit. Nice. Good for you.
Good job.
How cute is this ending? Jeez, that's awful. Ugh, mono sounds like the worst. Yep, yeah. And it's highly contagious. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's called the kissing disease because the common misconception is that you have to, like, kiss somebody to get it from them. That's not true. It's airborne and it's very contagious. You can get it from walking into a room with somebody who has it. And it exhausts you.
Oh.
Microphone is so good. It's of the tissue, and I don't know that I like that. I'm sorry.
I'll create a distraction whenever you bundle up the tissues. Chapter 19. The next day, Andrew, Ned, and Leon led a small group of Unrivaled to the Dinosaur Olympics. Ari, Nadra, Silverclaw, and several dozen residents of Halcyon were happy to meet the many Dinotopians enjoying the festivities. The appearance of the Unrivaled created quite a stir at first. Malik greeted his fellow Troodons with astonishment and joy. He was with Bix, a Protoceratops, who looked like a cross between a hog and a parrot. Don't parrot shame. Bix was a highly regarded diplomat at Dinotopia. The Saurians of the Unrivaled are legendary among my species, Malik explained. They were our paladins, our protectors, but then they passed into legend. We found a home, Nadra explained, one where we could refine our art. Why did you poor dears hide yourselves away for so long? Asked Bix. We weren't hiding, said Silverclaw. We were happy to stay in Halcyon. And now, said Malik, we're curious, said Ari. Curious to see if we have anything to offer the rest of Dinotopia. As the day went on, Ari noticed a young man who was about to enter one of the last competitions of the Olympics. The boy was very nervous. Breathe deep, seek peace, said Ari. Thanks, the boy said with a sigh. It's race day, you see. I'm one of the ring riders. I'll be standing on the back of a Dinocheirus, rounding the track you see in the distance while trying to collect rings. Have you prepared for this event? Yes, he said breathlessly. But there are so many people, and I'm afraid I might disappoint someone. Ari understood. He had felt this way in his early days among the unrivaled many competitions. Ari led the boy aside and taught him the unrivaled ancient method of focusing the spirit. The lad quickly came to understand how to control his breathing. He also learned how to focus his attention solely on the task at hand. Imagine your life as a 40-room mansion, said Ari. Each of your concerns has its own proper place. You must put each of your worries in its room and lock the door behind you. When you must go where your heart tells you you wish to do your best at this competition, yes? Winning or losing doesn't really matter. That's right. Then find the room in which you have trained for this event. The room where you have dreamed of being a part of the Dinosaur Olympics. Find that room and seal yourself within it until the race is over. Soon the young man was called to the race. He was calmer now, much more focused. And then he and his partners won. He thanked Ari before all the people and Saurians gathered for the Olympics. Before all the people. I guess we do have something to offer the rest of Dinotopia after all, Ari said to Andrew. Of course you do, said Andrew. And it seems the Dinotopians have something to offer us, exclaimed Silverclaw after meeting a metalsmith from Volcanium. They admired each other's work and promised to visit each other's workshops. Silverclaw's apprentices who had come along were thrilled. Andrew and Ned were on their way to the storytelling event when Nadra and Leon crossed in front of them. A garden, Nadra said. Well, what's so special about planting a garden? When we get home, Leon said, I'll show you. Then we'll see about getting you to Skyback's camp. Finally, the storytelling event began. Andrew was asked to go first. He was no longer worried about winning this competition. All he wanted to do was bring joy and happiness to the assembled listeners. Just before Andrew took the stage, he was stopped by Bix. I have an idea, said the Protoceratops. Do you think the Unrivaled would consider accompanying our caravans through the rainy basin? We could use their help. I think that's a great idea, said Andrew. In fact, I'll propose it to Lord Botoff myself. Andrew left Bix and took his place on stage. A large crowd of humans and saurians of every kind waited patiently for him to begin. So, you have stories to tell? Asked Theocritus, a squat, 6-foot-long goyocephal with tiny front limbs. Theocritus had a flat head and blue and gold hide. His eyes were dark and soulful. He was master of ceremonies. Andrew looked up and smiled. I do, a story of mystery, danger, and excitement. I don't suppose there's anything like friendship in this tale, Ned asked from the audience. Andrew laughed and said, there is. In fact, friendship is the most important thing about it.
Aww.
The power of friendship. Many anime battles were won with the power of friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Ned beamed at those words. I will begin at the beginning. I will begin in the middle. Said Andrew. Our hero rides upon a wagon drawn by a friendly Pachycephalosaurus named Thumptail. When he set out, our hero had no idea how far and wide his journey would take him. All he knew was that it had been a magical day, or so he believed at the time. What he learned soon enough was that the true magic still lay far ahead.
Aww.
The end.
So sweet. Such a wholesome ending.
Great. Everything's great.
Mila says, reminds me, we're talking about pissing off homophobic people at weddings. Mila says, reminds me of when my brother and I were getting ready to go to my cousin's wedding. I asked how I looked, and he said, like a lesbian, and I said, perfect, let's go. I love that. And then that bitch says, that's the goal of all my outfits. Adriel says, so was everyone just okay with the kids being missing for however long? I guess so. They live in a utopia, so like it's not like anything could happen to them, I guess.
Yeah, I was like, wait, they've been gone for like a week and they still made it in time for the Dinotopian or the Dinosaur Olympics. I guess the caravans were supposed to take a long time, but they hitched a ride with the Troodons and they were like, we run fast.
I guess so, yeah. I had a professor who was kind of terrible about many things, but in this case, they, them pronouns, so I wore clothes proclaiming my pronouns. Or just non-binary gender to every single class. Good for you. Star says, good on you, Adriel. But I'm really excited because my NB friend is going to be a co-president of my congregation. Yay!
Yay!
Congratulations to them. That's amazing. Sounds exciting. wholesomeness. That was wholesome. It was nice after a
Yay.
long time. That was like a nice little like cleanse.
Oh my gosh, that I never knew you could feel this much joy from reading a book. After
I forgot what it was like to not be like mentally and emotionally exhausted at the end.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, and speaking of they them pronouns, one of my favorite reads from the reading challenge of RuPaul's Drag Race was on Drag Race Down Under, where Art Simone had a read where they're like, etc., etc. Now, just to recap for the room with pronouns, etc. goes by they them pronouns. For example, they haven't been at the top, so you won't be seeing them in the finals. And I was just like, funny and educational.
Very funny. Oh my god, we don't have imagines at the top of the homepage anymore. So wonderful.
Now it's Dinotopia. Boy, it's a good read. There's a lot of character development, and it was nice.
That was very nice, yes. I'll keep my eye out for any other books in the Dinotopia series.
Dinosaurs. Oh gosh, I remember they had like 18 Land Before Time movies, but I've only seen to like the 14th one.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just like, oh, there are 2 more that I missed, and I remember there was a Land Before Time TV show, and they included Chomper, the T-Rex kid from like the 2nd or 3rd movie, and I'm like, oh, Chomper. And then there was a Corythosaurus named Ruby, I believe.
Nice.
But then, the dinosaur content kind of fizzled out. But hopefully I heard there's like a TV show they're doing that relates to Jurassic Park. And if they were ever to do a live action like Camp Cretaceous, they could have Jenna Ortega played Brooklyn because she's cosplayed her and she kind of looks like her and she's like very popular. So they're like, yes, Jenna Ortega, bring in the views, please.
Nice. Well, thank you guys for being here and watching and covering this book with us. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Why are you Australian now? Wait,
What?
I missed something. And then just bought you my immortal to remind you how awful books can be.
Oh no. Or the reason why I was Australian is because it was an Australian person saying the read that I just read about the they them pronouns.
Ah. But I just got back. Sorry, Texas. The VOD is always available, and it's very cute, so I recommend it. This one was very cute. I would definitely read more Dinotopia books. I like how they're just like, it's a series about like the world, but they're just like these self-contained stories. That's nice. Hello, Laser. Hi, everybody. Sorry to the people who are just coming in and we're like, okay, bye. But the VOD will be available. We read the entire book. And next week we will start on, oh my goodness, my brain. So You Want to Be a Wizard. There you go.
Feels like a game show almost.
Yay. Gabe doing an accent.
What? Oh, Lisa's like, how dare you? How dare you try to do my accent? Only I can do my accent. Typical Americans trying to take everything from us.
No one wants to hear my accent. We're just gonna skip that part. But anyway.
Oh, do the accent. Do the accent.
Everybody heard my Australian accent when we did that one God-forsaken chapter of Model Land.
Oh, the mastication class. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot about. Oh, and the teacher is from Didgeridoo.
Yes, we give off the Bluey episode after the one that is being fat phobic. Jeez, oh no.
Why is Bluey being fat phobic?
Dinos wearing clothing. The dinos do in fact wear clothing.
Yeah, this one's wearing a lot of armor. The Troodon on the front.
I guess this is just a version of reality where, like, dinosaurs didn't, like, die out. They just evolved with everybody else. So, like, they speak and they wear clothing and...
Or to cover up your claws. You're being indecent. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll cover up my claws with these fancy gloves. That was
Sorry,
No, I was just gonna say, like, oh no, it's like dino shaming. The
what?
newest Bluey episode opens with the parents looking at their bodies and complaining about their weights. Oh.
Oh.
Last Sunday, titled Exercise, Bluey fans weren't exactly happy. People
Ugh.
think it's giving kids bad ideas about their bodies. Copy you. Got you.
If they were just like, hey, or it's just like, I need to do more exercise so I can have more energy to keep up with these
Yeah.
kids, that's fine. But if it's like, oh, I think I look a little bit bigger, then it's just like,
Oh. Oh dear.
you can exercise and not be like 6-pack all the time.
But anyway, thank you guys.
Sorry about that.
You're good. We will let you go. Those of you who missed the story, Dinotopia Lost City, are welcome to watch the VOD back. Yeah. We will see you guys next time.
Bye. Thank you for being here.
Bye. All the dinosaurs say bye too. They're like,
Bye.
bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.